Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 AP. Chapter 218 Iron Country Admiral, 3 Ships. 218-278. Chapter 218 Iron Country Admiral, 3 Ships. As for the reason why this happens, Shikamaru has to be mentioned. Ino has long noticed that Temari's eyes looking at Shikamaru are very strange, so when talking he always inadvertently mentions Shikamaru's embarrassing things when he was a child. Then as expected, Ino successfully aroused Temari's interest, asking about Shikamaru from time to time. So in less than half a day the imported Temari became one. It actually became one so quickly. Seeing Ino and Temari talking and laughing, Shikamaru felt a little confused. I really still don't understand girl's thoughts. Shikamaru looked up at the sky thinking with a complicated look. Hey Shikamaru, that girl named Temari seems to be peeking at you all the time, don't you think it's time to provoke someone? Choji didn't know when Mimi quietly came to Shikamaru's side and whispered. Don't talk nonsense, how could I provoke girls? Shikamaru said angrily. Well that's right, you accidentally offended her before. Choji guessed again. This. 27. Hearing Choji's words, Shikamaru also became suspicious. Could it be that I accidentally offended Temari somewhere? Thinking of this, Shikamaru couldn't help taking a cautious look at Temari. 193. At the same time Temari is also just turning around. The eyes of the two met. Temari was stunned for a moment, then flushed slightly and finally gave Shikamaru a hard look. When Shikamaru was stared at like this, he suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. It seems that Choji guessed it right, I really don't know when I offended Miss Temari. Shikamaru said in a helpless tone. Look, I knew it must be so. Choji proudly showed off to Ye Zhou. Do you guys think it's possible that Temari has a crush on Shikamaru and his behavior just now was just because of embarrassment? Ye Zhou said to the two of them speechlessly. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, both Choji and Shikamaru couldn't help being stunned. Impossible, how could Temari have a crush on someone as lazy as Shikamaru? Choji was so shocked that he even forgot to eat the potato chips in his hand. Hey, it's better not to make this kind of joke. If the other party gets angry it will be troublesome. Shikamaru's heart trembled even more and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Hee Shikamaru, although your IQ is very high, you are far behind me when it comes to understanding girls. Seeing Shikamaru trembling, Ye Zhou couldn't help laughing and joked. After finishing speaking he ignored Shikamaru, who was thinking deeply, and walked forward on his own. Ye Zhou, what do you think? Is it really good to tell Shikamaru about this? Although Konoha and Sunagaka are allies now in their respective identities, it should be difficult to get together. Sasuke followed Ye Zhou closely and did not ask Ye Zhou in a low voice until he was sure that others could not hear him. Don't worry, whether it's Shikamaru or Temari, they have a sense of proportion. And in the future who will it be? Ye Zhou said, pretending not to care. Sasuke glanced at Ye Zhou, feeling that he was not telling the truth. But with his personality he wouldn't get to the bottom of it, not to mention that it wasn't a big deal. There were no waves on the road ahead. Except for occasionally being able to detect white Zetsu spying on Ye Zhou, they didn't even encounter ordinary attacks. Ye Zhou and his party arrived in the Iron Country very smoothly. Then they saw the Admiral of the Iron Country, who had been waiting for them at the border of the Iron Country early. 3 ships. Your Excellency Hokage, Your Excellency Kazekage, welcome to the Land of Iron. I am Admiral of the Land of Iron, Mifune. Seeing that Hokage and Kazekage arrived together, Mifune's eyes flashed with surprise and he immediately stepped forward to say hello. But when he saw that there were so many Hokage guards, he immediately frowned. Your Excellency, Hokage's guards are too many. Does this mean that you don't believe in the guarding power of the Iron Kingdom? Mifune did not hide the dissatisfaction in his tone at all. After all, the other cages only brought 2 guards, but Konoha had so many people, so Mifune couldn't help but think about it. I am, Your Excellency Mifune, please don't get me wrong, I will only bring 2 guards to the venue when the 5 cages talk, and the others will temporarily stay in the Iron Country according to your arrangement. Seeing Mifune's concern, Tsunade took the initiative to explain. In that case, please come with me everyone. Mifune was non-committal to Tsunade's words and beckoned everyone to follow with a cold expression. Seeing the other party's indifferent attitude, Ye Zhou and others were not angry. After all, they were the ones who made the mistake first this time. If they still lose their temper with the master, it would be really unreasonable to make trouble. Mifune paid close attention to the expressions of Ye Zhou and the others all the time and found that Ye Zhou and his group did not show anger because of their indifference, and their faces eased a little. From this point of view, Ye Zhou and the others didn't seem to intend to make trouble. Don't worry, just observe for a while longer. Quote. Mifune thought so in his heart. And when Mifune was thinking about how to arrange accommodation for Ye Zhou and others, Ye Zhou and the others are also talking about similar issues. Sigh, it seems that our arrival has troubled this Admiral of the Iron Nation. I hope that this will not cause twists and turns in the 5 cages talks. At the end of the line, Shikamaru said with a sigh. Then they won't give us food, right? Choji tightly held the potato chips in his hand, looking worried. That's not the case. Shikamaru helplessly supported his forehead. For Choji, whose mind is preoccupied with eating, even Shikamaru occasionally feels nerve-wracking. Phew, as long as we don't cut our meals. Hearing this, Choji immediately relaxed a lot. Don't worry, Sunagaka will stay with Konoha. Temari does not know when to come to Shikamaru's side. Seriously, make a promise. Looking at Temari with a serious face, Shikamaru suddenly thought of Ye Zhou's words before and his expression became a little flustered. Ahem, thank you so much. Shikamaru coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and then thanked Temari and the others. Should be, after all we are allies, aren't we? Tamari didn't see anything wrong with Shikamaru and answered in a natural tone. Chapter 219 The entourage is selected. Beat Naruto. 219-278. Chapter 219 The entourage is selected. Beat Naruto. Allies. Shikamaru's eyes flickered for a moment before returning to his usual sluggishness. Tamari looked at Shikamaru in surprise. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that something had changed in Shikamaru. However, considering that the time and occasion are not right now, I did not ask the other party why. While Shikamaru and others were discussing in the rear, Mifune in front was also discussing with Tsunade. Your Excellency Hokage, Your Excellency Kazekage Mizukage arrived in the Iron Land yesterday. Except for the three of you, Your Excellency Tsuchikage and Raikage will probably arrive tomorrow. Mifune suddenly thought of something, turned to Tsunade and Gaara and said. Understood. What about the meeting time? Has it been confirmed? Tsunade nodded in understanding and then asked Mifune about the meeting time. Because the Lords Tsuchikage and Raikage will arrive in the Iron Country tomorrow, we will arrange for you to start the meeting in the morning. Mifune replied. The day after tomorrow? Yes. Tsunade thought the arrangement was okay. I have no objection either. Gaara is fine with that too. Here is the accommodation we arranged for you. I hope you will be satisfied. While speaking, Mifune had led the crowd to a courtyard. Your Excellency Mifune, you are paying attention. Taking a look at the courtyard environment, Tsunade immediately expressed his gratitude to Mifune. I have sent someone to clean the rooms here, and I have also arranged servants for you. If you need anything, you just need to ask the servants here. After speaking, Mifune greeted a woman dressed as a servant. Then he ordered. This is Konoha's Lord Hokage and her entourage. You must take good care of them. Yes, messenger. The servant nodded quickly, then looked at Tsunade and the others with a slightly nervous expression. Your Excellency Fengyin, your residence is next door. I will take you there right away. After ordering the servants to take good care of Tsunade and the others, Mifune set his sights on Kazekage. Your Majesty Mifune, thank you for your hard work. Gaara nodded and followed the other party to her residence. It wasn't until Gaara and the three of them left with the three boats that the servant looked nervously at Tsunade and the others. Then he said carefully, Master Hokage, please follow me. Don't be nervous, I will work hard for you in the next period of time. Seeing the other party's nervous appearance, Tsunade comforted him. Phew, it's not hard, this is my job. After the servant found that Tsunade and the others had a more easygoing personality, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put a smile on his face when he spoke. Next, the servant allocated rooms for everyone and then told Ye Zhou and the others to call him if they had something to do. It wasn't until Tsunade asked her to step back temporarily that the other party left respectfully. Then everyone went to the arranged room to store their luggage. Ye Zhou is no exception. After he came to the room, he subconsciously turned on his perception to check the environment and found that there was nothing wrong, so he put the luggage on the cabinet. Immediately afterwards, Ye Zhou heard Tsunade's voice coming from outside the door. Okay, the Yin family has come over to discuss the future. After everyone put away their luggage, Tsunade shouted at the door of the living room. Coming. This is Naruto responding to Tsunade. When Ye Zhou came out, the others also walked out of the room one after another and then came to the living room together. All are here and I will announce the entourage for the talks next. Seeing that everyone is here, Tsunade said so. When they heard Tsunade's words, the others were shocked and immediately showed serious expressions. During the meeting, I decided to let Ye Zhou and Shikamaru be the entourage. Do you have any objections? Regarding the matter of the entourage, Tsunade had already planned for it. The reason why we hold a meeting to ask everyone is just a formality. Wait, I'm okay with Ye Zhou going to protect Grandma Tsunade, but why Shikamaru can go too? Wouldn't it be better for me to go with Sasuke? Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto immediately asked questions. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. Single quote. Obviously Tsunade had expected Naruto's rebuttal. Naruto, we're just going to a meeting, not a fight. Why do we need such a strong entourage? 0. Seeking flowers. Of course you bring Shikamaru because he's smart, or do you think your IQ is comparable to Shikamaru's? Tsunade explained impatiently. At the same time I thought to myself, I still take you there. It would be strange if I take you there so as not to mess up the meeting. Single quote. Arhaha, am I concerned about you, Grandma Tsunade? Being reprimanded by Tsunade, Naruto couldn't help shrinking his neck and laughing awkwardly. Okay, if you have no other opinions, then it's decided like this. Tsunade waved his hand, then looked at the others. We have no objection. Ye Zhou glanced at the others and said in a calm tone. Very good. 0. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Then on to the second thing. Then during the meeting, Sasuke, the three of you must follow Naruto closely. Don't let him run around and guard against Akatsuki's sneak attack. After arranging the itinerary for Ye Zhou and Shikamaru, Tsunade gave instructions to Sasuke and Ino. Clear. Don't worry, Master Hokage, we will definitely look after Naruto. Leave it to us. The three of Sasuke and Ino immediately made promises. What, I don't need other people's protection. Only Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction. Naruto, do you have any comments? Hearing Naruto's muttering, his hand suddenly showed a dangerous look. Karma, no, I have no objection. Naruto was taken aback by Tsunade's eyes and quickly shook his head to express that he had no opinion. HMPH, the country of iron is not Konoha. You'd better not cause trouble for me, otherwise don't blame my hard fist. To prevent Naruto from causing trouble, Tsunade raised his fist in front of him threateningly. Wanting to hit Tsunade's strange power fist, Naruto's face turned extremely pale in an instant and he shook his head more frequently. Grandma Tsunade, don't worry, I will stay here for the next few days and I won't go anywhere. Naruto hastily raised his hands in assurance. Better like this. Seeing that Naruto was frightened, Tsunade finally nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 220 Tsunade's Worries. 220-278. Chapter 220 Tsunade's Worries. Although the others were not threatened, they were quite frightened when they saw Tsunade beating Naruto. Of course this does not include Ye Zhou and Sasuke. Okay, there's nothing else to do, let's go to rest early. Considering that everyone has been on the road for a few days, Minjeng asked everyone to go down and rest first. Seeing this, Ye Zhou and others left the living room one after another and returned to their own rooms to prepare to rest. This night many people are bound to suffer from insomnia. The next day Ye Zhou and Shikamaru followed Tsunade to meet Terumime and Chojuro. This is also the first meeting between Tsunade and 5th Mizukage. Mr. Ye Zhou, we meet again. Seeing Ye Zhou, Terumime's eyes lit up. Since the last time we parted, Ye Zhou not only grew a lot taller but also became more handsome. 363. You are so handsome, if you can marry Mr. Ye Zhou you will definitely have a lovely baby. Single quote. Terumime imagined. Ahem, this must be 5th Mizukage from Kurigakure, it's the first time we meet, I'm Tsunade from Konoha. Seeing Terumime's nympho look, Tsunade had to interrupt him and introduce himself. I'm Terumime. I don't know how Mr. Hokage takes care of it. His skin is even better than that of an 18-year-old girl. Originally Terumime was a little dissatisfied with Tsunade interrupting her fantasy, but after seeing the other's skin her eyes straightened instantly. Looking at Tsunade's eyes full of curiosity, she had heard that the Tsunade in front of her was in her 50s. In the end he looks so young. If he can learn this skill, will he be able to marry a good family? Terumime, who is over 30 years old, has already started to worry about her marriage. Ahaha, thank you for the compliment, but this aspect involves the secret arts of the village, so it's inconvenient to tell. Although happy with Terumime's praise, Tsunade has no intention of teaching 100 Healing's mark to the other party. Really, that would be such a pity. Hearing the word secret technique, Terumime immediately showed disappointment in her eyes. If it's about Konoha's secret technique, then there's nothing I can do about it. And hearing the conversation between the two shadows, Ching's complexion changed countless times. Especially seeing Mizukage's pitiful appearance, Ching could not wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. It was really embarrassing. Contrary to him is Chojuro, a young man with a sword and flounder on his back. Mizukage blushed when he looked at him. Those who didn't know thought he was interested in Terumime. Ahem, Mizukage-sama, let's talk about the business first. Seeing that his Mizukage was planning to ask Tsunade for the secret recipe for beauty, he hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt Terumime. Terumime frowned. Although she felt dissatisfied with Ching, she didn't reprimand her in front of outsiders. Your Excellency Hokage, there is only one Nine-Tails Jinchuriki left in Konoha. What are your plans? When it came to business, Terumime's expression obviously became serious. Well, to be honest, I also have a headache. Although Konoha is not afraid of the Akatsuki organization, being stared at by them all the time has also affected Konoha's peace. I hope this meeting will go smoothly. If the 5 great ninja villages can unite, it will be much easier to wipe out the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade seems to be complaining but actually revealed 2 pieces of information to Terumime. The first piece of information is that Konoha's strength can compete against the Akatsuki organization alone. The second message is to inform the other party that Konoha hopes to join forces with other ninja villages to destroy the Akatsuki organization. Terumime was very surprised when she heard Tsunade's words, although she was calm on the surface. Because most people in the ninja world now recognize that the Akatsuki organization has captured 8-tailed beasts, but Tsunade said that Konoha can compete with the Akatsuki organization with 8-tailed beasts. This shows how strong Konoha is. But looking at Tsunade's confident expression, Terumime fell into deep thought. Although this incident is very unbelievable, Terumime knows that Tsunade may be telling the truth. It is precisely because of this that Teramian was even more shocked by Konoha's overall strength. Since Konoha has such strength, why not attack Akatsuki's headquarters directly? It is basically confirmed that the base camp of the Akatsuki organization is in Rain Shinobi Village, right? Immediately afterwards, Terumime raised her own question. We have discussed this proposal before, but it turned out to be unrealistic. Facing the puzzled eyes of Terumime and others, Tsunade continued to explain. Rain Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are too close, and you have seen Onoki's attitude before. If Konoha aggressively attacks Rain Shinobi Village, it may cause unnecessary misunderstanding. What's more, we have received bad information before that Iwagakure has hired Akatsuki many times. Speaking of this, there is no need for Tsunade to say more later. The 3 of Terumime have understood Tsunade's scruples. They even felt that Tsunade's explanation was too conservative. If Konoha really invaded the land of rain on a large scale, I'm afraid not only Iwagakure will encounter obstacles, but even Cloud Shinobi Village will not let it go. After all, no one can guarantee whether Konoha intends to use the excuse of destroying the Akatsuki organization to invade other countries. Especially Iwagakure, Onoki might not even be able to sleep well. Well, Terumime subconsciously sighed. Having experienced persecution under the Blood Mist policy, she prefers to live in peace. But as Mizukage of Kurigakure, she knows that there can be no true peace in the world. The only thing she can do is to try to keep Kurigakure stable and harmonious and avoid unnecessary sacrifices by her companions in 4.8. We understand what Hokage-sama means, and I will try my best to form a union on behalf of Kurigakure at the 5 Kages meeting this time. Terumime said seriously. Haha, then I would like to thank Lord Mizukage in advance. Hearing Terumime's assurance, Tsunade immediately beamed with joy. It should be, after all there are two-tailed beasts in Shiin village that fell into the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Terumi Mei shook his head and said, after reaching a consensus the following scenes are more harmonious. Seeing that the two were busy discussing matters, Ye Zhou shifted his attention to Chojuro and Xing. Needless to say, Chojuro, this is not the first time Ye Zhou has met. And the other party has not changed much. The only change is probably that his personality is more shy than before. Chapter 221 Konkuro, of course I choose family affection. 221-278. Chapter 221 Konkuro, of course I choose family affection. Xing seems to have noticed Ye Zhou's gaze and immediately follows the feeling. Single quote exclamation mark single quote. Realizing that the owner of the line of sight was Ye Zhou, Xing couldn't help frowning. He had heard early on that Ye Zhou was strong enough to be able to tackle 4th Mizukage on his own a few years ago. After so many years I don't know how strong his strength is. Xing secretly thought in her heart. If it wasn't for the fear of being discovered by Ye Zhou, he would even want to scout Ye Zhou with blank eyes immediately. Just when Xing was thinking wildly in her mind, suddenly they found 3 more people walking towards them. Your Excellency Hokage, Your Excellency Mizukage, good afternoon. Gaara approached and greeted Tsunade and Terumi Mei politely. It turns out to be Your Excellency Fengying. Your Excellency Fengying looks very young. You are really young and promising. Seeing Gaara, Terumi Mei exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment. Oh 6. Gaara responded softly. Your Majesty, Kazekage came just in time. Mizukage and I are discussing the matter of the Akatsuki organization. Can you tell me in detail about the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization who captured you? Tsunade said to Gaara. No problem, there are 2 Akatsuki members who took me away. Gaara recalled the scene of being arrested at the beginning and then opened his mouth to talk about the experience of the file. And when the 3 shadows were discussing business, Ye Zhou and the others also sat together to discuss how to protect their own shadows. I didn't expect Hokage to choose you as a guard. Can you really protect Hokage with your lazy appearance? Coming to Ye Zhou and the others, Temari gave Shikamaru a disgusted look and then complained mercilessly. Well, Ye Zhou is enough for guarding this kind of thing, I just make up the number. Also don't look at me like this, if it's really necessary I can also protect Hokage-sama from suffering. Although Shikamaru looked lazy, but when he talked about protecting Hokage from kunai his tone was very serious. For some reason, hearing Shikamaru's serious tone, Temari felt his heart beating faster. A blush suddenly flashed across his face. Shout, say, listen. In order to hide his inner panic, Temari said, pretending to be disgusted. Hey Ye Zhou, do you think there's something wrong with the 2 of them? Konkuro asked while standing beside Ye Zhou. Well, there is something wrong, your sister seems to have a lot of affection for Shikamaru. Ye Zhou pretended to analyze seriously. That's not enough after all the identities of the 2 of them. Konkuro subconsciously wanted to refute, but as long as he thought of his sister's performance when facing Shikamaru, Konkuro suddenly showed a complicated look. Konkuro, if your sister really likes Shikamaru, what are you and Gaara going to do? Are you going to let her give up her love and stay in Sunagakure forever, or let her leave to pursue her own happiness? Ye Zhou glanced at Temari and Shikamaru, then looked into Konkuro's eyes and asked. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Konkuro fell silent. His brain began to run wildly, thinking about how to choose. Until he saw the bright smile on Temari's face, Konkuro finally made a decision in his heart. Call. That goes without saying, of course I will let her pursue her own happiness. As for Sunagakure, me and Gaara are enough. After expressing his thoughts, Konkuro was more than half relaxed. Temari has done enough for the village. If she has to sacrifice her own happiness, Konkuro says he can't do it. Hee Konkuro, you really chose family. Hearing Konkuro's answer, Ye Zhou couldn't help but smile. Ah, there is no way, after all we are brothers and sisters. Konkuro also responded with a smile. At the same time he gave Gaara a sneaky look. He didn't forget that he still has a younger brother. What are you 2 talking about so happy? Suddenly Temari's voice rang in Konkuro's ear. Scare. Konkuro was startled when he suddenly heard Temari's words because he was too engrossed in what he had just talked about. Phew, I was scared to death. Temari, aren't you chatting with Shikamaru? Why did you come here suddenly? Konkuro asked. We were chatting originally, but I saw you guys smiling so happily, so I came over to have a look. Temari said with a shrug. Also don't change the subject, you haven't said what you were talking about just now. After speaking, Temari's eyes shifted back and forth between Ye Zhou and Konkuro. It's nothing, it's just about the relationship between your siblings. Ye Zhou said calmly. Is that all? Temari was clearly in disbelief. Otherwise what do you think? Ye Zhou asked back. Shout, that's all. As for laughing so happily. Seeing Ye Zhou's calm appearance, Temari finally believed his rhetoric and then lost interest immediately. At the same time, the conversation with the 3 shadows was almost done. Mizukage 527 Dono Kazekage Dono, see you tomorrow. After talking about the business, Tsunade offered to leave. Good, see you tomorrow. Terumi Mei and Gaara nodded and then left with their subordinates. After everyone from Kirigakure and Sunagakure left, Tsunade immediately let go of his dignified appearance. Let's go back to rest too, the talks will officially start tomorrow. 17 inches. Tsunade said to Ye Zhou and Shikamaru. With the support of Kirigakure and Sunagakure, this meeting should be smoother. On the way back, Shikamaru said with a relaxed look. It's not just them, don't forget that this meeting was initiated by Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunade reminded with a wagging finger. It means that tomorrow's meeting will mainly depend on Iwagakure's attitude. I hope 3rd Tsuchikage can be more sensible. Shikamaru sighed thoughtfully. Don't worry, since Iwagakure is here to participate in the 5 shadow talks, it means that they also have the idea of joining forces, otherwise with Onoki's stubborn character they will never come. Ye Zhou comforted him calmly. He knows Onoki's character very well and knows that although the other party is stubborn, he is still very judgmental in matters of right and wrong. Chapter 222 The 5 Cages Talk begins. 222-278. Chapter 222 The 5 Cages Talk begins. Ye Zhou is right, but don't underestimate that old man Onoki, he is very shrewd. Tsunade agrees with Ye Zhou very much. During the Second Ninja World War she often fought against Iwagakure in the Land of Rain. He is also quite familiar with Onoki's methods. Since this is the case, it seems that this meeting should go smoothly. Hearing what the two said, Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. But will the situation really go as smoothly as Ye Zhou and others think? Time flies. The next day, under the arrangement of Mifune, the 5 cage talks officially started. The 3 of Ye Zhou followed the 3 boats to a closed room. After entering the room, Ye Zhou took a look at the layout of the room. On the whole, the room is a bit dark with a few wide long cloths in the middle and the logo of the 5 great ninja villages painted on it. Tsunade followed Mifune to the middle of the room and sat down while Ye Zhou and Shikamaru were led to the corridor behind the black cloth. Coming to the corridor, Ye Zhou immediately spotted the guards from several other villages. In addition to Tamari and others who have had an intersection, Jung also saw the guards of Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure. Iwagakure's guards are Black Earth and Red Earth, while Cloud Shinobi Village's guards are Darui and Shi. And when Ye Zhou was looking at the 4 of them, the other party was also looking at him and Shikamaru. As Hokage guards, the 2 are destined to receive more attention. Hey, Akatsuki, is that Hokage's guard? It looks very young. Haidu glanced at Ye Zhou and Shikamaru, then whispered to Kitu. Hey, maybe it's because they are very strong, and aren't you also very young, Black Earth? Kaito said with a smirk. HMPH, then I must be stronger than them. Haidu said confidently. After all, she was planning to take Tsuchikage's place from Grandpa. At the same time, she is also analyzing with Darui. Darui, have you noticed that there are young people among the guards of the other shadows, and it looks like they were specially brought by other shadows to meet the world? When it comes to seeing the world, Zai's heart is moved. Is there any successor of each village's shadow among these young people? Why think so much? Our mission is to protect Master Raikage. Don't do unnecessary things. Well, I hope that after the meeting we can go as smoothly as when we came. Darui waved his hand and said, of course I know, it's just that we finally have the opportunity to learn about other villages, so we can't just do nothing. She said with a serious face. Well, whatever you want. Darui still has that lazy look, but it is very similar to Shikamaru. However, no matter it was Haidu and the others or she and Darui, Ye Zhou could hear their conversation clearly. With his 5 senses, even without electromagnetic perception, he can easily hear subtle sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer. Ye Zhou ignored these people because the talks below had already started. As the host and also presiding over the meeting, Yichuan took the lead in speaking. In response to Raikage-sama's call, the 5 cages have gathered here today. I am the person in charge, Mifune, and now we will start the 5 shadow talks. Mifune looked awe-inspiring and watched the 5 most shoulder cloth talks begin. Then let me go first. Gaara stared ahead and spoke slowly. However, just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Onoki. 5 cages really changed a lot. Being a shadow at this age is really a formidable, young man, Your Highness Fengying. It seems that your father taught you very well. Judging from the above words alone, Onoki seems to be praising Gaara. But Gaara knew that the other party was obviously not simply praising herself. Sure enough, Yinumu changed the topic. Said in a mocking tone, it's a pity that I have no education. A-hole, what does this old man mean? Why is he mocking Gaara? In the corridor above, Gokage Kankuro gritted his teeth and looked at Onogi. Kankuro, calm down, don't embarrass Gaara. Although Tamari was also very upset, he calmly stopped Kankuro. TCHIC. Kankuro replied angrily. Ye Zhou and Shikamaru also heard Onogi's words, and after seeing the dissatisfied expressions of Tamari and Kankuro, the two exchanged a glance and walked to them. Ye Zhou, because of seeing the two coming, Tamari put away his annoyed expression and greeted them. Don't get angry because of Tsuchikage's words. Don't forget Gaara is not that easy to be bullied. Seeing the angry expressions of the two, Ye Zhou couldn't help comforting him. As if to confirm Ye Zhou's words, Gaara below also spoke. I saw him look at Onoki indifferently and then said calmly, yes. That's why I'm sitting here as Cage. Gaara's performance made the other movie stars show their admiration. Only Onoki laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Onoki's face suddenly changed. Then he frowned and said, what an arrogant fellow. Hearing this, Terumi finally couldn't bear it anymore. She interrupted Onoki and said, Master Tsuchikage, please stop interrupting. Master Cage, continue. Terumi motioned for Gaara to continue the topic at the beginning. Seeing Terumi speak for Gaara, although Onoki felt a little upset, he didn't continue to make trouble. Seeing this, Gaara nodded and continued. I was originally a Jinchuriki too, and I was detained by Akatsuki. So I think Akatsuki's existence is very dangerous, and I have sent requests to 5 cages many times, but they were all ignored by some people. Speaking of which, isn't it too late to plan to join forces after the Jinchuriki from all countries are taken away? In the end, Gaara mainly looked at Onogi and Raikage with a slight sarcasm in his eyes. Onoki and Raikage also knew that they were wrong at the beginning, so they had to hold their noses and admit it when faced with Gaara's cynicism. It is a shame that the 5 major countries cannot contribute to other countries after Jinchuriki was captured. It is common sense to take it back secretly. It is impossible to seek help from other countries just after being taken away. In the end Onogi opened his mouth to explain his thoughts. Chapter 223 Crazy Rakeage. 223-278. Chapter 223 Crazy Rakeage. Decent prestige. Boringly pedantic idea, Gaara said indifferently. Call it really is a young man too naive. Onoki thought disdainfully. Whether that's pedantic or not is Mizukage we were too passive. However I can understand Tsuchikage's thoughts. Even if the tail beast is taken away it cannot be regarded as a threat immediately. Controlling tailed beasts takes skill, knowledge and time. In order to prevent Gaara and Onoki from arguing again, Terumi explained the reason to Gaara. She knew that Gaara was still young and there were many things she couldn't understand for the time being. Also an ally of Konoha, Terumi doesn't mind mentoring each other. Ono Wooden Golem is old and mature, so he naturally saw Terumi's thoughts. But he didn't make trouble after all, he wouldn't be so stupid to offend the two shadows at once. So following what Terumi said, Jinchuriki needs to grow up with the tailed beasts and adapt to each other. Even so it's still difficult to control, His Highness Funkage should be able to understand. As he said that, Inoshu also glanced at Gaara. Gaara can naturally understand, after all he didn't even dare to sleep in order to restrict Shuhei. Enough, stop talking about these useless 023 nonsense, we are here to discuss how to solve the Shao organization. Finally Rakeage couldn't bear the irritability in his heart and his irritable tone stopped the few people from continuing the unnutritious topic. HMPH, since you're in such a hurry why did you do it earlier? Tsunade snorted coldly and mocked Rakeage. BD, you mean which? Rakeage stood up and glared at Tsunade as if he was about to strike if he disagreed. What, am I wrong? If you and that old man Onogi had agreed to the 5 cage talks from the very beginning, the Jinchuriki of your two families would not have been taken away. Tsunade wasn't afraid of the opponent at all and didn't even change his expression. Hateful. Boom. Rakeage smashed the table in front of him with a fist. Oh, what's the matter? Do you want to do it? Tsunade glanced at the movie and asked calmly. Everyone in the corridor saw that there was a tendency to do something below and they all looked down vigilantly. Of course they didn't forget to observe other people in the corridor. As long as something is wrong they will immediately block AB in front of their respective shadows. Fortunately when the conflict was about to be staged, Mifune, who was the host, stood up. This is a place for discussion, Lord Rakeage, please control your temper. Mifune solemnly reminded Rakeage. Shout, I got it. Rakeage groaned in displeasure but sat back quietly. Let's continue the discussion. Seeing Rakeage return to his seat, Mifune gestured with his hand. Call. At the same time everyone in the corridor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Rakeage make a move they almost couldn't help but follow suit. Leaves, rocks, sand, fog. The Shao organization was established by the rebels in your village. Not only that, I also found out that some of you, including the former village chief, used Shao. Rakeage looked at the shadows and said angrily. Apparently Cloud Shinobi Village wasn't idle after Killer Bee went missing. From Rakeage's words alone it can be heard that the other party has found a lot of information during this period. Used Akatsuki. Gaara frowned, doubting the veracity of Rakeage's words. But Rakeage didn't seem to hear Gaara's words. He just said to himself. To be honest, I don't trust you and I don't want to negotiate with you. However, the reason why I summoned 5 cages here is to hold you accountable. Rakeage looked at the other shadows seriously and said. What's the matter with using it? Gaara gave a dangerous look. Taking advantage of Shao, this is not a topic that can be easily exposed. As Cage didn't you get told? Go ask the old guys in your village, you have used Akatsuki in past wars. Rakeage snapped. Now the major powers have settled down and moved from arms expansion to arms reduction. Because the tension between countries has eased, there is no threat of war, so for the country ninja village which has military power has become a heavy financial burden. Having said that, there is a certain risk in arbitrarily reducing the scale of ninja village. Once a war breaks out, it is also a problem to rely only on ninjas with no actual combat experience and you will lose the battle. Looking at the puzzled Gaara, Inoki suddenly explained patiently. Gaara is not an idiot either and already understood what the other party wanted to express after hearing this. So following Onoki's words he said, one of the ways to avoid risks is to hire combat mercenaries Akatsuki. After the words fell, Gaara's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. That's right, Onoki nodded calmly. Then he said, it takes a lot of time and money to train an excellent ninja in your own village. Akatsuki, who makes a living out of war, is a frontline expert group. They can undertake the war at a low price and bring the most satisfactory results. Although what Onogi said is true, Gaara still finds it difficult to accept such rhetoric. But before he could open his mouth to refute Onoki, he spoke first. Don't just talk nicely, Tsuchikage. Sand Shinobi used Akatsuki to destroy Konoha, that is Orochimaru, and at that time it was not certain whether he had broken away from Akatsuki. But because of him both the 4th Kage and the main Hokage lost their lives. And maybe Konoha's ninja Yasuki is behind this matter. After Rakeage finished speaking he looked at Tsunade's position. Regarding Orochimaru and Sunagaku's invasion of Konoha, I can be sure that it has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. As for whether Danzo is making plans behind the scenes, there is indeed a high possibility, but this is an internal matter of Konoha, so I don't need to bother Mr. Rakeage. Seeing that Rakeage was going to drag Konoha into the water, Tsunade naturally didn't follow his will and immediately opened his mouth to explain. Oh, how did Hokage-sama determine that the Orochimaru and Sunagaku invasion of Konoha had nothing to do with Akatsuki? Chapter 224 Don't judge people by their appearances. 224-278. Chapter 224 Don't judge people by their appearances. Onoki heard Tsunade's swearing words and immediately asked questions. As for Danzo's affairs he didn't really care. After all, as Tsunade said, Danzo is an internal problem of Konoha and it is better for other villages not to get involved. Because after the Konoha collapse plan, Akatsuki's Uchiha Itachi and Kakisame also invaded Konoha. As far as I know, they entered Konoha to confirm the information of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It can be seen that Orochimaru had already defected from the Akatsuki organization at that time, otherwise there would be no need for people to go to Konoha to confirm the news and even take the life of Kisame for this. Tsunade said the situation at the time and subsequent speculation. So that's the case, so the Orochi's invasion of Konoha really has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. Hearing Tsunade's explanation, several other moviegoers showed expressions of approval. Okay, let's rule out Tsunagakure and Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha for now. And the most suspicious one is Mist Shinobi. Kurigakure has been secluded from the country for many years and even led to rumors that your place is the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. It was not until the 5 great ninja villages finally confirmed that Rain Shinobi village was the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization that the suspicion was cleared. Seeing that the matter between Tsunagakure and Orochimaru was resolved by Tsunade, Raikage shifted the blame to Terumi again. Sure enough, how could it be possible for Chengying to be a gardener who can only get angry? Above the corridor, Ye Zhou has already seen through Raikage's thoughts. The other party just wants to show the cleanliness of Cloud Shinobi village by accusing other ninja villages. Then fight for more benefits for Cloud Shinobi village. But the other movies are not vegetarian and they probably guessed the purpose of the movie. Looking at Raikage with well-developed limbs, several shadows couldn't help complaining in their hearts. It looks like a well-developed limb, but there are so many small thoughts in the brain, it's really unbelievable. After guessing the plan of the movie, Terumi naturally had a countermeasure. What's more, Kurigakure was the one who was poisoned by the Akatsuki organization, so he didn't love Raikage even more. Thinking of the persecution Kurigakure suffered in the past, Terumi does not intend to hide the matter of 4th Mizukage either. She said calmly, if that's the case then I'll tell the truth. The previous term, namely 4th Mizukage Yaguro, we suspect that he was manipulated. The person manipulating him is most likely someone from the Shao organization. After Terumi finished speaking, she lowered her head looking as if immersed in grief. It's all the same thing. However, Raikage obviously didn't buy it very much and what he said was merciless. Be careful with what you say, Raikage. Speaking of which, in this era of dwindling armaments it's all your fault that Cloud Shinobi village seeks strength and collects ninjutsu at all costs, so we have to hire Akatsuki. Onoki is also not used to Raikage directly accusing that all this is the fault of Cloud Shinobi village. What? Raikage was furious. Why did he accidentally set the fire on himself? What do you mean, Raikage? You should be very clear about it. Quote, after Onoki finished speaking he turned his head and stopped looking at the other party. Bypass these meaningless topics, Raikage. If you still plan to continue to anger everyone, I don't think there is any need to continue this meeting. Tsunade stared at Raikage. His tone was more serious than ever. Seeing Tsunade's appearance of going on strike if he didn't have a good talk, Raikage and Tsuchikage were silent for a while. HMPH, for Hokage's sake I don't care about the past. In the end Raikage chose to compromise. Then next, just when Tsunade was about to share information with everyone, the figure of Tujo suddenly appeared behind her. Lord Hokage, I'm sorry to bother you, but this meeting will probably be suspended, Ye Zhou said. Really, what is Ye Zhou doing? Seeing Ye Zhou's actions, Shikamaru was also full of doubts. Compared to Shikamaru's doubts, Mugi and Tsuchikage were wary the moment they saw Ye Zhou appearing behind Nasho. They didn't see clearly how Ye Zhou appeared. Such a quick body flicker technique, even they are seeing it for the first time. As if to suppress the anxiety in his heart, he immediately mocked Ye Zhou and Tsunade. 0. Seeking flowers. Are people in Konoha so unruly? You actually interrupted Wukage's conversation without authorization. Hearing that Raikage was the first to attack, Onoki followed closely behind. Then he said, young people nowadays are really getting more and more presumptuous. After speaking, the two looked at Gaara and Terumi, but to their disappointment the two actors didn't mean to blame Ye Zhou's appearance in the slightest. Raikage, Tsuchikage, let's hear what Ye Zhou has to say first. It's not a trivial matter for him to interrupt our conversation rashly. Tsunade said meaningfully to the two. Oh, then I'd like to hear what he has to say. Point 00. Onoki heard something wrong with Tsunade's tone, so he said immediately. Raikage glanced at Onoki, secretly calling him an old fox. Then he crossed his arms and looked at Ye Zhou, wanting to hear what Ye Zhou would say. I'm sorry to interrupt everyone, but the Akatsuki organization is almost at the meeting site. Ye Zhou calmly said to Tsunade, as if he didn't see the eyes of Raikage and Tsuchikage. What? The Akatsuki organization is here? Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Tsunade was startled. Hey, this is no joke. As the Akatsuki organization planning to raid the 5 cages? Shikamaru in the corridor opened his eyes even wider and cold sweat was already dripping from his back. Terumi and Gaara looked at each other. Although they didn't speak, they were already prepared secretly. As long as people from the Fansha organization show up, they will immediately take action. Yes, and this time the Akatsuki organization is fully dispatched. Ye Zhou ignored everyone's shocked expressions and said seriously. BD Shao organization is really arrogant. Knowing that the 5 cages are there but still planning to attack the venue, the members of Akatsuki's organization are all lunatics. Tsunade was shocked by Akatsuki's actions and said through gritted teeth. As expected of an organization that targets tailed beasts, even the 5 cages don't take it seriously. Chapter 225 Shao organization appears. 225-278. Chapter 225 Shao Organization appears. Wait, how did you know the organization was coming? However, when Tsunade scolded, Reikage raised his own doubts. I have the same question as this boy, a perception ninja. Onogi guessed. Roughly the same. Ye Zhou answered irrefutably. I see. Reikage and Tsuchikage nodded in amazement. If Ye Zhou is a sentient ninja, then it is understandable why the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization can be found. But even so, Wada Ying will not accept Ye Zhou's one-sided words. The two immediately raised their heads to greet the following guards. Hope. Reikage let out a loud cry. Clear. Hearing Reikage's call, she immediately let go of her senses without saying a word to check whether there is really an intruder in 770. Apart from she, other people with detection ability also began to detect the existence of the intruder. Immediately afterwards, the complexions of these people changed, because when they started to investigate, they found that the Shao organization had already arrived at the gate of the venue. Boom. In the next second, the gate of the venue and the wall exploded. However, before everyone could react, there were successive roars and screams in the venue. Rumble. Ah, there are intruders, stop them. Help, let me go. 11. The violent explosion was mixed with many screams, giving people a creepy feeling. And Wukage and the guards who heard the movement have completely changed their faces with resentment, anger and worry. But before they could act, everyone noticed a few figures walking in from the gate. Who else would it be if it wasn't a member of the Akatsuki organization? It seems that we came just in time because we are here. Pain, who was the leader, glanced at the venue and said in an indifferent tone. Yeah, this is really a big scene, huh? Deidara said excitedly. 5 Shadows talk, this is a rare event. Shie said. Hee, it's a pity that this grand event is coming to an end soon. Although Orochimaru had a smile on his face, he looked at Tsunade with complicated expressions. Arrogance, bold, presumptuous. Hearing the unscrupulous words of the members of the Shao organization, everyone present except Ye Zhou could remain calm, and everyone else stared at the members of the Shao organization with angry eyes. Shao organization, who is the leader among you? I have something to ask. Reikage held back his anger and questioned the Akatsuki organization loudly. Looking at the angry Reikage, members of the Akatsuki organization subconsciously looked at Pain. It's you. Reikage was keenly aware of the gazes of other Akatsuki members and immediately stared at Pain. Immediately afterwards, Reikage's body flashed with lightning and he appeared in front of Pain in the next second. So fast. Except for Pain, the members of Akatsuki's organization were shocked. They were amazed by Reikage's speed. But at this moment, Reikage didn't hesitate at all. That big hand as hard as steel grabbed Pain's neck. However, the next second, God Luo Tianjiang. Boom. Reikage's body seemed to be hit by a heavy truck and he flew back in an instant and his whole body fell into the table of the meeting. What? Master Reikage. She and Darui's complexion changed and they immediately came to Reikage's side. One helped Reikage up and the other stood in front of Reikage. I'm fine. Reikage pushed away Zai's arm that supported him and looked at PNN with a solemn expression. Orochimaru, haven't you already betrayed Akatsuki? At this moment, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in the Akatsuki uniform in shock and asked. Hee, Tsunade, long time no see. As for your question, I did withdraw from Akatsuki before, but I joined Akatsuki at Pain's invitation some time ago. Orochimaru first greeted Tsunade with a smile and then answered Tsunade's questions calmly. Really? It should be that Pain gave you an undeniable condition. As a former teammate and friend, Tsunade knows Orochimaru too well. Orochimaru's character will never be inferior if there are not enough benefits. Hee, you're still so smart, it's indeed an offer you can't refuse. Orochimaru said with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Pain secretly and flashed a fiery look. That is the longing for the unknown and the eyes that want to find out the truth. Wait, are you Brother Deidara? Brother Deidara, why did you join the Akatsuki organization? Suddenly Haiku yelled at Deidara with a face full of surprise. So it's black soil. There's also yellow soil in the old man. The old man hasn't abdicated yet. But it doesn't matter, we will kill the old man today and then let you do Tsuchikage Kuroto Seeing an acquaintance from the past, Deidara said to the black man solemnly. Really defected and ran out to cause trouble for others, what a disobedient BD. Onoki looked at his former disciple and reprimanded him angrily. Shut up, old man who despises my art, I'll kill you if you stay. Deidara looked at Onoki and shouted angrily. HMPH, it's up to you to speak up without shame. However, Onoki snorted coldly with disdain. It seems that Deidara is completely ignored. Damn it, chief, let me deal with that old man later and I will make him pay for his contempt for art. Deidara was trembling with anger at 3.7 and turned to Pain to ask him to kill Onoki. Whatever. Naturally, Nagato would not refuse such a request. Anyway, the purpose of their coming today is to eliminate Wying and he doesn't care at all as to who kills them. Thank you, leader. Deidara grinned at Pain's answer. Old man, meet my art. Drink. With a wave of Deidara's right hand, dozens of clay grasshoppers flung out from his sleeve and then quickly jumped towards Onoki. Do it. Catch the people from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Deidara's attack, several shadows were not to be outdone and immediately shouted, ordering everyone to arrest the members of Shao's organization. With Pain and several shadows giving an order, the two sides started fighting instantly. Chapter 226 Chaotic Battle begins. 226-278. Chapter 226 Chaotic Battle begins. Art is a blast, drink. Bang bang bang. Deidara shouted excitedly and the clay grasshopper near Onoki exploded instantly. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of earth rises from the ground resisting all the clay grasshoppers. Because it was only a small amount of grasshoppers transformed by clay, the explosion power was not great and it only left some scorched marks on the earth wall. As for the 3 Onoki behind the earthen wall, they were unscathed. At the same time the scorpions also attacked the 3 of Gaara. Fei Liu, whose human puppet, opened its mouth and in the blink of an eye it fired countless ultra-high-density poisonous needles and stingers which were extremely fast and difficult to dodge. Tamari Konkuro, back off. Gaara stands in front of the 2, manipulating the sand to turn into a sand wall to withstand the attacks of poisonous needles and stingers. Puff puff. Countless poisonous needles and stingers slowed down immediately after hitting the sand wall and then were blocked by the sand wall. Oh, Magnet Style 10. Scorpion saw Gaara's ability to manipulate sand right away. Magnet Style can almost be regarded as the standard ninjutsu of Fengyin, such as the iron sand of 3rd Kazekage and the gold sand of 4th Kazekage. And the mineral sand that Gaara now controls. That's right, what Gaara manipulates is not ordinary sand but ore sand that contains minerals. Scorpion of red sand, today I will avenge 3rd Kazekage and Grandma Chiyo. Gaara looked at Scorpion with murderous eyes. Then see if you have the ability. Hearing Chiyo's name, Xie suddenly became irritable. It was one of his only 2 relatives, but he was willing to give his life to save Gaara. This makes Scorpio incomprehensible, but also because of Chiyo's death his pursuit of eternity is even more paranoid. Sand hands. The sand around Gaara instantly transformed into an arm more than 10 meters long and then grabbed the scorpion. Boom. The speed of the scorpion is very fast, and when it saw the sand hand grabbing it, it immediately left the place with the body flicker technique. The sand hand grabbed the air and then scattered instantly after hitting the ground. In the next second the scorpion tail made of steel stretched out from the grimace-shaped hole on the back and went straight to Gaara's face. Gaara, be careful. Seeing the familiar scorpion tail, Konkuro instantly recalled the scene of being stabbed. So without further ado he manipulated the Sancho fish puppet to block in front of the scorpion's tail. Clang! The shield that was stabbed by the scorpion's tail on the back of the salamander was immediately bounced off, leaving only a very slight trace on the shield. HMPH, after the last battle I have remodeled these puppets. Your scorpion tail can't break through the Sanjiao's defense at all. Seeing the unscathed salamander, Konkuro snorted coldly. However, Scorpion didn't pay any attention to Konkuro, his attention was all on Gaara. He really wanted to see what was different about the boy in front of him who was saved by his grandmother with his life. Thinking of Chiyo, Scorpio felt irritated again and then continued to attack Gaara. Meanwhile, Reikage has not been idle. Shidarui, arrest that man named Pain with me and we must press for news about by today. Reikage stared at Pain and said loudly to the 2 people around him. Yes, Lord Reikage. X2. Shi and Darui looked at each other and immediately agreed. Immediately afterwards Reikage took the lead in attacking, followed by Shi and Darui, who used ninjutsu to interfere with Pain. Lightning Style Lay Fan Lightning Pillar. Zai's whole body turned into lightning and his whole body was like a flash bomb, suddenly emitting a strong light. Immediately afterwards Darui was not idle and quickly sealed his hands. Lightning Style Black Panther. A pitch-black thunderbolt burst out from Darui's body and then transformed into a panther form in an instant, rushing towards Pain. All attacks are useless before God. Facing the oncoming Reikage, 3 Nagato was extremely calm. I saw him manipulating Pain to raise a hand. God Luo Tianjiang. Boom. A powerful repulsive force is released from the hand. Whether it was thunder and lightning or the 3 people rushing in front of them, they all flew back in an instant. Rumble. The 3 people who flew upside down spanned the entire venue, directly smashing the wall behind. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Feeling the repulsion obviously greater than last time, Reikage punched the ground angrily. Ahem, Master Reikage, it looks like a calendar. She frowned and coughed twice, quickly analyzing Pain's attack. His body wasn't as strong as Reikage's, but he was hit by Pain's Shinluo Tianjiang and his ribs almost broke. The repulsive force that can bounce even ninjutsu and the range and power are very strong. This leader named Pain is not easy. Darui followed suit. He had just seen with his own eyes that his ninjutsu Black Panther was bounced away by repulsion, and the 3 of them were at least 5 meters away from Pain. It can be seen that this repulsion not only has strong attack and defense capabilities but also has an extraordinary range. HMPH, no matter what 490 ability he has, we have to take him down today. Reikage snorted coldly and said firmly. Lord Reikage, don't worry, Grand Rui and I will help you take him down even if we try our best. She said firmly. This time I might really have to work hard. Darui put away his lazy expression, drawing out the ninja knife behind his back and saying. The next moment the 3 rushed towards Pain again. Different from before, this time the 3 attacked from 3 directions respectively, and the distances were also far apart. They intend to test Pain's ability first. Seeing the chaos in the venue, both Tsunade and Mifune frowned. Changsuk Lijao, hurry up and organize the warriors to fight back. Hearing the screams of the warriors one after another, Mifune immediately gave orders to his 2 subordinates. Yes, Mifune-sama. X2. Chong Jia and Li Jiao responded and immediately disappeared beside Yi Chuan. Master Hokage, let's take action too. Anyway, the first thing to do is to arrest the members of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing the 2 subordinates leave, Mifune turned to Tsunade and said, Ah, that's true. But before that, Tsunade first nodded in agreement but then turned to look at Ye Zhou. Chapter 227, Uchiha Itachi betrayed unlucky White Zetsu. 227-278. Chapter 227, Uchiha Itachi betrayed unlucky White Zetsu. Ye Zhou, can you confirm how many people there are in the Akatsuki organization? Is it all around? Tsunade looked at Ye Zhou and asked. Apart from the few who have already shown up, there are about 6 other people nearby. Ye Zhou first reported the number of nearby Akatsuki organizations. Then he pretended to be puzzled and said, however, including the leader named Pain, I always feel that 6 of them are like puppets. Oh, why do you say that? Tsunade was startled and was very shocked by Ye Zhou's statement, so he hurriedly asked. Because I perceive that the source of chakra on them all belongs to the hidden person, and I suspect that the hidden person is the real body. Ye Zhou said, pretending to guess. And after hearing his well-founded answer, Tsunade finally believed in the fact that Pain in front of him was a puppet. Or even puppets so strong. I really don't know how strong the hidden person is. Tsunade's face suddenly became ugly. She had seen Pain's power, a repulsion that even Reikage couldn't break through. The other party is just a puppet of the hidden person, and there are 5 other similar puppets of the hidden person. This is really surprising. Master Hokage, why don't I go directly to destroy the opponent's body? Ye Zhou suddenly suggested, and his proposal made Tsunade's heart flutter. If Ye Zhou could really destroy the opponent's body, then the remaining people would be much easier to deal with. But just when she was about to agree, she suddenly realized that the man in the mask had never shown up. This made Tsunade suddenly have a bad feeling in his heart. So she hurriedly asked, where is the masked man you mentioned earlier? Have you found any trace of him? Of course, he and several other members of the Akatsuki organization are fighting Naruto and the others, and it seems that they intend to capture Nine Tails. Speaking of this, Ye Zhou's expression was a bit weird. Because he found several existences from Impure World reincarnation in the battlefield there, including Kisame, who was killed by Ye Zhou early in the morning, as well as Kakuzu and Uchiha Itachi. If that's the case, it's not surprising. After all, even Orochimaru has rejoined the Akatsuki organization, and it's normal to bring these people out of the Impure World reincarnation. But it's interesting that even Uchiha Itachi was reincarnated. In Ye Zhou's perception, Akatsuki planned to let Uchiha Itachi use Sharingan to control Naruto to see, but the other party directly summoned the crow with Shisui's eyes and sent him a distinguished heavenly gods. Then things get interesting. Uchiha Itachi, who was supposed to be on the side of the Akatsuki organization, immediately changed his position with the help of the distinguished heavenly gods and launched an attack on the members of the Akatsuki organization without saying a word. The completely unsuspecting members of Akatsuki got burned by Amaterasu, especially Obito, who had to waste a 3-tomo Sharingan on Izanagi. In addition to Obito, there is also Zhou. It's a pity that only White Zetsu's part was attacked by Amaterasu, and Black Zetsu took the opportunity to break away from White Zetsu's body so he was not injured. Amaterasu can only burn White Zetsu to death. By perceiving the scene of seeing, Ye Zhou couldn't help complaining in his heart. Just like the Great Fireball technique, although Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack, it is absolutely impossible to evade the attack. But whether it is Uchiha Itachi or Sasuke, the results after using Amaterasu are not satisfactory. As far as Ye Zhou knows, except for White Zetsu, he really hasn't seen anyone burned to death by Amaterasu. I have to say, it was really embarrassing. Closer to home, with Uchiha Itachi's rebellion, Naruto and Sasuke have a lot easier to deal with the other members of the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke blocks Obito while Naruto himself deals with Konan's attack. Ino and Choji also chose Kisame and Kakuzu as their opponents respectively. Since they trained together with Ye Zhou since they were young, Ino and Choji's strength cannot be underestimated. They have a good fighting style. It didn't even take long for Kisame and Kakuzu to fall to the disadvantage. Especially Ino, because he learned the Soul Blade after being familiar with Kakuzu's attack. He quickly suppressed it. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, Ye Zhou withdrew his mind and then met Tsunade's anxious expression. Ye Zhou, how's the situation over there? Naruto, are they all right? Tsunade asked Ye Zhou impatiently. Master Hokage, don't worry, Naruto and the others are in the upper hand at the moment, and the people from the Akatsuki organization are not their opponents. With that said, Ye Zhou informed Tsunade of the situation on Naruto's side. Phew, that's good, but Uchiha Itachi turned his back on it. It seems that Orochimaru's Impure World reincarnation hasn't been studied yet. After listening to Ye Zhou's narration, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and then couldn't help mocking the big snake. Can you even remove the control of Impure World reincarnation? As expected of the distinguished heavenly gods, Shikamaru sighed. I didn't expect Shisui's other eye to be in Uchiha Itachi's hand. Tsunade also looked complicated. It's normal. After all, the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi is like brothers. It is reasonable for Uchiha Shisui to give the Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi before he died. Ye Zhou said calmly. Both Tsunade and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Since Naruto and the others are fine, Ye Zhou, go and deal with that Pain's body, and Shikamaru and I are here to contain the opponent's puppet. After making sure that Naruto was okay, Tsunade immediately focused on Nagato. From Zhou, yes. As soon as Ye Zhou's voice fell, the figure had disappeared in place. Master Hokage, do you want the guard to deal with the opponent's body alone? Mifune finally came to his senses and asked Tsunade. It was really because too much information was revealed in the words of the three of Ye Zhou just now, which shocked him greatly. It was not until Ye Zhou left that he finally came back to his senses. Your Majesty, Mifune, don't worry, Ye Zhou is the most powerful person in Konoha. If even he can't solve the body of Pain, then no one here can solve it. Tsunade assured with a confident smile. For Ye Zhou's strength, she is quite confident. In this way, I also temporarily believe in that young man named Ye Zhou. Seeing Tsunade's confident expression, Mifune said undeniably. But his heart is far less peaceful than the surface. Chapter 228, Meet Nagato for the first time. 228-278. Chapter 228, Meet Nagato for the first time. Is that boy stronger than the legendary Sanin? It's unbelievable. When Mifune thought of Tsunade's words, his heart seemed to be turbulent and difficult to calm down. Well, since Ye Zhou is going to solve Pain's body, then we can't just sit idle. Shikamaru, I'm going to teach Orochimaru a lesson. You find a chance to cooperate with me. Tsunade rubbed his fists, an excited look on his face. Since becoming Hokage, she hasn't had a good fight in a long time. Yes, Angel, Shikamaru replied with a rare serious expression. That's Orochimaru, who is as famous as Tsunade. If you don't take it seriously, you will really be killed. Knowing the strength of the opponent, Shikamaru fixed his eyes on Orochimaru, not daring to relax in the slightest. Then the next second, Shikamaru saw Tsunade charge towards Orochimaru. The fist containing strange power even mercilessly bombarded the head of the former friend. Rumbling. While Tsunade and Shikamaru were attacking Orochimaru, Ye Zhou had already arrived at Nagato's hiding place. Looking at the cliff in front of him, Ye Zhou revealed a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Although the cliff wall in front of him didn't look any different, but through the 337 electromagnetic wave feedback he knew that the cliff wall in front of him was just a cover, and inside the cliff wall was actually a space of hundreds of cubic meters. Has it been discovered? Sensing Ye Zhou outside, Nagato's eyes froze. He was a little surprised by the other party's perception. You must know that his hiding place was specially disguised by Konan using the God Paper technique. The Divine Paper technique is a secret technique used by Konan to protect Nagato. It can change paper into any object to achieve the purpose of camouflage. The camouflage is so superb that even Mangekyo Sharingan cannot see through it. But Ye Zhou found his hiding place so easily, which is enough to show that Ye Zhou's perception is extraordinary. However, although the main body was discovered, Nagato did not panic. Not to mention that all his puppets are intact. Even if there are no puppets, Nagato is not a vegetarian based on the body alone. After all, the abilities of the puppet are separated from his body and the body can naturally be used. And when Nagato waited quietly for Ye Zhou to enter the cave, Ye Zhou did not disappoint him. He casually used chakra to condense a sword of iron sand and then waved it at the rock wall in front of him. Pooh! In the next second, a spacious crack opened in the rock wall in front of him. Through the crack, Ye Zhou finally saw Nagato's body in the rock wall. I saw that the other party was like a prisoner about to be executed, and his whole body was locked in chains. The dull red hair, the skinny body, and the black chakra receiver that penetrates into the flesh and blood behind it make people feel creepy. Who would have thought that the leader of the Shao organization would look like this? Although he already knew that Nagato's condition would not be very good, Ye couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw that Nagato was like a mummy. You're running out of time, right? Ye Zhou asked Nagato. It's enough. As long as I can get rid of you and capture Nine Tails, my mission will be completed. Nagato said with a deadpan expression. Does it worth? Ye Zhou asked suddenly. What? Nagato looked at Ye Zhou in surprise, not understanding why he would ask such a question. I said even at the expense of life it is worthwhile to catch tailed beasts to deter the ninja world. Ye Zhou asked the other party again with a serious face. Did Uchiha Itachi tell you? He wasn't surprised how Ye Zhou knew his purpose because Nagato never hid his purpose. Official members of the Akatsuki organization know that he collects tailed beasts to deter the ninja world. Badge, and he also knows that Uchiha Itachi is Konoha's undercover agent in Akatsuki's organization, and he doesn't care about song. Nagato, who considers himself a god, is confident that even if his purpose is known, he can suppress all dissatisfaction with absolute strength. Because God cannot fail. Well, you haven't answered my question yet. Ye Zhou stared into Nagato's eyes as if he wanted to see through him. For me, of course it's worth it. The feeling of being stared at made Nagato frown slightly, but he still answered Ye Zhou's question. For those who are about to die, Nagato does not hesitate to give them a certain amount of tolerance. Yeah, Ye Zhou could see that Nagato was not lying. But it was also because of this that he felt pity for the other party. In Ye Zhou's opinion, Nagato is very good in terms of ability and determination. It's a pity that it was just someone else's pawn from beginning to end. Whoosh! When Ye Zhou was distracted, Nagato suddenly launched a sneak attack without talking about martial arts. I saw the mechanism in front of him suddenly open and shoot out 10 chakra receivers. Facing the sudden attack, Ye Zhou easily dodged it by turning slightly to the side. Are you so impatient to do it? Ye Zhou sighed helplessly. He also wants the other cages to suffer a little more before dealing with Nagato. Although I don't know why you didn't do it right away, I don't have time to chat with you anymore. Through perception, Nagato also found that Konan's actions were not going well. In order to support Konan as soon as possible, he had to get rid of Ye Zhou as soon as possible. That's a pity. In fact, I quite admire you. Seeing Nagato's serious expression, Ye Zhou condensed an iron sand sword more than 10 meters long with a single move. Following Ye Zhou's thought, the iron sand sword cut towards Nagato's body in an instant. But just when the iron sand sword was about to cut Nagato in half, a plump and strong man suddenly appeared in front of the iron sand sword. I saw the opponent stretch out a hand to aim at the iron sand sword coming from the slash, and then the center of the palm suddenly released a strong suction force. The next moment, the strong man's hand was like a black hole, devouring all the iron sand within 5 meters in front of him. Hungry Kido. Seeing the ability used by the opponent, Ye Zhou immediately made a judgment. Before Ye Zhou could think about it, a tall figure appeared beside Nagato again. Unlike Hungry Kido, this puppet has a bald head. After the bald puppet appeared, it immediately attacked Ye Zhou. Blame the fire. Chapter 229, Kill Shiradao in seconds. 229 278. Chapter 229, Kill Shiradao in seconds. The fist of the bald puppet suddenly separated from his wrist and then flew towards Ye Zhou in a straight line like a cannonball. But this kind of attack was nothing to Ye Zhou at all. He just avoided the fist attack by turning slightly sideways. Boom! Fist brushed past Ye Zhou and then heavily bombarded the rocky ground behind him. The huge impact force easily shattered the rocky ground and the diffuse cracks spread to 5 meters away, but the wrist protected by chakra was intact. Seeing that the fist attack didn't work, the bald puppet jumped in front of Ye Zhou and smashed Ye Zhou's head with a huge strange force with the other hand. Ye Zhou stepped hard and body flicker technique immediately changed its position. When the fist of the bald puppet fell, Ye Zhou was already 10 meters away from him. Rumbling. The strange power similar to tsunade burst out suddenly, and then Ye Zhou and Nagato felt a wave of shaking in the ground that was hit exploded instantly. The cracked rubble splashed everywhere, and when the smoke and dust cleared, a 2-meter-long pit appeared in front of everyone. The bald puppet stood up, then stretched out its broken arm to aim at the fist that flew out at the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the fist seemed to be attracted and flew back instantly to combine with the wrist, and then was twisted twice by the bald puppet before putting it back. Two puppets, are there any more? Seeing that both Hungry Kido and Shiradao had appeared, Ye Zhou asked Nagato with great interest. To deal with you, 2 puppets are enough. Nagato glanced at Ye Zhou and said. However, even though he said so on the lips, secretly he was very vigilant. Once these 2 puppets are no match for Ye Zhou, he will immediately call other puppets to help. However, in Nagato's view, it is enough to deal with Ye Zhou with Shiradao and Hungry Kido, who attack and defend. Then I hope you 2 puppets can hold on for a while longer. Ye Zhou said irrefutably. Then he saw a bullet in Ye Zhou's hand. Hyper railgun. I saw Ye Zhou pointed his thumb at Shiradao, and the special metal projectile in his hand was launched instantly. The 5-meter thick laser flashed away and a gust of wind was set off where the projectile passed, and a scorched black track was burned on the ground by the high temperature. Boom! The projectile passed through Shiradao's forehead, blasting his entire upper body into pieces. Clatter! Nagato didn't even react. Shiradao's broken upper body was already scattered on the ground. Seeing this, Nagato's pupils shrank. What a quick attack! Nagato was secretly shocked in his heart, but the expression on his face remained motionless. It seems that these 2 puppets are not as strong as you said. Get rid of Shiradao casually, Ye Zhou said with a light smile. HMPH, you are too happy. Nagato snorted coldly. How can he bear the feeling of being underestimated when he thinks he is a god? Deng even summoned several other puppets besides Tiandao back together. Summoning technique, as several streams of smoke rose, 3 pain puppets appeared in front of Ye Zhou. Kill him. With a thought of Nagato, the 4 puppets rushed towards Ye Zhou together. Summoning technique. I saw that one of the long-haired pain made seals with his hands before he acted, and then summoned several huge summoning beasts. The 3-headed dog let out an ear-splitting roar, and the Yadaka bird screamed and flew into the air, intending to sneak attack from the air. A bull nose in front charged Ye Zhou in a straight line, panting heavily. The other pain also cooperated with each other and rushed towards Ye Zhou. But Sharp-Eyed discovered that not all pain rushed over, and one pain used the body flicker technique to bring it to the damaged Shiradao pain. Then pain summoned a huge Hades. Ye Zhou saw Hades open his mouth wide, then stretched out a long purple tongue with hands and put the damaged pain into Hades' mouth. After Hades chewed it a few times, Shiradao recovered as before and then appeared in front of Ye Zhou again. Attack, defense, recovery, interference. Rinnegan is really easy to use. Seeing this scene, Ye Zhou couldn't help sighing. But Nagato's eyes froze after hearing Ye Zhou's exclamation. Zero seeking flowers. It's so quick to analyze the relationship between pain and Rinnegan, no wonder he dares to come here alone. In an instant, Nagato made a decision that Ye Zhou must be killed here and he must not be put back. As if aware of the main body's killing intent, pain's puppets attacked more quickly. This made Ye Zhou have to focus on how to deal with pain. Iron Sand Sword. Ku. The long whip made of iron sand cut the 8-tag bird on Ye Zhou's head in half in an instant. Yatagara let out an ugly scream and then fell to the ground without moving. Rumbling. Taking advantage of Ye Zhou's time to deal with the Yata bird, the bull rampaged all the way and approached Ye Zhou. Zero. Well, the bull's nose sprayed out 2 streams of steam, then lowered its head and tried to pierce Ye Zhou's chest with the sharp horns. Ku. The sharp horns pierced the rock wall behind Ye Zhou as if piercing through tofu, but Ye Zhou's figure had already appeared on the bull's back at this moment. The second. The iron sand sword in Ye Zhou's hand suddenly extended several meters, and then he raised the knife and cut off the bull's head. Ku. Countless fresh blood spewed out instantly, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. After taking down 2 summoning beasts in a row, Ye Zhou felt extremely relaxed. These 2 summoning beasts look bigger, but their strength is not strong. But just when Ye Zhou finished solving the 2 weakest summoning beasts, the attacks of other pain also arrived. Shiradao, who had recovered, pulled his arms away and then fired a series of small rockets at Ye Zhou. These small rockets seem to have a tracking function. Even though Ye Zhou has left the place, the small rockets also turn and continue to track Ye Zhou. Seeing this, Ye Zhou directly summoned a large amount of iron sand and then manipulated the iron sand to block the only way for small rockets. All the small rockets that were too late to turn hit the iron sand and were all detonated. The huge explosion shattered the walls made of iron sand into pieces, and at the same time a puff of smoke rose for a long time. Chapter 230 Nagato's Invitation. You have the potential to become a god. 230-278. Chapter 230 Nagato's Invitation. You have the potential to become a god. When the smoke blocked Ye Zhou's sight, pain suddenly burst out from the smoke. Then I saw Renrendao stretching out an animal trying to grab Ye Zhou's head. Ye Zhou, who knows the power of the human world, naturally won't let him succeed, raising his hand. An electromagnetic cannon is fired from the front. Brush. The electromagnetic cannon had just been fired and the figure of human Dao disappeared at the same time. The projectile passed through the phantom of the human path and instantly bombarded the rock wall of the cave. Boom. As the electromagnetic cannon hit the rock wall, the temporary cave finally couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle and a large area of rock began to peel off from the rock wall. The entire cave began to tremble slightly and it seemed that it was about to fail. Seeing this situation, Ye Zhou immediately used the body flicker technique to evacuate the cave without saying a word. 163, 6 paths. Pain and Nagato's main body followed suit. Rumbling. The moment Nagato left the cave, the entire cave collapsed, completely burying the cave with rock fragments from the stars. However, no one cared about the collapsed cave at this moment. 6 paths. Pain continued to attack Ye Zhou and Nagato's body had been transferred to the giant summoning beast from summoning on the beast road. Bang bang bang. Ye Zhou and Pain. 6 paths fight in the open field. Both Ye Zhou and Pain are very strong and a single blow can leave a deep hole in the hard ground. However, most of these unrealized attacks came from Pain's 6 paths, but Ye Zhou's fists always hit Pain's body. With the power of Ye Zhou, whenever Pain's 6 paths, puppet body is attacked, the hit parts will be instantly scrapped. For this reason, Hell Road has to maintain the existence of Hades at all times, and once Pain is attacked it will be repaired immediately. Using the iron sand sword again cut Shirado Pain in half. Ye Zhou jumped into the air in an instant and then stood on the floating iron sand. Phew, the heat is almost over. Twisting his neck, Ye Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the seemingly fierce battle just now was just a warm-up exercise for him. It's been so long since I haven't fought, my body is almost rusting. Taking advantage of the short gap, Ye Zhou moved his body slightly. Nagato also heard Ye Zhou's whisper and then frowned. HMPH, no arrogance. With a cold snort, Nagato shifted his thoughts to Shiradao. As the main attacking puppet in 6 paths, Pain, every part of Shiradao's body is a deadly weapon. For example, now Ye Zhou saw that the top of Shiradao's head suddenly unfolded, revealing the laser emitter on his head. In the next second, a fiery laser shot out from the top of Shiradao's head and instantly penetrated the iron sand under Ye Zhou's feet. Laugh. The high temperature carried by the laser melts all the iron sand into molten iron instantly, and the falling snowflakes complete the transformation from solid to gas in the blink of an eye. Even hundreds of meters away you can feel the warmth in the air. You must know that the Iron Country is in ice and snow at this moment. From this it can be seen that the power of the laser emitted by Asura Dao cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, Ye Zhou's reaction was fast enough and he used elemental movement to shift his position the moment Shiradao attacked. He knew Shiradao's attack method very well, so he dodged in advance before the opponent fired the laser. This was an attack that could seriously damage Six Tails Jinchuriki with one blow. Ye Zhou was not stupid enough to resist with his body. Is it even moving so fast? Seeing Ye Zhou dodge the attack, Nagato became more vigilant towards him. Moreover, Nagato found that up to now the ability of Tuzhou has exceeded his expectations. Powerful strength, fast speed and superb fighting skills. This is definitely not an ordinary ninja. I admit that I underestimated you. Fujimiya Ye Zhou with the potential to become a god. At this moment Nagato finally looked at Ye Zhou squarely. Oh, just potential. Ye Zhou pretended to be curious. Fujimiya Ye Zhou, join us. Suddenly Nagato extended an invitation to Ye Zhou seriously. What? Ye Zhou looked at Nagato in surprise. He wanted to kill himself just now, but now he suddenly invited him to join Akatsuki's organization. Could it be that Nagato's brain is broken? As you can see, my life is running out. Even if the ninja world is finally unified, it is impossible to maintain peace for too long. And you have the potential to become a god. If you join the Akatsuki organization, you will become my successor. To yours. Nagato's tone was full of temptation. On the condition of the entire ninja world, he believes that no one can refuse. Is it because I have the potential to become a god? Ye Zhou asked with a strange expression. Of course it's more than that. Apart from your strength, I can see that you don't have any ambitions. Even if you rule the ninja world, it will not destroy peace. With strength and control over your own desires, you will be a perfect successor. Nagato sincerely told Ye Zhou his plan. Aren't you worried that my mentality will change after I rule the ninja world? Ye Zhou couldn't deny it and asked Nagato again. But facing Ye Zhou's inquiry, Nagato said in a confident tone, you won't. Otherwise, with your strength you would have already become Konoha's Hokage, not just Jonin. Also, don't underestimate Akatsuki's intelligence collection. What's more, I will also leave behind the constraints. Of course, Nagato didn't say the last word. Nice proposal, but 4.0, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in ruling the ninja world. To be honest, Ye Zhou was also a little moved by such a sincere invitation. But it's a pity that he really has no interest in becoming a god, let alone ruling the ninja world. Really, what a pity. A trace of regret flashed in Nagato's eyes and his expression became cold again. He really thinks that Ye Zhou can become the most suitable person to maintain peace in the ninja world after him, but Ye Zhou himself is not willing. In this way they can only go to the opposite side. The invitation failed and Nagato manipulated Pen 6 paths to attack Ye Zhou again. Shiradao's back unfolded to both sides, revealing a launcher loaded with missiles. Immediately afterwards, flames erupted from the tail of the missile and then it broke away from the launcher and flew towards Ye Zhou. Chapter 231, The World of Geniuses. 231-278. Chapter 231, The World of Geniuses. Ye Zhou knew that the missile launched by Shiradao had a tracking function, so he had no intention of evading it. Electromagnetic pulse. I saw Ye Zhou reaching out to aim at the missile and then released a powerful electromagnetic pulse. The tracking missile was hit head-on by the electromagnetic pulse, and the powerful electromagnetic force instantly burned the internal circuits of the missile and so on. Boom. The damaged missiles fell to the ground like iron bumps and there was no longer any threat. It's a pity that Shiradao's body is not an ordinary steel puppet, otherwise he could use magnet style and pain to seize control. Quote, after destroying the missile with electromagnetic pulse, Ye Zhou thought with some pity. In fact, when Shiradao first appeared, Ye Zhou tried to control it with magnet style, but it was unsuccessful. Although Shiradao looks like a weapon made of steel and flesh, it is actually very different. Think about it too, as the strongest 11 offensive puppet in Pen 6 Paths except Tiandao, how could Nagato not take precautions? After all, it is well known that Sunagakur has magnet style. As long as Nagato has no problem with his mind, it is impossible to leave such a huge bug for Shiradao. Just when Ye Zhou was feeling emotional, several pens surrounded him again. Animal Road once again summoned a giant crab and a giant centipede to cooperate with 3 hellhounds to attack Ye Zhou, while the other pain was ready to sneak attack at any time under the cover of several giant summoning beasts. Facing several giant summoning beasts, Ye Zhou directly controlled the iron sand sword to kill them. Although the defensive armor of giant crabs and giant centipedes is very tough, don't forget that the iron sand sword can even break through the defenses of 3 tails. I saw that whether it was a giant crab or a giant centipede, the armor on their bodies couldn't even hold up for 3 seconds and their bodies were cut into several pieces by the iron sand sword. As for the 3-headed hellhound, Ye Zhou only tried to cut it in half once and never attacked the opponent with the iron sand sword. He knew that the Cerberus would split itself every time it was attacked unless the beast puppet was destroyed or completely burned to ashes to solve the opponent. It seems that the Hellway must be solved first. Single quote. Ye Zhou glanced at the beast and thought to himself, no way, who made Hell Dao revive other pain? Isn't it common sense to kill the nanny first in a team battle? Elements move. Just do what you think, and Ye Zhou's figure has appeared in front of Hell Dao in the next second. Weird power fist. Boom. Hell Dao didn't even see how Ye Zhou shot, his whole head exploded in an instant. And Ye Zhou just retracted his fist silently, not even leaving a bit of bloodline on it. Phew, is this what One Punch Man feels like? It's really cool. In fact, with Ye Zhou's strength, even if he simply attacks with his fists, he can blow up the realm of hell with one punch. But in order not to get blood, he purposely wrapped his fist with chakra. Anyway, with his chakra control power, it is very easy to do this, and he doesn't even need to learn strange power boxing like Xiaolo. Tens of thousands of points of spiritual power allowed him to master it just by watching Tsunade use the strange power fist a few times. The world of genius is so simple and efficient. Sure enough, it's the same ninjutsu that Shiradao used to attack when it was complicated just now. Turn the whole body into thunder chakra. No, it seems more complicated than that. When Ye Zhou was solving hell, Nagato also analyzed the various abilities Ye Zhou used through Rinnegan. Among them, what caught his attention the most was the ability of elementalization. However, even with his vision, he can only roughly analyze that Ye Zhou's elemental movement is very fast and it seems to be able to penetrate some substances. As for more information, Nagato could not analyze it. After all, he only saw Ye Zhou use elementalization twice. However, the premise of all ninjutsu is based on chakra, so although the principle of elementalization cannot be analyzed for the time being, as long as Ye Zhou's chakra is controlled or absorbed, no matter how strong ninjutsu is, it cannot be used. With this in mind, Nagato let the other pens take cover, then got Kido ready for a sneak attack. Hungry Kido's ability can not only seal and absorb all ninjutsu but also inhale the opponent's chakra into his own body by reversing the chakra cycle in the body by touching the opponent's body. Even the chakra that can be absorbed in this way can be used by oneself. And Nagato intends to use the Hungry Kido to go around and attack Ye Zhou. As long as he can touch Ye Zhou's body, he can suck his chakra into his body. However, Nagato didn't know that Ye Zhou's electromagnetic perception can give 360-degree all-round alarms, and it is impossible for him to succeed in any sneak attack plan. Just like now, Hungry Kido came behind Ye Zhou, and before he could reach out to touch Ye Zhou, he turned around and kicked him away. Boom! The huge force directly kicked the Hungry Kido dozens of meters away and then deeply embedded in the rock wall. After being frozen, a big hole was punched out of the steel-like rock wall and dense cracks spread more than 10 meters around. The vibrating cliff even makes people wonder if it will fall in the next second. Failed. Seeing that the plan to use the Hungry Kido to attack failed, Nagato felt a little pity. At the same time, it also made him feel that Ye Zhou was even more difficult to deal with. In just a few minutes he had already lost 2 puppets, and one of them was still able to restore the hell path of the other pain. This made Nagato hesitate in his heart whether to summon the strongest Tiandao back. Since you have decided to kill him, then let Heaven Pain come back. Nagato has never been an indecisive person. After losing 2 pain in a row, he immediately planned to call the Heavenly Dao Pain back. Different from the other 5 ways, Tendo Pain is the most important to Nagato, and it is made of the body of his friend Yahiko. Nagato did not regard Tiandao as a tool but respected it as an equal. He even said something like, "You will always be Akatsuki's leader," to Tiandao. Because Yahiko was Akatsuki's leader before he was alive, Nagato still wants him to be the leader, even after his death. This shows how special heaven is to Nagato. Chapter 232 Heavenly Dao Pain. 232 278. Chapter 232 Heavenly Dao Pain. And with such a special way of heaven, Nagato's degree of care for him is naturally different from the other 5 ways. In terms of strength alone, Tiandao Pain has the ability to create repulsion and gravity. With full strength he can even wipe the entire Konoha off the map with a single blow. Summoning technique. Animal Dao uses the summoning technique to instantly summon Tiandao Pain to the battlefield. Has even Heavenly Dao Pain summoned. Ye Zhou noticed Tiandao Pain the moment he appeared. He cut the human path close to him in half with a single knife and then rushed towards the heavenly path Pain. Roar. Noticing Ye Zhou's movement, the Cerberus immediately stood in front of Ye Zhou, opened its mouth wide and bit Ye Zhou violently. Don't get in the way. Ye Zhou frowned. Hyper Railgun. Boom. The orange light was emitted from the fingertips and then penetrated the entire body of the Cerberus, and the air also emitted a smell of barbecue. Ow. The severely injured Cerberus howled in pain. However, the Cerberus did not die because of this, and the remaining 2 heads and remaining body were quickly separated from the remaining body and then became 2 separate individuals. Ye Zhou didn't care about the changes of the Cerberus. He had already used the body flicker technique to leave it far behind when he temporarily damaged the Cerberus with the electromagnetic gun. By the time the Hellhound became an individual, he had already arrived in front of Shiradao. Boom. Rumbling. Ye Zhou hit Shiradao hard in the face with a straight fist. In the next second, Shiradao's body flew out horizontally as if being hit by a heavy truck, and all the rocks blocking Shiradao's flight path were smashed to pieces. It didn't finally stop until it flew horizontally for 100 or 200 meters and then lay on the ground and couldn't get up again. If you look closely, you can see that Shiradao's head has been completely damaged and even his body has become distorted due to hitting the rock too many times. After Ye Zhou hit Shiradao with a punch, he stopped paying attention to the opponent. He was confident that Shiradao would be useless if this punch went down. And the reality was pretty much the same as he expected. Nagato had already disconnected from the puppet after Shiradao was attacked, and he couldn't restore it after losing the Hell Dao. Nagato has lost 3 pens since the fight. But he didn't care because the strongest Pain had already arrived on the battlefield and the strength of Tiandao Pain far surpassed the other Pains. Then Nagato took another look at Beast Road and Kido. Since Heavenly Dao Pain has also arrived, there is no need for these 2 Pain guards. Quote. Thinking of this, Nagato had a thought, and Kido and Animal Dao rushed towards Ye Zhou immediately. Summoning technique. After the smoke cleared, a giant sun appeared in front of the animal road. This is one of the few remaining summoning beasts in the animal path. The other 2 summoning beasts that have not been summoned are not a big threat to Ye Zhou. One of the rock pandas is a summoning beast specially used for defense. There is no need to waste chakra summoning it. The moment the giant rhino appeared, it had already charged Ye Zhou. Moo. The attack method of the giant rhinoceros is similar to that of the giant bullfighting bull. After charging, it hits the enemy with the sharp horns on its head. However, it is a pity that such an attack has no effect on Ye Zhou. Dodging impacts at his speed was all too easy. The previous bullfight that was beheaded by Ye Zhou is a lesson from the past. Doesn't Nagato know this? Of course he does, and the reason why he let Animal Dao summon a rhino to attack Ye Zhou was just to block Ye Zhou's sight. Just when Ye Zhou jumped up and was about to repeat the same trick to behead the rhino, the figure of Hungry Kido suddenly appeared from behind the rhino's horns. Immediately afterwards, Hungry Kido stepped hard and his tall body appeared in front of Ye Zhou in an instant. Then Kido opened his arms intending to control Ye Zhou. Brush. However, when Kido's thugs grabbed Ye Zhou, they suddenly penetrated through his body. It turned out that when the Hungry Kido appeared, Ye Zhou had already left the place with elementalization. What Kido caught was only the afterimage he left behind after he left. While Hungry Kido was in a daze, Ye Zhou held the iron sand sword in his hand and then leapt past Hungry Kido. Pooh! Ye Zhou's figure crossed with Hungry Kido, and the next second Hungry Kido's head slipped from his neck and a lot of blood gushed out from his neck in an instant. In this regard, Pen 6 paths downsizing again. Universal pull. Suddenly Tiandao Pain also appeared on the rhino's back at some point and used universal pull on Ye Zhou. A strong gravitational force came from the center of Tiandao Pain's palm. Ye Zhou in midair flew towards Tiandao Pain involuntarily. Careless. Ye Zhou sighed secretly. Feeling this huge suction, Ye Zhou did not choose to resist. Just when he was about to be caught by Tiandao Pain, he suddenly turned around and faced Tiandao Pain head-on. Immediately afterwards, he ignored the huge suction force around him and forcibly punched Tiandao Pain in the head. Boom! Looking at the oncoming fist, Tiandao Pain stretched out his other hand in time and then firmly grasped Ye Zhou's fist. At the same time, the suction on Pain's body has also disappeared. Leaf lifts the wind. Taking advantage of Pain's timing to grab his fist, Ye Zhou mustered all his strength and then heaved his way upwards for a flying kick courtesy of Wong. And the target is Tiandao Pain's jaw. However, Tiandao Pain is not a vegetarian, so he put his free wrist across his chest in time. Boom! Ye Zhou's flying kick was blocked by Tiandao Pain in time and there was a dull sound after the two collided. It's not over. After the attack was blocked, Ye Zhou let out a low cry. Stepping on Tiandao Pain's body and kicking hard, the huge force forced Tiandao Pain to let go of Ye Zhou's hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Zhou landed on the back of the giant rhino and then took a half-squat position. Leaf Hurricane Lie. Accelerated by the power brought by the high-speed rotation, Ye Zhou aimed at Tiandao Pain's body with a whirlwind kick. God Luo Tianzhang. Seeing that it was too late to resist Ye Zhou's physical attack, Nagato could only use the Shinra Sky Sign to forcibly bounce Ye Zhou away. Chapter 233 Nuclear Leveling is just around the corner. 233-278. Chapter 233 Nuclear leveling is just around the corner. Boom. Ye Zhou only felt a huge repulsive force rushing towards him and his whole body was instantly thrown away. Cough cough. Ye Zhou couldn't help coughing twice after being bounced by the repulsive force. After he fell from midair he realized that he was not the only one who was bounced away. Compared to being bounced away by repulsion, the rhino under Pain's feet was in a worse situation. At this time half of the rhino's body had sunk deeply into the ground and a section of the sharp horn on its head was broken. Obviously because he was anxious to bounce Ye Zhou away, Pain didn't grasp the direction of the repulsive force for a while and directly affected the rhinoceros under his feet. Roar. Before Ye Zhou could think about it, the Cerberus dog who had been waiting for a long time jumped up immediately after seeing him on the ground and then opened its bloody mouth to bite Ye Zhou. Pooh. However, in the next second a long whip of iron sand rose from behind Ye Zhou and as the long whip swept across the neck of the hell dog the head of the dog fell from his body. Bululu. But the strange thing is that instead of bleeding from the headless Cerberus, a large number of sarcomas suddenly appeared on the neck which looked weird and disgusting. Soon these sarcomas changed into 6 or 7 dog heads. Roar. Several dog heads roared and then 163 all stared at Ye Zhou with ferocious eyes. Didn't anyone ever tell you that you look disgusting? Looking at the hellhounds with 6 or 7 heads, Zhou said in a disgusted tone. As if they understood Ye Zhou's taunt, several heads of the Cerberus came to bite Ye Zhou one after another. Rumbling. Of course Ye Zhou would not stay where he was and let the Cerberus attack. When the opponent launched an attack he had already used the body flicker technique to move away from the previous position. All the attacks of the Cerberus were in vain and the ferocious attacks only bit deep pits on the ground. Cerberus, who also had Rinnegan's vision, soon realized that his attacks hadn't worked and spat rocks out of their mouths. It's a nice beanbag, but I don't have time to walk the dog right now. One thing to say, existences like Cerberus which are immune to physical attacks are actually very suitable as sandbags for people to practice. It's a pity that the other party is just Pain's puppet, otherwise Ye Zhou wouldn't mind using it as a training tool for Ino and the others. Elements move. BA. Ye Zhou's body turned into a flash of lightning again and then instantly appeared behind Animal Dao. Konoha Bad Rock L. Boom. Kacha. Bang bang bang. Konoha Bad Iwasho uses elbow strikes after rotating his body to severely smash the target. It is a high-attack physical technique developed to destroy hard objects such as rocks. Although the body of Pain's 6 paths protected by chakra is strictly speaking harder than a rock, but with Ye Zhou's strength and body skills bonus, not to mention Pain, even the 10 tails sacred tree has to be crushed by his elbows. Breakdown. As the animal road was destroyed, the hellhounds and seriously injured giant rhinos also disappeared. Only Ye Zhou, Nagato and Tiandao Pain are left on the battlefield at this moment. And it has only been 10 minutes since Ye Zhou found Nagato. It seems that I really underestimated you. Seeing that all the puppets of Pain were destroyed except Tiandao Pain, Nagato looked a little unhappy. One must know that 10 minutes ago he had sworn that Ye Zhou could be dealt with only 2 pens. I didn't expect it to become the current situation in the blink of an eye. The slap in the face really came a bit too fast. So are you still planning to retreat? Ye Zhou asked in a relaxed tone. Retreat. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Nagato was stunned for a moment and then his whole face immediately became gloomy. Just by defeating a few Pain puppets, does that make you confident that you can defeat me? Nagato said in a low tone. But he probably didn't even realize that in front of Ye Zhou he had changed his address from God to me. Unknowingly Nagato has put Ye Zhou in the same position. Well, what if? Ye Zhou said playfully. There is no chance. God is impossible to defeat. As if stimulated by Ye Zhou's words, Nagato's expression was distorted. Let me show you what the power of a god is. As soon as the words fell, Tiandao Pain had returned to the body. Then he shouted loudly. Ping, it's right in front of you. Super Shenluo Tianjiang. In order not to hurt the main body, Tiandao Pain just pointed his hands in the direction of Ye Zhou and then an unprecedented repulsion burst from his palm. Rumbling. The huge repulsion fanned out all the objects in front of Tiandao Pain. The moment Tiandao Pain released the repulsive force with both hands, the whole world began to tremble. The first is the sky. At the moment when the repulsive force burst out, a ripple-like ripple flashed across the sky. Immediately afterwards the falling snowflakes turned into dust in an instant and then swept towards Ye Zhou's direction as if encountering a strong wind. Then there is the rocky ground covered by ice and snow. Under the action of the repulsive force, not only the ice and snow but even the hard rocky ground are lifted by the repulsive force. Snow and ice mixed with rock fragments kicked up a huge cloud of dust that covered even the lower skies. The deafening roar resounded between heaven and earth. Even Tsunade and others at the venue as well as Naruto, who was farther away, heard the movement here. When the movement subsided, the entire battlefield had completely changed its appearance. I saw that within 10 kilometers in front of Tiandao Pain, except for the bare rocky surface, there were no extra objects to be seen and the sky was also clear. It wasn't until a minute later that snowflakes fell from the sky again. After releasing such an attack, Tiandao Pain half kneeled on the ground in an instant and could only hold on with his hands so as not to fall to the ground. Nagato was also sweating profusely, panting heavily. Obviously such an attack is a great burden for Nagato. Luckily dodging quickly. What an outrageous attack. This power is already comparable to a small nuclear bomb. In midair behind Nagato, Ye Zhou couldn't help feeling lingering fear as he watched the battlefield after being attacked by Shinra Tianjiang. With such an attack, like a nuclear explosion, even if he was hit by it he would have to die on the spot. This kind of attack, even elementalization, is useless. Chapter 234 Summoning Gedo Statue. 234-278. Chapter 234 Summoning Gedo Statue. After all, the repulsive force released by Shenluo Tianzheng can even bounce ninjutsu, and the elementalized body is no exception. So the moment before Tiandao Pain released Shenluo Tianzheng, Ye Zhou immediately used elemental movement to hide in the sky behind Nagato and then successfully avoided the repulsion attack. Can you even avoid such a range? You're moving faster than I expected. At this time Nagato also sensed the trace of Ye Zhou and his face immediately became ugly. Fortunately, if I don't go faster, I'm afraid I've turned into mud now. Ye Zhou said with a smile. Nagato took a deep look at Ye Zhou, knowing that he must do his best. Summoning Gedo Statue. Nagato couldn't wait for chakra to recover, so he directly consumed his life force to summon Gedo Statue. Rumbling. I saw the ground behind Nagato bulge. Suddenly a huge palm protruded from the ground and then grabbed Ye Zhou, who was in midair. Brush. But Ye Zhou obviously wouldn't sit still, and the next moment he used the teleportation technique to return to the ground. After the attack failed, the giant hand pressed down on the ground and then another giant hand came out, and then the ground behind Nagato suddenly bulged. A huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground. It was a body bigger than a tailed beast. Its skin was like dry bark. There were 9 closed eyes under its forehead and 10 pillars protruding from its back. Just seeing it at first glance gives people an inexplicable shock. Ho ho. After forcibly summoning the Gedo Statue, Nagato's already thin body became weaker and his whole body looked more like a mummy. He gasped for fresh air to his lungs. Is this the body of the sacred tree? It's really spectacular. Looking at the body of Gedo Statue standing behind Nagato, Ye Zhou couldn't help sighing. And when Ye Zhou looked at Gedo Statue with emotion, Nagato had already launched an attack order on Gedo Statue. Go Gedo Statue. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, Gedo Statue had already taken action. I saw Gedo Statue step on the ground. Suddenly the hard ground burst instantly, and then Gedo Statue's body suddenly rushed out. Ye Zhou saw that every time the Gedo Statue stepped on it, it would leave a pit more than 10 meters deep. Evidently such a big body, but the movements are surprisingly flexible. With just one glance, Ye Zhou analyzed that Gedo Statue's body was much more flexible than imagined. Not to mention the speed. Gedo Statue jumped out 100 or 200 meters in one step and rushed in front of Ye Zhou in only 2 steps. The next moment Gedo Statue raised his arm and then punched Ye Zhou down. Boom. With a punch, the ground seemed to be bombed by a missile and the whole ground exploded instantly. 2 or 3 meter sized gravel splashed in all directions, and the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Looking at Gedo Statue's arm, it has penetrated tens of meters underground, and almost half of his arm has penetrated into the ground. It can be seen that the power of this punch cannot be underestimated. And that's just an average punch from Gedo Statue. So where is Ye Zhou, who was targeted at this time? This power is even more terrifying than the strange power fist. I saw Ye Zhou standing on the upper half of Gedo Statue's arm and said in a calm tone. It turned out that when Gedo Statue's fist fell, he had already used the body flicker technique to jump to the upper part of Gedo Statue's arm and then avoided the attack. Roar. Seeing that the attack didn't work, Gedo Statue roared immediately, and while pulling his arm out of the ground he slapped Ye Zhou with his other free arm. Boom. Gedo Statue slapped his arm hard like he was slapping a mosquito, and the loud sound was like the explosion of high explosives. But just as Gedo Statue raised his arm, Ye Zhou's electromagnetic perception had already frantically warned. So the moment the opponent raised his arm, he had already shifted his position again. This time he came to Gedo Statue's head, asking for flowers. Come and not reciprocate. I've made you attack twice, now it's my turn. Standing on top of Gedo Statue, Ye Zhou chuckled lightly. He didn't see any extra movements, just stretched out his hand and made a move, and a straight knife made of iron sand appeared in his hand. The straight knife made of iron sand first flashed a little bit of electric light, and then the blade vibrated crazily, making a violent buzzing sound. Iron Sand Sword. Poochie Poochie. Holding the high-speed vibrating iron sand sword in his hand, Ye Zhou inserted it into Gedo Statue's head and then slashed and pulled it hard a few times. Roar. It was clearly just a shell, but after the head was attacked, Gedo Statue softly let out a howl with unknown meaning. Immediately afterwards, Ye Zhou keenly discovered that there were a large amount of chakra condensed on the several raised pillars behind the Gedo Statue. With a bad premonition, he immediately elementalized his body and then quickly flew into the air. Then in the next second, Ye Zhou's premonition came true. The bulge on Gedo Statue's back instantly released a large amount of lightning, and the ferocious lightning instantly covered Gedo Statue itself and the surrounding area of 500 meters. Crackling. Boom boom boom. The endless thunder and lightning emitted a dazzling light, and for a moment it seemed that only thunder and lightning were left in the entire world. There were also a few scattered lightning bolts which immediately exploded into a scorched black pit when they fell on the ground. Fortunately, such a doomsday scene lasted for less than 30 seconds. But in less than 30 seconds, the area where the Gedo Statue is located seems to have encountered a natural disaster which makes people shudder. What the hell is that? Suddenly a trembling voice attracted Ye Zhou's attention. Hey idiot BD, what a terrifying thunder and lightning, even scarier than the lightning style of the Big Brother. Immediately afterwards, a strange calm voice mixed with rap also came into Ye's ears. Looking along the source of the sound, a few more familiar figures appeared on the cliff in the distance. Chapter 235 Rap Ghost Killer B. 235-278. Chapter 235 Rap Ghost Killer B. Killer B and the Samui team from Cloud Shinobi Village. They're not going to help Raikage. What are they doing here? Ye Zhou recognized the identities of those people at a glance. It was Killer B, who escaped by feigning death, and the Samui team who arrived in the Iron Kingdom at some point. At the same time, Nagato also found the Killer B people. He 8 Tails Jinchuriki. It came just in time. Nagato was planning to capture Raikage before threatening Cloud Shinobi Village to hand over 8 Tails, but he unexpectedly showed up ahead of time. This saved him a lot of effort. So Nagato simply didn't bother to pay attention to Ye Zhou and directly manipulated Geto Statue to rush towards Killer Bee and others. Hey no, that monster is rushing over. When Omoi saw Geto Statue's pen, 317, rushing towards their position, he broke out in a cold sweat. Get out of the way. Samui gritted his teeth and shouted at several people. Judging from Geto Statue's size alone, it is not an existence they can deal with, let alone the other party released the thunder and lightning like a natural disaster before. Yeah, Baga Road. The enemy is strong, this feels very bad. Even in the face of life-threatening, Killer Bee still did not forget to give up rap. Stupid Killer Bee, this is not the time to rap, take your men and run away. That thing is beyond our ability to deal with. While Killer Bee was still rapping to the beat, Gyuki and his body showed a hellish expression and then desperately urged Killer Bee to run away. Huh, Gyuki, do you know that monster? Could it be that it is also a tailed beast? Killer Bee saw Gyuki's expression for the first time and felt a little curious. I'll tell you about its identity later, get out of here now. Gyuki said in a solemn tone. Gyuki's a coward, but I'm the daring Killer Bee and getting cold feet isn't my style. Yay, the little brother on the opposite side is intercepting that monster alone, how can I escape as a senior? At the end, Killer Bee finally showed a serious expression. It's not that he can't feel the powerful power exuding from Geto Statue, but as the 8 Tails Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, Killer Bee can't do it if he runs away before fighting. What's more, although he didn't know Ye Zhou, he saw him fighting Geto Statue alone and there were no Hokage and other guards around him. This situation gave Killer Bee a bad feeling. There is a high probability that the monster was summoned by the Akatsuki organization and the purpose is probably to prevent the 5 cages from meeting. I don't know the situation of the meeting place now, but it is very likely that it has been attacked by the Shao organization, otherwise this little brother would not be left alone to deal with such a monster. It seems that the current situation is very bad. In just a split second, Killer Bee had already analyzed the situation. And informed Yuki of your own analysis in your mind. I see, so you plan to stay and deal with that thing with that boy. After listening to Killer Bee's analysis, Yuki also probably knew the opponent's plan. That's right, after all my stupid old brother is also nearby, so we can't let this monster disturb him. Killer Bee nodded firmly. Well then, let me stop it with you. Sensing Killer Bee's firm conviction, 8 Tails persuaded no more. Because they were talking with their minds, the two seemed to talk a lot, but in fact only a dozen seconds passed. Just as Killer Bee and Yuki finished talking, the body of Geto Statue had come before them. I have to say that Killer Bee's position is not bad, just the same height as Geto Statue. Come on, my charm is shining. Oh, yay. Before Geto Statue stretched out his palm, Killer Bee pulled out the short sword that looked like a steel needle on his back and then jumped onto Geto Statue's head. Sonic Lightning Style Knife. Killer Bee pours the lightning style chakra up the knife and down on Geto Statue's head. The twin knives in his hand use lightning style to trigger high-frequency vibration waves so that it has a penetrating power beyond wind style. Puff, click. With all his strength, all the double knives in Killer Bee's hands sank into Geto Statue's head, leaving only the handles outside. If you look closely, you can also find that the position of Killer Bee's double knife attack is exactly the wound that Ye Zhou cut with the sword of iron sand. Monster, have you seen how powerful I am, Mr. Killer Bee? Yay. After the attack worked, Killer Bee immediately showed a smug expression. Don't be careless, this kind of injury is not even a tickle for it. Just when Killer Bee was secretly complacent, the life in his body reminded loudly. And it was because of Gyuki's reminder that Killer Bee came back to his senses immediately. Then he saw a huge palm grabbing towards him. Exclamation mark opening square bracket. 013007414 number 120,092,080. In the nick of time, Killer Bee immediately used the body flicker technique to break away from Geto Statue's big hand and return to the cliff at the beginning. It's dangerous. BD fool. After dodging the big hand, Killer Bee couldn't help but feel a twinge of palpitations. He almost fell into the hands of the monster. It looks like such a huge body, but it moves so nimbly I almost got caught. Thinking of the big hand that suddenly appeared above his head, Killer Bee felt a twinge of fear. Thanks, Gyuki. Killer Bee thanked the Kaukido in his body. Idiot, I told you not to be careless, that 0.8 thing is the body that has experienced the tail. Gyuki was also quite frightened. He knew very well that if Killer Bee and himself were caught, they would probably have to confess here today. After all, 10 tails can be called 10 tails, but if they are caught, there is basically no hope of escape without external help. Really, Master, you are too reckless. Whether it was Killer Bee jumping on top of Geto Statue's head and attacking him suddenly, or he was almost caught by Geto Statue, the three disciples were very frightened. Seeing Killer Bee return at this moment, he couldn't help complaining to Killer Bee. They finally found Killer Bee. If the other party was caught by that monster again, Samui and the others really didn't know how to explain to Raikage. Chapter 236, the Geto Statue who is difficult to deal with. 236-278. Chapter 236, the Geto Statue who is difficult to deal with. Yo BD idiot, because I'm 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Yay. Seeing the worried expressions of several disciples, Killer Bee pretended to be relaxed and said. Yes, we know you are strong. Samuel said helplessly. Master, what should we do next? It seems that we cannot deal with this monster. Karui asked. Yes, Master, we will all be killed if we fight such a monster. Omoi looked as if he would be killed. Haha, it's enough for me to stay here alone. You go to the big brother first. If the battle over there is over, let him bring someone over to support. 11. Killer Bee laughed twice and then instructed several disciples. No, how can we let Master deal with this monster alone? Samui immediately retorted. Although the other two disciples did not speak, the expressions on their faces were also very determined. Stupid, instead of staying here to distract me, you might as well bring your elder brother over to help as soon as possible. 14. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Seeing that Geto statue had found his trace and stretched out his hands to grab him, Killer Bee yelled at the three disciples, jumped off the cliff and rushed towards Geto statue. Master, X3. The three of Samuel yelled worriedly. Let's go find Lord Raikage. Seeing that Geto statue's casual attack was like a missile bombing, Samui took a deep breath and called his two teammates to prepare to find Raikage to come to support. Clear. Karui wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and immediately followed Samui. Then there was Omoi, who silently followed behind, the two tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. As the three left, Killer Bee was also dodging Geto statue's attack. He found that his attack was not even a tickle for Geto statue, but every time Geto statue attacked him he had to try his best to dodge it. Just when Killer Bee was thinking about turning into a tailed beast, the figure of Ye Zhou suddenly appeared beside him. You should be 8 Tails Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village, right? It seems that you have not been captured by Akatsuki. Facing Killer Bee's vigilant expression, Ye Zhou said calmly. Yes, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee is me. Yay. Regardless of Geto statue's threat, Killer Bee gave Ye Zhou a speechless rap on the spot. Brother, you should be the guard who came with Hokage, right? How is the situation at the venue now? Why are you the only one fighting that monster here? As if to clear up all the doubts in his heart in one breath, Killer Bee asked a series of questions. Bye, you have too many questions. Before Ye Zhou could answer, Gyuki and Killer Bee's body was the first to roar angrily. They don't have time to talk nonsense now, and the husks of 10 tails are still staring at them. You ask too many questions at once, but it's okay to talk about it in general. Although Ye Zhou couldn't hear Gyuki's voice, his thoughts were surprisingly similar to it. While dodging Geto statue's attack, he and Killer Bee quickly told each other what happened at the 5-cage conference. Haha, did the idiot brother get taught by a puppet? What a shame. Killer Bee dodged Geto statue's fist again, then laughed. At the same time, it was a pity that I didn't see my elder brother being taught a lesson, otherwise it would be very interesting. However, little brother, your strength is really shocking. You can contain such a monster by yourself. Immediately afterwards, Killer Bee looked at Ye Zhou with surprised eyes and his tone was full of admiration. Thank you for the compliment. Ye Zhou's calm Kaido, Iron Sand Sword. As soon as the words fell, Ye Zhou instantly manipulated the Iron Sand Sword to cut off Geto statue's ankle. Chi. Click click click. The Iron Sand Sword vibrating at high speed cut Geto statue's ankle crazily like a chainsaw. Ye Zhou saw that as the Iron Sand Sword penetrated into Geto statue's skin, let's just call it skin. A large amount of sawdust fell from Geto statue's ankle. It took less than 5 seconds for the Sword of Iron Sand to cut a 2-meter wide and 10-meter deep scar on Geto statue's body. However, such a wound is nothing to Geto statue, and it can't even affect the opponent's actions. Sensing the attack, Geto statue stomps on the ground, rumbling. For a moment the trampled ground collapsed in an instant, and the huge sound was as loud as heaven and earth. The ground within a radius of 1 kilometer shook violently, and a deep pit tens of meters deep was stepped out in the center. Near the deep pit, dense cracks spread to the surrounding area and did not gradually decrease until 300 or 200 meters away. And the Iron Sand Sword that attacked Geto statue has already been under the huge shock, scattered like dust on the ground. Here one force will drop 10 meetings. Ye Zhou wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help 040 complaining. This was the first time someone used brute force to crack the Iron Sand Sword, and he didn't even react to take back control of the Iron Sand Sword. Then something even more unspeakable happened. I saw that when Ye Zhou avoided Geto statue's footing on the ground, the wound cut by the Iron Sand Sword on Geto statue's body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. By the time he came back to his senses, the deep wound had recovered as before. As expected of the body of the sacred tree, it seems that we can only deal with Nagato first. Ye Zhou didn't know if the entire Geto statue could be completely destroyed with a plasma cannon, but it was undoubtedly much easier to solve Nagato than destroying the Geto statue. Brother, this monster is hard to deal with. Killer Bee also saw the scene just now and shouted to Ye Zhou with a solemn expression. I can tell, but this monster was created by summoning the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As long as the leader of the Akatsuki organization is eliminated, the monster will disappear. Ye Zhou speaks out his thoughts to Killer Bee. Haha, what a clever boy, then let me restrain this monster and let you deal with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yay. After finishing speaking, Killer Bee rushed towards Geto statue without waiting for Ye Zhou's response. Chapter 237 Resist Shenluo Tianjiang. 237-278. Chapter 237 Resist Shenluo Tianjiang. While running fast, Killer Bee began to release a large amount of chakra all over his body, and these chakra quickly wrapped him up. Gyuki on. Killer Bee suddenly roared. Roar. In a blink of an eye, the figure of Killer Bee has disappeared, replaced by a giant-tailed beast with 8 octopus tails. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Gyuki slammed into Geto statue with a loud roar. What a mess. Seeing this scene, Ye Zhou couldn't help but sigh for Killer Bee's reckless character. Boom. Boom boom. Between sighs, the two monsters had already fought together. Gyuki kept attacking Geto statue with his fists and tail, which made Geto statue back again and again for a while. Seeing that Gyuki was not in danger for the time being, Ye Zhou was not idle and immediately used elementalization to move to Nagato's side. Ahem, even the ghetto statue can't kill you. Fujimiya Ye Zhou, you are indeed the biggest obstacle to Akatsuki's organization. Seeing Ye Zhou approaching him again, Nagato said weakly. No way, who made us stand differently. From the moment you planned to attack Nine Tails and Konoha, we were destined to stand on opposite sides. Ye Zhou's tone was very calm. Stand. You're right, it's true that the positions are different. Nagato showed a surprised expression at first but soon thought of something and nodded in agreement. It seems that you have figured it out. Then let's make a fuss. After speaking, Ye Zhou came to Nagato with a body flicker technique in his hand, holding the iron sand sword, and then stabbed the iron sand sword into the opponent's heart with all his strength. It's not over yet. God Luo Tianzhang. Nagato let out a roar and then suddenly released a huge repulsive force from his body, instantly pushing Ye Zhou away from him. Kacha. Boom. The iron sand sword was the first to bear the brunt and was instantly broken into 2 or 3 sections under the impact of the repulsive force. Then there was Ye Zhou's body pushed away by the repulsive force more than 20 meters away from Nagato. Although Ye Zhou tried his best to resist this repulsive force, it had no effect except leaving 2 half-meter deep scratches on the ground. When the repulsion subsided, Ye Zhou's lower body was completely buried in the ground. Resisting a stroke of Shenluo Tianzheng, Ye Zhou just felt a little tightness in his chest. Boom. The next moment he jumped out from the ground. Is that all? Pipe question mark quote. Ye Zhou patted the dust on his body with his hands and then condensed a sword of iron sand again. Universal pull. Nagato didn't speak and controlled Tiandao Pain to use universal pull on Ye Zhou. Apparently during this time Nagato had regained control of Tendo Pain. Brush. The moment he saw Tiandao Pain reaching out his hand, Ye Zhou had already left the place. When he appeared again, he had come to the right side of Nagato and then he mercilessly cut down on Nagato's body with the iron sand sword in his hand. But Nagato is not a vegetarian either. When Ye Zhou attacked, he had already blocked Ye Zhou's iron sand sword with the black stick made by Yin Yang Dun. Clang. The sword of iron sand struck the black stick and produced a lot of sparks which easily cut off the black stick. The very subtle application of magnet style is to achieve the effect of cutting objects through high-speed vibration. Nagato manipulated Tiandao Pain to throw the broken black stick on the ground, then looked at Ye Zhou and said. That's right, the high-speed vibrating iron sand is like an electric chainsaw that can cut objects. In theory, the faster the vibration, the sharper the iron sand sword will be. Now that he had been seen through, Ye Zhou didn't intend to hide it. Instead, he openly told Nagato the principle of the iron sand sword. I see, very good ninjutsu. Nagato nodded, and in the next second he asked Tiandao Pain to send a shot of Shenluo Tianzheng to Ye Zhou. The reason why I talked to Ye Zhou was just to delay time. But when you are ready to notice something is wrong, you will use the body replacement technique immediately. Boom, boom. The turbulent repulsive force instantly bounced half of the wooden stake away and then bombarded into the rock wall like a cannonball. Did you avoid it? Nagato frowned. He was already concealed when he released the repulsive force. And the speed of launching was very fast, but Ye Zhou still dodged it. Boom. Before Nagato could think about it, Ye Zhou had already made a counterattack. I saw that he did not know when he had appeared in front of Nagato and then knocked him away with a punch. Rumbling. Nagato, who was hit, flew across the body. If Tiandao Pain hadn't caught him in time, Nagato would have hit a rock wall not far away at this moment. Pity. A look of pity flashed in Ye Zhou's eyes. If Nagato hadn't used chakra to protect his body all the time, this punch would not only instantly kill the opponent but at least seriously injure him. And now Nagato, who was punched by him, just broke a bone. Cough. When Nagato glanced at the position of the arm that was hit, feeling slightly puzzled. Mingming used Rinnegan to keep an eye on Ye Zhou's figure all the time, but he didn't realize how the other party approached him at all. Ye Zhou didn't answer and rushed towards Nagato again, holding the iron sand sword. With his speed, he was in front of Nagato almost in the blink of an eye, and the next moment the iron sand sword pierced out at the speed of sound. Fortunately, Tiandao Pain's reaction was also very timely, and the moment he saw Ye Li's boat approaching, he had already blocked him. Clang. The sword of iron sand and the black stick intertwined instantly and collided dozens of times in less than 3 seconds. With previous experience, this time Tiandao Pain did not use the black stick to resist the blade of the iron sand sword but blocked the attack as much as possible by blocking the back or the side of the sword. But even so, the high-speed vibrating iron sand quickly broke the black rod. Kacha. There was a crisp cracking sound and then the black stick in Tiandao Pain's hand broke in two. Just when Ye Zhou was about to behead him, Shenluo Tianzheng's cooldown time also expired. Without the slightest hesitation, Tiandao Pain immediately sent a powerful repulsion force towards Ye Zhou in front of him. Boom. Probably because of the haste, Ye Zhou obviously felt that the repulsion this time was far less than before. Chapter 238, Feel the Pain. Planetary Devastation. 238-278. Chapter 238, Feel the Pain. Planetary Devastation. 3 meters away, Ye Zhou raised his hand and glanced at the unscathed iron sand sword. Now it is confirmed that the repulsive force released by Tiandao Pain is indeed much weaker than before, and even the sword of iron sand is not damaged. No more thinking. Taking advantage of Shenluo Tianzheng's cooldown, Ye Zhou bullied him again. At the same time, Tiandao Pain also rushed up in an instant. Don't you want me to get close to the main body? Ye Zhou immediately guessed Tiandao Pain's plan. Clang. While thinking about it, the two had already fought together, and the iron sand sword and the black stick continued to produce fierce collisions. As time went by, Tiandao Pain was soon completely suppressed by Ye Zhou. Suddenly, Tiandao Pain's actions disturbed half of it. Good chance. Ye Zhou's eyes lit up and he secretly thought that the opportunity had come. Chakra condensed on the soles of his feet and then burst out in an instant. Brush. Ku. Tiandao Pain only saw Ye Zhou's figure suddenly become blurred and he passed by him in the next second. And he didn't know when a wound was cut open on his waist and blood gushed out from the wound in an instant. HMPH, it's useless, such an injury is nothing to Tiandao Pain. Nagato snorted coldly, not caring about this little injury. 150. After all, Tiandao Pain is just a puppet in the final analysis unless it is completely damaged or the chakra receiver in Tiandao Pain's body is taken out. Otherwise, even if he receives an injury that is fatal to ordinary people, it will not be able to stop Tiandao Pain from acting. Yeah. Hearing Nagato's words, Ye Zhou showed a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Nagato frowned and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. He quickly manipulated Tiandao Pain again to attack Ye Zhou. However, the next moment he felt something was wrong. After controlling Tiandao Pain for so many years, Nagato can be said to know Tiandao Pain like the back of his hand. But now Tiandao Pain's movements have become a little stiff. What happened? Nagato suddenly showed a surprised expression. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized chakra to check the situation of Tiandao Pain. I see. Did you inject iron sand into Pain's body through the wound to interfere with Pain's joints? It took only a split second for Nagato to find out why Pain's movements were stiff. Subconsciously, Nagato mobilized bike to expel the iron sand in Pain's body. Brush. But Ye Zhou obviously wouldn't give him this chance. The moment Nagato mobilized chakra, Ye Zhou had already used the body flicker technique to come in front of Tiandao Pain. Die. The iron sand sword vibrated crazily and the turbulent current flickered on the surface of the iron sand sword. Because the frequency of the vibration was too high, the iron sand sword even faintly glowed red, which was the high temperature change produced when the iron sand rubbed against each other. Not good. Nagato was startled and subconsciously raised his hand to block the attack of the iron sand sword with the black stick. Clang. Puff. Holding the iron sand sword, Ye Zhou only felt a slight hindrance, and the next moment he had already cut the heads of He Bang and Tiandao Pain. Boom. Tiandao Pain, who lost his head, quickly fell to the ground without any movement. Yahiko. Seeing this scene, Nagato seemed to return to the moment when Yahiko died. At this moment he even felt his heart stop and then let out a mournful roar. Fujimiya Ye Zhou. Nagato stared at Ye Zhou intently and the shackles on his hands were suddenly released. Feel the pain. Planetary devastation. Nagato clasped his hands together and chakra surged out. In a second, a basketball-sized black sphere was thrown by Nagato and then suspended in the midair above Ye Zhou's head. As the high-concentration chakra ball black sphere lifted into the air, the ground began to vibrate violently and then countless wide cracks appeared, BG, like an earthquake. Kacha. Rumble. Ye Zhou saw the cracked ground around him and countless broken rocks began to lift into the air under the gravitational force of the black sphere. Even he himself felt a huge gravitational force trying to pull him into the sky. Drink. As if feeling that the suction force at this time was not enough to pull Ye Zhou into the black sphere, Nagato yelled and increased the output of chakra. Immediately Ye Zhou felt that the suction from the black sphere was stronger. The ground began to crack in a large area and even the rock fragments tens of meters in size were lifted into the air at an extremely fast speed, and then they were squeezed and crushed one after another when they approached the black sphere. Suddenly Ye Zhou felt the ground shaking under his feet and then he took him into the air and quickly approached the sphere in midair. Wow, what is this? I'm flying. Just when Ye Zhou was about to leave the gravitational range of the planetary devastation, Killer Bee's exclamation came from afar. He turned his head and found that Killer Bee was also suspended in midair with the rock under his feet and then flew towards the center of gravity like him. As for Ghetto Statue, he didn't know when he ran out of the gravitational range, hiding behind a cliff and looking at this side. Apparently Nagato had planned to finish him off with Killer Bee before releasing the planetary devastation, so kept the Ghetto Statue out of the vicinity ahead of time. Brother, what's going on? Think of a way. Killer Bee also saw Ye Zhou and shouted loudly. Pay attention to defense, I'll take care of that thing in the sky right away. After answering Killer Bee loudly, Ye Zhou showed a solemn expression. He suddenly found himself being targeted by Nagato. Ye Zhou felt that most of the gravitational force from the sky was acting on him, making him unable to escape the attraction of gravitational force even when he was elementalized. At this moment the sphere in the sky is like a black hole specially used to target him. As long as he dares to elementalize, he will be sucked into the black hole immediately. In that case, break it. Since there is no way to escape, then be tough. Thinking of this, Ye Zhou clasped his hands together and then mobilized a large number of chakra to rush between his hands. I saw a blue light suddenly bursting out from between his hands, and then a football-sized blue ball quickly formed and was firmly controlled by him in front of him. It is Ye Zhou's most powerful offensive ninjutsu at present, Plasma Cannon. Go. Call out. With the flash of lightning on the arm, the plasma cannon was fired instantly. Chapter 239 Nagato's Deal. 239-278. Chapter 239 Nagato's Deal. Scoff. Rumbling. The plasma cannon instantly penetrated the outer layer of the planetary devastation driven by the electromagnetic force and then exploded immediately due to the pulling force of gravity. Killer Bee and Nagato only saw the black hole in the sky suddenly burst out with intense light, and then there was a huge roar. Under the high temperature of several thousand degrees Celsius, the rocks and dust absorbed on the black sphere all melted in an instant. The melted rocks and soil have all turned into magma, and looking up it looks like a piece of magma is floating in the air. At the same time, the main body of the planetary devastation was also destroyed. Losing the traction of gravity, the magma immediately fell from midair. First there were some red burned stones at the edges and then large swaths of magma fell head on. Hey, it seems to be even worse. Seeing the magma above his head rushing towards him like a river falling from the sky, Killer Bee's forehead instantly burst into cold sweat. HMPH, it's up to you. Seeing this scene, Nagato also let go of his hands with a sarcastic smile on his face. Brush. However, in the next second Nagato's smile froze on his face. I saw an element of Ye Zhou moving to Killer Bee's side, staring at him in surprise. He opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Killer Bee, remove the tail beast quickly and I will take you out of here." Although Ye Zhou's expression was calm, there was a little haste in his tone. After all, the current situation is very dangerous for Killer Bee. Clear. At the critical moment, Killer Bee did not hesitate at all and immediately lifted the tail beast transformation, revealing the main body again. Seeing this, Ye Zhou grabbed the opponent's shoulder and then moved with the body flicker technique. Brush. In the next second, the two of them had already appeared outside the area covered by magma. Chi. Standing in the distance, Ye Zhou saw that the magma fell to the ground and quickly filled the big pit on the ground. This big hole is exactly the big hole that was made by planetary devastation before. After the magma filled the crater, there was still a little overflow and then a raging fire ignited near the crater. But for the time being, no one pays attention to this magma lake. Ye Zhou and Killer Bee's attention has shifted to Nagato, who is about to collapse. After releasing the planetary devastation, Nagato's whole body has completely collapsed as if he might stop breathing at any time. Ahem, it seems that I failed. Noticing the gaze of the two, Nagato coughed twice and his eyes dimmed. Yes, you failed. Ye Zhou glanced at Nagato and said calmly, "Is this the leader of the Akatsuki organization? It's such an unexpected appearance." Yay. Once out of danger, Killer Bee resumed his previous jumping appearance again. Ahem, Fujimiya, Ye Zhou, let's make a deal. Just when Ye Zhou was about to deal with Nagato, the other party suddenly spoke to him. Trade. Ye Zhou showed a surprised expression. That's right, it's a deal. Nagato said solemnly. Oh, tell me, what deal do you want to make with me? Ye Zhou asked with great interest. Killer Bee looked at the two without speaking. He was also very curious about what deal the leader of the Shao organization planned to make with Ye Zhou. All the actions of the Akatsuki organization were planned by me. I hope that after my death you will not target the innocent people in Rain Shinobi Village. They have suffered too much because of previous wars and I don't want my actions to implicate them. There is also Konan. She is a very kind person. She will quit the Akatsuki organization after my death. I hope you can ensure that she returns safely to Rain Shinobi Village. After talking about his conditions, Nagato took a deep look at Ye Zhou. Then continued, if you can agree to these two conditions, I will give you Rinnegan as a reward. After Nagato finished speaking, he waited quietly for Ye Zhou to reply. After listening to Nagato's words, Ye Zhou suddenly showed a surprised expression. But it was just a surprise. In fact, thinking about it, it's not surprising that Yinman would make such a deal with him. Nagato must care a lot about Rain Shinobi Village and Konan, but Rinnegan is not that important to him. At least in Nagato's heart, Rinnegan is definitely inferior to Rain Shinobi Village and Konan. Ask for flowers. The leader of the Akatsuki organization that started the war would be willing to exchange his own eyes for the safety of the village and his companions. It sounds like a lame joke. Yay. Hearing Nagato's deal, Killer Bee on the side was first shocked and then showed a mocking expression. Apparently he didn't trust Nagato's alleged deal. Nagato gave Killer Bee a cold look, then ignored him. Turning to look at Ye Zhou, he said, "There's no need to doubt, everyone has their own precious things. For me, Rain Shinobi Village and Konan are my most precious things. Compared to them, Rinnegan is nothing. If you promise, I can deliver the Rinnegan to you even now." 0.0. Nagato's tone was very firm and he didn't mean to lie at all. Sure enough, when Nagato said that, even Killer Bee fell silent. Even he could hear the sincerity in Nagato's tone. For a while he couldn't say anything to refute. So he could only focus on Ye Zhou. He wanted to hear Ye Zhou's choice. Brother, this is a difficult choice. Killer Bee sighed inwardly. In his view, the best option is of course not to agree to the deal. Because once Ye Zhou chooses to agree to the other party, not only will he be suspected by many people, but he will even be watched by many people because of the existence of Rinnegan. But if you don't agree, you will lose a pair of eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. What's more, they have already seen the power of these eyes. This is undoubtedly a difficult choice. Rinnegan. I agreed. Finally Ye Zhou spoke up and agreed to Nagato's deal. After receiving an affirmative answer, Nagato was overjoyed. Wait, brother, do you really stop thinking about it? Although he really didn't want to interfere with Ye Zhou's choice, but out of the friendly impression of Ye Zhou's first meeting, Killer Bee hurriedly planned to remind the two of them. There's nothing to consider. Although I don't need Rinnegan, it's good to take it back for the village to study. Ye Zhou shook his head and said calmly. Chapter 240. What do you want to do with my booty? 240-278. Chapter 240. What do you want to do with my booty? Bring it back to the village for research. Nagato and Killer Bee were taken aback. They didn't expect Ye Zhou to have such an idea. Hearing that Ye Zhou agreed, they thought Ye Zhou was planning to use it himself. But bro, can't we still get Rinnegan after killing him? Why bother to make a deal with him? Seeing that Ye Zhou had made up his mind, Killer Bee suddenly thought of something and said with a coy look. However, as soon as these words came out, Nagato immediately revealed a sarcastic expression. Even Ye Zhou looked at Killer Bee speechlessly. Ahem, I'm sorry, although it's despicable to say so, it's still a solution, isn't it? Noticing the eyes of the two, Killer Bee blushed and said in an embarrassed tone. If you can do it, you can try it. Nagato mocked without any disguise of 053. While he does die, there's no problem destroying the Rinnegan before dying. And there is more than one way. The easiest way is to use Shenluo Tianzheng to bounce the two of them and then take the opportunity to destroy Rinnegan. Or let the Gedo statue unleash the tailed beast bomb and destroy the entire area. Facing Nagato's mocking expression, Killer Bee snorted and stopped talking. Since you agree, I will notify Konan now. Nagato ignored Killer Bee, and after saying something to Ye Zhou, he summoned a summoning beast to inform Konan to retreat. As for the other Akatsuki members, just ask for blessings. His plan has failed and the existence of the Akatsuki organization is no longer important to Nagato. What's more, Nagato has not forgotten that there is a hidden behind-the-scenes person behind the Akatsuki organization, the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Based on his understanding of that man, after his death the other party will definitely subdue the Shao organization for his use. But he didn't tell Ye Zhou about this because Nagato was not sure whether the masked man would anger Konan because of this. Although Konan's strength is not weak, but Nagato dare not bet. Sorry, for Konan's safety I can't tell you about the masked man. Nagato gave Ye Zhou an apologetic look and then quietly waited for Konan to return. The waiting time was not long. After a while, a few people saw a woman wearing the uniform of the Shao organization flying over from the sky. Nagato. In the next second, the figure of the other party appeared beside Nagato and then worriedly called out Nagato's name. In fact, when Nagato released Chao Shenluo Tianzheng a long time ago, she had already found an opportunity to leave the battlefield and then rushed here as fast as possible. It was not until we were about to arrive nearby that we received a message from Nagato. When she learned that Nagato's plan had failed and she was dying, she arrived here as quickly as possible regardless of chakra's consumption. Konan, here you come. Nagato gave a forced smile. Then apologized to the other party in a low voice. Sorry, let you down, my plan failed. It doesn't matter. Konan noticed Nagato's faint breath and a sad look appeared on his face. I'm about to die and Rain Shinobi Village will be handed over to you for protection. I have already made a deal with Mr. Ye Zhou. He will ensure that you return to Rain Shinobi Village safely and Rinnegan is his reward. Feeling that his time is running out, Nagato briefly explained some things to Konan. I know I have received your letter. Konan fought back his grief and responded as calmly as possible. My mission is over, Konan, for all the hard work you've done all these years. Go follow your own dreams next. I'm really sorry. In the end, Nagato gave Konan an apologetic look and then lost his breath. Konan looked at Nagato silently, wishing Nagato a good journey in his heart. Finished. Killer Bee, who also realized that Nagato was dead, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, losing Nagato's control, Gedo statue also turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Ye Zhou didn't speak but frowned slightly. Through electromagnetic wave feedback, he found that Zhu, who had been waiting underground for a long time, had floated up under Nagato's body, apparently intending to take the opportunity to steal Rinnegan. No way, Rinnegan is my trophy. Seeing the other party's sneaky behavior, Ye Zhou frowned, showing a playful expression. Following Nagato's last wish, I will hand over Rinnegan to you. At this time, Konan had already relieved the sadness in his heart a little, then turned and said to Ye Zhou. It's now. The moment Konan turned around, Black Zetsu finally moved. With lightning speed, he suddenly came out of the ground and then reached out and dug out Nagato's eyes. Not good. What? When Konan and Killer Bee saw the sudden appearance of Black Zetsu, they were shocked at the same time and then showed anxious expressions. Konan immediately tried to reach out to stop Black Zetsu, but it was too late. Just when she was extremely anxious, a white electric light suddenly flashed from her side. In the next second, thunder transformed into Ye Zhou again. Snapped. Immediately afterwards, Ye Zhou grabbed Black Zetsu's wrist, immobilizing him. What do you want to do with my booty? Ye Zhou looked at Black Zetsu with a cold expression. His tone was full of murderous intent. When Black Zetsu's complexion changed, he didn't know when Ye Zhou caught him. So fast is it, Lei Shunshin? Konan also reacted at this time and guessed the way Ye Zhou moved just now. 5.7 inches, phew, good job. Killer Bee couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene and then praised loudly. Click. Seeing that Black Zetsu was still in shock, Ye Zhou grabbed the opponent's big hand and gave it a sudden force and then heard the sound of the opponent's bone breaking. I'm asking you, what do you want to do with my loot? Ye Zhou's winter-like tone finally brought Black Zetsu back to his senses. It's nothing, I just plan to recycle the items of Shao organization. Black Zetsu said with faux calm, trying to act like an emotionless creature. Well, that's right, Rinnegan is an item of our Akatsuki organization. Now that Nagato is dead, of course we have to recycle it. White Zetsu followed suit. Chapter 241, Black Zetsu's possession failed. 241 278. Chapter 241, Black Zetsu's possession failed. Shut up. Rinnegan is Nagato's thing and he has decided to give Rinnegan to Fujimiya Ye Zhou. You have no right to claim Rinnegan. Konan scolded absolutely with an ugly face. Snort. Facing Konan's reprimand, Black Zetsu couldn't help but snort coldly. In his view, Rinnegan is only temporarily kept by Nagato and the real owner is Uchiha Madara. But it was impossible for him to say that, so he could only express his dissatisfaction by ignoring Konan. Seeing this, Konan thought that the other party was trying to spy on Nagato's Rinnegan, so he immediately manipulated the piece of paper to bring Nagato's body back to him and then took out Nagato's Rinnegan. This is what Nagato promised you, I hope you can use it. Then Konan handed the Rinnegan to Ye Zhou and instructed him earnestly. I see. Ye Zhou nodded in agreement. Watching Ye Zhou carefully put Rinnegan into the ninja bag, Black Zetsu looked anxious and almost couldn't help but want to snatch Rinnegan from him. But it was a pity that Ye Zhou's other hand kept grabbing his wrist and Konan 19 was watching from the sidelines, so he had no chance to snatch Rinnegan. There is no other way, I can only be trapped by the trial. Seeing that Rinnegan had been put into the ninja bag by Ye Zhou, Black Zetsu immediately decided to possess Ye Zhou and then manipulated him to give Rinnegan to himself. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately separated from White Zetsu and then wanted to cover Ye Zhou like a shadow. However, an accident occurred when the possession technique, which was always invincible in the past, came into contact with Ye Zhou's body. Chi. Boom. I saw that when Black Zetsu touched Ye Zhou's body there was a flash of electricity on the surface of Ye Zhou's skin and then Black Zetsu was ejected. Court death. A murderous look flashed across Ye Zhou's eyes and then he punched White Zetsu beside him into the ground. Boom. Rumble. The huge force caused the ground to split instantly and dense cracks spread to the surroundings. This is not over yet. After killing White Zetsu, Ye Zhou stepped hard and in the next second he appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Die. I saw lightning flashing on his right hand and then he punched Black Zetsu in the abdomen. Boom. Rumbling. Suffering a heavy blow, Black Zetsu's body flew upside down instantly as if hit by a high-speed train. Cough cough. Black Zetsu coughed violently while clutching his abdomen. Then he looked at Ye Zhou with eyes full of shock and disbelief. How is it possible? Why would my possession technique fail? Black Zetsu was full of doubts. Since mastering the possession technique, this is the first time he has missed. So you wanted to possess me? Hearing Black Zetsu's question, Ye Zhou pretended to be enlightened. At the same time, the murderous look on his face became even more intense and he looked at Black Zetsu as if he was looking at a dead person. Not good. Aware of Ye Zhou's undisguised murderous intent, Black Zetsu secretly thought badly. Possession is useless to Ye Zhou, so his plan to snatch Rinnegan can also be declared a failure. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately planned to retreat. Anyway, my time is long enough, there are plenty of opportunities. With the plan to retreat, Black Zetsu fled underground in an instant when Ye Zhou charged again. Rumble. Ye Zhou punched the spot where Black Zetsu was just now and a big crater 3 meters deep was blasted out on the ground. However, Ye Zhou frowned slightly when he saw the big crater punched out by him. Still running away. Although his movements were quick, Black Zetsu was prepared and escaped underground one step ahead of time. The attack that caused Ye Zhou was ultimately in vain. As expected of the man behind the scenes who has been hiding for thousands of years, his ability to escape is really good. Seeing Black Zetsu run away, a trace of helplessness flashed in Ye Zhou's eyes. HMPH, you won't be so lucky next time. Ye Zhou snorted coldly. If he met the other party he would kill him immediately, absolutely not giving the other party any chance to escape. Brother Ye Zhou, are you okay? As that member of Akatsuki just now. It doesn't look like a human at all. Just when Ye Zhou was thinking, Killer Bee came to him quickly and then spoke. I'm fine, but it's a pity that he escaped. Ye Zhou shook his head and said with regret. Run away, just run away. As long as you're okay, there's still a chance to catch him in the future. Killer Bee comforted. But then he said again. But to be able to escape after such a heavy injury, the Shao organization is really full of talents. After finishing speaking, he looked at Conan with curious eyes, wondering what special ability does the only woman in the Akatsuki organization have. Conan also noticed Killer Bee's eyes, but she ignored him. Instead he said to Ye Zhou. That person just now is an intelligence officer of the Shao organization. His name is Zhu. Although his strength is not strong, he has a strong ability to hide. Most of the intelligence of our Shao organization is collected by him alone. It is not so easy for you to catch him. Finally, 823 Conan kindly reminded Ye Zhou. Thank you for the information. Are you planning to go back to Rain Shinobi Village now? Ye Zhou first expressed his thanks to Conan and then asked if he would return to Rain Shinobi Village now. After all, his deal with Nagato also included escorting Conan safely back to Rain Shinobi Village. Yes, I will take Nagato and Yahiko's bodies back to Rain Shinobi Village and I will leave you alone. As for the escort, I can keep myself safe. Conan obviously also knew about the deal between Ye Zhou and Nagato, but she didn't intend to let Ye Zhou escort her back. After all, Conan didn't trust Ye Zhou very much. That's enough for the deal. In that case, forget it. I wish you a smooth journey. Ye Zhou naturally saw that Conan was wary of him and he was not surprised by this. After all, they just met and they haven't been together for a long time and neither side knows each other well. What's more, the two were still on the opposite side of the ground before and it was reasonable for Conan to refuse his escort. Moreover, this time is not suitable for Ye Zhou to go to Rain Shinobi Village. Originally he was still thinking about how to procrastinate for a while. But I didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to refuse. That would be even better. Chapter 242 Returning to the venue, the shocked members of the Akatsuki organization. 242-278. Chapter 242 Returning to the venue, the shocked members of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Ye Zhou's obviously relieved look, Conan didn't say much. She manipulated the paper to make the corpses of Nagato and Yahiko suspend behind her and then spread the wings of the white paper and took them to the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. Watching the other party leave, Ye Zhou withdrew his gaze and shifted his gaze to Killer Bee. Mr. Killer Bee, it's time for us to support everyone. Hearing Ye Zhou's reminder, Killer Bee came to his senses instantly. Only then did he realize that he had asked Sammy and others to find his elder brother to come to support him, but no one has come so far. There is only one possibility for this situation to happen, and that is that the fighting situation over there has made it impossible for Ying and the others to come over to help. Thinking of this, Killer Bee suddenly became anxious. Brother, you were right, let's hurry up to support Big Brother and the others. After speaking without waiting for Ye Zhou to answer, he immediately used the body flicker technique to rush to the venue. Seeing this, Ye Zhou's body instantly elementalized and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the venue. And the whole process only took a second. After returning to the venue, Ye Zhou found that the venue had completely turned into ruins. There are ruins everywhere as well as traces of ninjutsu and organs, and the solemn scene at the beginning is completely invisible. Ye Zhou, are you back? Has the leader of the Akatsuki organization been resolved? Tsunade immediately found Ye Zhou's figure after punching back a certain unlucky guy who was brought out by Impure World Reincarnation, so he immediately asked. It's resolved, but are these people from Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation? Ye Zhou first answered Tsunade's question and then looked at the figures in front of him, who turned around. That's right, these people are all well-known figures in the ninja world, don't be careless. Quote, see those two people with horns on their heads? They are the golden horns and silver horns that killed my second grandfather. Not only do they have the Nine Tails chakra, but they can also control the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. The one with the respirator is the former demigod of Rain Shinobi Village Hanzo of the Salamander, whose summoning beast Salamander has a strong toxin, and he is also a master of swordsmanship. As for the last one, I think no one here is more familiar with it than you. After hearing Ye Zhou's inquiry, Tsunade quickly informed Ye Zhou of the identities and information of the people in front of him. After all, in Tsunade's view, these three are all figures from World War II and World War II, and there is a high probability that Ye Zhou does not know their information. The only person who was not informed by Tsunade was Ye Zhou's old acquaintance. I didn't expect that even 4th Mizukage was reincarnation by Orochimaru Impure World. This guy is almost a grave robber. Seeing the figure of 4th Mizukage Yagura, Ye Zhou couldn't help complaining. Yagura is okay after all, he didn't die for a long time, but Orochimaru even reincarnated the Golden Horn and Silver Kakuzu, which is the most surprising. Both of these two people have been dead for decades and even the corpses are only bones. I didn't expect that they could be reincarnated like this. I really don't know where Orochimaru got the opponent's body tissue. Presumably most of them are due to the Akatsuki organization. Ye Zhou said thoughtfully. With Obito and Ju's ability, it is still very easy to get the body tissues of these people. Well, that's what I guessed too. Tsunade nodded in agreement. While the two were talking, members of the Akatsuki organization also spotted Ye Zhou and they frowned. It's strange, this young man looks unharmed, so what happened to the movement just now? Xie saw that Ye Zhou returned to the venue intact and did not see pain, which made him feel a sense of ominous foreboding. Not only Scorpion Tongtian and Orochimaru also looked very ugly. I thought that pain suddenly disappeared while fighting Raikage, and then there was a huge movement in the distance. Especially after the release of Chao Shen Luo Tianzheng, even they who were in the venue felt the violent vibration. At first they all thought that Ye Zhou had already been dealt with by Pain. When Pain summoned the Ghetto statue and used the planetary devastation later, everyone in the venue felt the violent shock again. At that moment the members of the Shao organization actually had an ominous premonition in their hearts. It was at that time that Orochimaru reincarnated Hanzo of the Salamander and others and let them stop Movie and Tsunade and others from going to support Ye Zhou. Coincidentally, Orochimaru had just reincarnated these people to help, and the Samui team also rushed to the venue. Then quickly reported to Raikage the battle situation on Ye Zhou's side. After hearing that Nagato had summoned Ghetto statue, Yin Snake and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The people from the Akatsuki organization thought that they could keep Wukage at bay and then come to help after Nagato solved Ye Zhou. It turned out that instead of waiting for Nagato's arrival, they waited for Ye Zhou, who appeared at the venue intact. It can be said that during this period of time the mood of the Shao organization members seemed to be on a roller coaster with ups and downs. Quote. Closing square bracket. Hey, your name is Fujimiya Ye Zhou, right? Where is our leader? Deidara took the opportunity to fly into the air and then eagerly questioned Ye Zhou loudly. Hearing Deidara's questioning whether it was the members of the Akatsuki organization or the 5 cages, they all stopped in tacit agreement and then all looked at Ye Zhou. Didn't you already guess it? Since I have returned, of course your leader has been killed by me. Ye Zhou looked up at Deidara and said in a calm tone. What? Impossible. Scorpion and Deidara's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Even Pain was killed as expected of Ye Zhou. Orochimaru licked his lips and looked at Ye Zhou with fiery eyes. Almost every one of them has experienced Pain's strength and they think they are definitely not Pain's opponent. The feeling of facing God is still inseparable until now. And now Yuan Ranjo killed the man who claimed to be a god. While this made it difficult for members of the Akatsuki organization to accept, they couldn't help wondering how strong Ye Zhou would be. Chapter 243 Fly separately in the face of catastrophe. 243-278. Chapter 243 Fly separately in the face of catastrophe. Hey Samui, didn't you say that Bai went to help that kid? Now that kid has come back, where is Bai? Raikage suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Samui and asked. Master Raikage, you should ask that young man named Fujimiya Ye Zhou this question. Samui looked at Raikage and said speechlessly. It's not important. When that BD comes I must give him a good lesson. To escape and go out to play, let us worry so much. Raikage laughed awkwardly at first, then said through gritted teeth. At the same time Onoki also looked at Ye Zhou in surprise. Unexpectedly this Hokage guard killed the leader of the Akatsuki organization alone. Konoha is full of talents, why don't we have such talents in Iwagakure? Onoki couldn't help sighing. Who said no? It's just that those geniuses were forced away by you, old man. Hearing Onoki's exclamation, hey, she said mercilessly. Such as 4 Tails and 5 Tails, Jinchuriki and Deidara who was fighting them are geniuses of Iwagakure. But it was also because of Onoki's 327 series of operations that all of these people left Iwagakure. Stupid mouth. Isn't this old man doing this all for you? Hearing Haidu's words, Onoki's face turned black with anger. Seeing Onoki's dark face, Haidu stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, and she also realized that what she said just now was too hurtful. Haha, black soil old man, even your granddaughter knows how much you have gone too far. Why don't you hurry up and commit suicide to apologize? Deidara was still shocked by the death of the leader, but after hearing the words of Kuroto and Onoki he couldn't help laughing loudly. Traitor, shut up too. Onoki was in a hurry, raised his hand, and it was a technique of stripping the original world. Laugh. Fortunately Deidara controlled Asuka to turn sideways in time, barely avoiding Chen Dun's attack. However, even so, Deidara's flying bird was dismantled by the original world stripping technique and then fell directly to the ground. Damn old man, you are in a hurry. After falling to the ground, Deidara just patted the dust on BJCI body and then continued to taunt Onoki. Enough Deidara, it's time for us to retreat. This time it was Scorpion who interrupted Deidara and announced his plan to retreat. What? Retreat? Why retreat? Deidara yelled, dissatisfied when he heard the word retreat. He hasn't let that dead old man Onoki witness his art, so how could he retreat now? The mission has failed and even the leader is dead. Do you want to stay and seek death? Scorpion said solemnly. Pain hasn't appeared until now. Xie has believed Ye Zhou's words and Pain may have been killed by Ye Zhou. So what? Anyway, I will never leave. I will prove my art to everyone today. Deidara looked at Scorpion with solemn eyes and didn't even talk about his mouth addiction all the time. Up to you. Xie glanced at Deidara with regretful eyes and didn't persuade him anymore. As for Orochimaru, the Scorpion didn't even look at each other. He didn't have a good impression of Orochimaru. Even as a teammate, Scorpio would like him to die here. So after confirming that Deidara did not intend to retreat, the Scorpion directly unfolded the wing-like device on its back and then planned to fly away. I just fought with Gaara and the puppets in his hands were damaged a lot, even including the puppets made from the corpse of third Cage. Therefore what is displayed in front of everyone now is his puppet body. Hihi Tsunade, Mr. Ye Zhou, look forward to our next meeting. Seeing that the Scorpions were running away, Orochimaru's eyes flashed. He laughed twice and planned to retreat. Even in order to evacuate safely, he didn't even take back the Golden Horn, Silver Horn and others from Impure World Reincarnation. Don't try to run. Seeing that the two were about to retreat, Tsunade and Gaara immediately blocked them. One of them rushed to Orochimaru and the other manipulated the sand to attack the Red Sand Scorpion. However, before Tsunade got close, Yin Snake had already controlled Hanzo of the Salamander to block in front of Tsunade. Boom! The fist and the sickle collided together and the huge force instantly repelled Hanzo. Hanzo, your opponent is me. Suddenly the figure of Mifune appeared in front of Hanzo. Juhei cut. Mifune stabbed out with a samurai sword at an extremely fast speed and then pierced through Hanzo's heart in an instant. It's a pity that Hanzo is now the body of Impure World Reincarnation. Such damage has no effect on him at all. There are only 3 ways to deal with Impure World Reincarnation: either to seal it or to remove Impure World Reincarnation or directly kill the soul of the reincarnated person. But Mifune doesn't know these 3 methods, so when fighting Icho Hanzo he can only slow down the opponent's actions by cutting it into pieces. However, Mifune's method is undoubtedly a labor-intensive way. Damn, this kind of battle is too passive and my chakra and physical strength will be exhausted after a few more fights. After crushing Hanzo's body again, Mifune showed an unwilling expression on his face. Your Excellency Mifune, leave the rest to me. Just when Mifune was thinking about how to break the game, Tsunade appeared beside him at some point. Wait, Yinrin, didn't you go after the big snake? Could it be that? When Mifune saw Tsunade's figure he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he quickly looked at the position where Orochimaru was just now. Sure enough, the place has become empty at this moment and there is no trace of Orochimaru. Sorry for letting him escape. Tsunade's face is not very good looking. You know Orochimaru escaped from her. Master Hokage, don't feel guilty, after all the snake's ability to jump is well known. Mifune saw that Tsunade's expression was not very good and quickly comforted him. Tsunade nodded with a blank face. It is completely impossible to see her inner thoughts. Mifune didn't know how to continue persuading Tsunade, so he could only continue to slash at Hanzo, who was about to recover. Chapter 244 Information delivered by Orochimaru. 244-278. Chapter 244 Information delivered by Orochimaru. Ye Zhou glanced at Tsunade and Hanzo that there was no danger, then turned his attention to the others. Deidara estimated that the clay was almost consumed and he didn't use large clay creations in the fight against the 3 of Onoki. And judging by his appearance he probably won't last long. It seems that Dust Dun is very restrained in Deidara's explosion style. After watching the battle between Deidara and Onoki for a while, Ye Zhou immediately came to such a conclusion. Because every time Deidara uses explosion style to attack and sees an attack that cannot be dodged, Onoki can always use the dust escape to disintegrate it and then make the attack invalid. This situation also made Deidara jump in anger. But there is no way who made Chen Dun's ability so buggy. Dust Dungeon can separate all the objects covered by it into atomic state, which means Onoki can use Dust Dungeon not only to attack but also to defend. It can only be said that it is worthy of being eliminated by a blood successor who is 1 level higher than the blood successor limit. Then Ye Zhou looked at several other battlefields. Except for Terumi Mei, who were in danger, Raikage and Gaara were all temporarily in the upper hand. Let's not talk about Gaara. Konkuro used puppets as a restraint and Tamari used wind style to defend against the poisonous gas and needles of Scorpion's kunai and the like. Finally, Gaara controls the sand to attack the body puppet of the Scorpion. The 3 cooperated tacitly, making it impossible for the Scarlet Sand Scorpion to escape. Not to mention the movie-side Jinjiao who fights purely by instinct is no match for Raikage and Darui. If it weren't for the Six Paths treasure in their hands, the two of them would have been sealed by Samui and others long ago. Then go help Kurigakure. Just as Ye Zhou was about to act, he heard Tsunade's shout. Ye Zhou from Azukage, learn. Ye Zhou responded and appeared in front of Yagura in the next second. Iron Sand Sword, Ku. Immediately afterwards Yagura had been decapitated. What a fast sword. Qing's pupils shrank and she was shocked by the speed Ye Zhou showed. He had only heard that Ye Zhou was very strong before, but this was the first time he had actually seen him make a move. Ye Zhou has become stronger again. Terumi Mei also looked at Ye Zhou in surprise. When she captured Three Tails last time, although she heard that Ye Zhou's strength had improved again, she never expected that the opponent's strength would improve so quickly. Mr. Ye Zhou, we meet again. Sorry to trouble you again this time. Yagura's head returned to her neck in a blink of an eye, and then she saw Ye Zhou saying apologetically behind her. Huh, didn't Orochimaru control your consciousness? I thought you had the same lack of self-awareness as Hanzo and the others. Hearing Yagura speak, Ye Zhou looked slightly surprised. After all, Hanzo and Yinkaku seemed to have no self-awareness at first glance. So why on earth did Orochimaru want Yagura to have self-awareness? Ye Zhou didn't believe that Orochimaru would be careless to this extent, so there was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was Orochimaru doing it on purpose. Thinking of this, Ye Zhou looked at Yagura and said, because I want you to tell us what. Hearing Ye Zhou's inquiry, Yagura immediately showed a look of appreciation. The three of Terumi Mei looked at Yagura warily. They were not idiots either. After hearing Ye Zhou's questioning of Yagura, they probably guessed that something was wrong with the medical warehouse in front of them. You must know that they have just been fighting each other for so long and they have never seen Yagura have self-awareness. As soon as Ye Zhou came, Yagura not only regained his sense of autonomy but even stopped attacking. This is obviously abnormal. Have you already guessed it? That's right, Orochimaru did have something to tell me for which he just released the control on me. Yagura first glanced at Ye Zhou in surprise, then nodded and admitted. What did he want you to relay? Ye Zhou asked casually. The three of Terumi Mei originally wanted to ask who controlled Yagura back then, but seeing Ye Zhou speak they could only temporarily suppress their inner impatience. It's about the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru, let me tell you that the real mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization is a guy wearing a spiral mask. Asking for flowers. Besides, the Akatsuki organization has collected the corpses of a large number of powerful people and summoned an army of Impure World reincarnation. Unsurprisingly, it intends to launch a war against the five great powers. By the way, that masked man is the one who used illusion to control me back then. You must be careful. Yagura quickly told Orochimaru all the things that Orochimaru had told him and also reminded Terumi Mei that the three masked men had strong illusions. Sure enough, when we checked Lord Yagura's body back then, we found traces of being manipulated by illusion. At that time we guessed that there was a person behind the scenes hidden in Zunion village. I didn't expect the other party to be the same person behind the Shao organization. After listening to Yagura's narration, Qing said solemnly, although I was controlled by illusion at that time, but here I still want to say sorry to Kurigakure. If it wasn't for me, Kurigakure wouldn't be weakened like that. A trace of grief flashed in Yagura's eyes and then said apologetically to the three of Terumi Mei. No, it's not the fault of His Excellency Fourth Mizukage. If you want to blame it, it's that masked man. Terumi Mei shook her head and said to Yagura solemnly, Master Terumi Mei is right, it's all the fault of the masked man. Chojuro now also agreed. Thank you, the future of Kurigakure depends on you. Seeing the sincere expressions of Terumi Mei and the three of them, Yagura immediately felt relieved a lot. Your Excellency Fourth Mizukage, don't worry, we will protect Kurigakure. Terumi Mei promised immediately. I believe in you. Yagura nodded and said affirmatively. Then he shifted his gaze to Ye Zhou again. Slowly said, my time is almost up. Do you have any questions? Since Orochimaru asked you to tell us the secret of the Akatsuki organization, why did you help the Akatsuki organization create an army of Impure World reincarnation? Before Ye Zhou could speak, Ji couldn't help asking again. I don't know about it, Orochimaru didn't tell me the reason. Yagura shook his head with the knife. Chapter 245 Soul Blade appears dedicated to Impure World reincarnation. 245-278. Chapter 245 Soul Blade appears dedicated to Impure World reincarnation. It's because of the deal. When several people were guessing secretly, Ye Zhou said suddenly. Trade. Terumi Mei and others immediately turned their attention to Ye Zhou. Although I don't know what deal Orochimaru made with the Akatsuki organization, but with Orochimaru's character, if he doesn't give him enough benefits, it is impossible for him to join the Akatsuki organization again. Not to mention helping Akatsuki organize the Impure World reincarnation army. Ye Zhou calmly expressed his views on Orochimaru. It makes sense. It seems that Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization have made an undisclosed transaction. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up. She glanced at Ye Zhou and said, so Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization are just using each other, and there should be a chance to instigate Orochimaru and even let him provide us with more information about the Akatsuki 12-0 organization. Qing also followed suit, having said that who knows what Orochimaru actually thinks. Ye Zhou couldn't deny Qing's words. Orochimaru is a person who has nothing to gain, and if he doesn't have enough interests to impress the other party, it is impossible to ask him to provide information about the Akatsuki organization. Mr. Ye Zhou is right, you should not pin your hopes on Orochimaru. Yagura agreed with Ye Zhou's words. Although he has not been in contact with Orochimaru for a long time, he can also see that the other party's ambition cannot be concealed. Phew, we are thinking too much. I'm afraid Orochimaru asked His Excellency 4th Mizukage to inform us about the masked man in order for us to fight with the masked man, and then he will take advantage of it behind the scenes. Terumi-Mei let out a long breath and analyzed after calming herself down. Hearing Terumi-Mei's analysis, Wei and Chengjiro fell silent for a moment. Then they looked at each other with admiring eyes. As expected of Mizukage-sama, the two sighed the same in their hearts. Then it's time for me to return to the Pure Land. Everyone take care. Glancing at Terumi-Mei for the last time, a hint of relief appeared in Yichong's eyes. With Mizukage like this, Kurigakure will definitely become more prosperous than before. I thought so. Yagura's soul gradually detached from the filthy body and then flew into the sky under the watchful eyes of Ye Zhou and others and then disappeared. I'm going to help Hokage-sama. After seeing Yagura's soul leave, Ye Zhou said to the three of Terumi-Mei. Then without waiting for their reaction, a body flicker technique disappeared in place. When the three of Terumi-Mei came back to their senses, Ye Zhou appeared beside Tsunade and Mifune. Hokage-sama, leave the rest to me. Quote. Ye Zhou looked at Hanzo and said to Tsunade without looking back. Okay, you find an opportunity to restrict his actions with iron sand and I will seal him. Although not a professional seal ninja, as a descendant of the Senju clan as well as 5th Hokage, Tsunade also mastered a lot of seal ninjutsu. However, after hearing Tsunade's words, Ye Zhou shook his head. Under the puzzled expression of the other party, he said, no need. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Zhou scattered the iron sand sword in his hand and then a cold chakra emerged on the palm of his hand and then covered the entire palm. The moment this chakra appeared, Tsunade immediately felt a tremor from the bottom of his heart. This is. Tsunade stared at the weird chakra in Ye Zhou's hand, his eyes full of vigilance. Soul Blade, a secret technique specially used to kill souls. Ye Zhou explained. No wonder it gives people a sense of trembling from the soul. Hearing Ye Zhou's explanation, Tsunade showed a look of sudden realization. But then she frowned again, as the secret technique that can kill souls harmful to Tianhe. Let's talk to Ye Zhou later. Tsunade sighed inwardly. Not to ban Ye Zhou, Tsunade is not so pedantic. She just intends to list the Soul Blade as a forbidden technique and then include it in the Book of Seals. While Tsunade was thinking, Ye Zhou had already rushed towards Hanzo. And Hanzo also seemed to sense the danger and instinctively used the body flicker technique to avoid the attack. Too slow. But Hanzo just stopped moving and Ye Zhou appeared in front of him in the next second. Ku. Then Ye Zhou cut off Hanzo's arm in an instant with the Soul Blade. If it was normal with the recovery power of his filthy body, his arm might be able to recover immediately. But this time the severed arm did not recover again strangely, but fell to the ground and changed into another person's arm. It can really directly destroy the body of dirt, and it seems that the Soul Blade is specially used to restrain reanimation jutsu. Seeing the performance of the Soul Blade, Tsunade's eyes flashed. Is it because Orochimaru killed the old man of third generation with impure world reincarnation, so this targeted ninjutsu was developed specially? Thinking of the conversation with Ye Zhou just now, Tsunade guessed in his heart. Because Ye Zhou had already told Tsunade the effect of the Soul Blade, so her performance was quite normal. In contrast, other people were shocked when they saw this scene. It can directly cause damage to the existence of impure world reincarnation. Mifune stared at Ye Zhou and his former opponent Hanzo with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. One must know that he can only force Hanzo to be restrained by exhausting himself. If he also mastered Ye Zhou's ability, wouldn't he have solved Hanzo long ago? Thinking of this, Mifune felt a little hard to calm down. Not only Mifune but people from Cloud Shinobi Village and Yuanian Village also looked at Ye Zhou in surprise. They have all fought against the existence of impure world reincarnation 3.2 and they know how hard it is to deal with the dirt. And now Ye Zhou actually had such an easy way to deal with the filthy body, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Darui Shi, we can't lose to that brat, work harder and get rid of these two bastards. Suddenly Reikage shouted at Darui and Shi and then directly turned on lightning style chakra mode. Clear. Darui and Shi looked at each other and responded loudly in unison. Omoi Karui, let's go too. Sammy took a deep look at Ye Zhou, then turned and shouted to his two teammates. Yes, Captain Samui. Karui responded excitedly and then rushed towards Jinjiao without saying a word. Chapter 246 Ultimate Art Self-Destruct. 246-278. Chapter 246 Ultimate Art Self-Destruct. Hey, that's Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, we little Kami are going to die. Different from Kalui's excitement, Omoi's back was already soaked in cold sweat. But even so, Karui still bit the bullet and drew his knife to slash towards the Goldenhorn closest to him. Clang. Rumbling. Soon Reikage fell into a fierce battle again. It has to be said that although Jinjiao has a bad brain, his strength should not be underestimated. Even if it is not in its prime at this moment, it still has the strength of the peak cage level when holding the Six Paths Noble Phantasm. If it is the heyday plus the Six Paths Treasure, the two are definitely the real Super Shadow powerhouses. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn records. Fight Nine Tails sees the power of Nine Tails. Fight second Reikage and second Hokage, right that both of them died together. Closer to home. Looking back to Ye Zhou under the threat of the Soul Blade, Hanzo could only keep dodging to defend against the Soul Blade attack. After losing an arm, he couldn't even summon his own summoning beast, the salamander. It's over. Finally, under Ye Zhou's constant pressure, Hanzo's actions made a mistake for a moment. And this also gave Ye Zhou a chance to kill instantly with one blow. Ku. The moment Hanzo's body stopped, Ye Zhou's palm pierced Hanzo's heart. Ah! Immediately after his soul was mortally wounded, Hanzo broke free from Orochimaru's control, screaming in pain. Then Ye Zhou clearly saw that the other party's soul dissipated in the filthy body in an instant. Then the filthy body disintegrated in an instant, revealing the unlucky sacrifice inside. Ye Zhou withdrew his arm calmly without even a drop of bloodline on his hand. Brush. In the next second the figure of Tsunade appeared beside him. She first glanced at the sacrifice with a broken arm on the ground and then turned to look at Ye Zhou. It seems that it is indeed a very practical ninjutsu. Tsunade looked at Ye Zhou and said meaningfully, after all it is specially used to deal with impure world reincarnation. Ye Zhou's face remained unchanged and he replied calmly, forget it, remember to record this ninjutsu in the book of seals later. The ninjutsu that kills souls is a bit too dangerous. Tsunade shook his head first then said seriously, good. Hearing Tsunade's suggestion Ye Zhou did not refuse. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer. You can also find a forbidden technique on the book of seals as an exchange. In order to avoid Ye Zhou misunderstanding, Tsunade explained. I know. Ye Zhou nodded in understanding. Although Konoha will include some of the more dangerous forbidden techniques into the book of seals, she will not pursue for nothing and will give certain compensations. The compensation is either the forbidden technique on the same book of seals or other compensations. In short, it won't make people suffer. While the two were chatting, the battle on Raikage's side also ended. Raikage and Darui cooperated and successfully snatched the Six Paths treasure in the hands of Jinjiao and then sealed Jinjiao in the amber purification bottle. In a blink of an eye the only intruders from the Akatsuki organization are Scorpion and Deidara. Onoki, it seems that you are indeed old. I can't even solve this little ghost head for so long, do you need my help? Raikage couldn't help but taunted Onoki not long after he had dealt with Jinjiao. He hasn't forgotten about Onagi's betrayal of him before. HMPH, don't bother Master Raikage, I can solve it myself. Onogi snorted coldly, his expression became serious. Rebel, the old man is going to be serious, do you have any last words? Then Onogi turned his head to look at Deidara, his tone also became indifferent. Damn old man, it's this contemptuous expression again. However, after seeing Onoki's expression at this time, Deidara seemed to be greatly stimulated and his whole expression became distorted. Today I'll show you my ultimate art. After speaking he tore off the clothes on his body revealing a big mouth where the heart was. This is. Seeing the mouth on Deidara's heart, Onoki frowned. This is my ultimate art. Next I'm going to blow myself up. Obviously intending to blow himself up, but Onoki and the others could hear the meaning of showing off from his mouth. And everyone saw that. Deidara fed a large ball of clay into his mouth at the heart while speaking. Immediately afterwards dense black lines began to appear on Deidara's body, giving people an ominous premonition. Is this guy completely crazy? Hearing Deidara's words, Onogi looked at him like a madman. When I was in Iwagakure before, the other party was obsessed with the art of explosions which made the village restless. Unexpectedly it is even more crazy now and even developed the self-explosive forbidden technique. Through death I will become art itself with an explosion that has never been seen before, leaving unprecedented scars on this land, and then my art will be praised like never before. 193 inches. The explosion range is a radius of 10 kilometers. No one can escape here. Among the admiration for me, let's be blown to death together. Deidara looked at everyone with a frantic tone and said loudly. While speaking his body gradually became transparent as if his whole body was being swallowed by the big mouth in his heart as fuel. Haha, feel the fear. Wow me. Feel the despair. My art is explosions. With loud laughter Deidara's body has been completely swallowed by the mouth in the heart. Then only a black sphere with a mouth was left in midair. Really, you talk too much nonsense. However, Onoki didn't panic at all, instead he mocked Deidara with disdain. Dust escape, stripping the original realm technique. Before Deidara finished the final art, Onoki wrapped the black sphere with dust escape. Die. Boom. In the next second the black sphere was broken down into atoms by Onoki using the dust escape and disappeared completely. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ye Zhou seemed to feel Deidara's angry curse just before the black sphere disintegrated. Chapter 247 Capture the Red Sand Scorpion Alive. 247-278. Chapter 247 Capture the Red Sand Scorpion Alive. This. I thought that kid named Deidara would have some powerful ninjutsu, but it just disappeared. Beside Ye Zhou, Tsunade said speechlessly. Not just Tsunade, it can be said that most of the people present have similar feelings. Many people were ready to run away when Deidara exploded but ended up being run away by Onoki. Such an anticlimactic result made everyone feel speechless. After all, Shueiji was eliminated and the old man Yinyushu still has something. Ye Zhou's expression was very calm. He saw from the very beginning that Deidara's explosion style was restrained by Onoki and he was not surprised by the situation at this time. Makes sense. Tsunade thought about it and nodded in agreement. Now there is only the Scarlet Sand Scorpion left. Immediately afterwards Tsunade shifted his gaze to Gaara. Ye Zhou also followed Tsunade's line of sight. Then he quickly came to the conclusion that the Scarlet Sand Scorpion would not last long. Not to mention Gaara's Sand Sky Puppeteer, let alone Tamari and Konkuro helped Gaara. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion nearly got caught by Gaara's sand several times. It seems that Gaara's control over the sand is still a bit weak, otherwise it should have been a battle already. Seeing Gaara's manipulation of the sand, Ye Zhou couldn't help shaking his head inwardly. As someone who is also a Grandmaster Magnet Style, Ye Zhou's use of Magnet Style can be said to be the best in the ninja world without humility. So he can easily see to what extent Gaara has used Magnet Style. But Ye Zhou can also understand this. After all, the difference in mental power between the two is really too big. Closer to home, after realizing that the entire battlefield is only his side and the battle has not ended. Although Gaara's expression didn't change in any way, judging from the movement of his shot, Gaara became obviously a little anxious. Of course, the most impatient one is the Red Sand Scorpion. Seeing that the members of the Akatsuki organization who invaded the venue were only himself and a bunch of people stared at him covetously. The Red Sand Scorpion couldn't help but become a little dazed. What's the situation? We agreed to go to battle together to eliminate 5 cages and then Akatsuki will rule the ninja world. Why did it suddenly become like this? By the way, it's the man named Fujimiya Ye Zhou. Quote, it was from the moment he went to find the leader that the change began, and it was because he solved the leader that the plan of the Akatsuki organization failed in the end. The Red Sand Scorpion suddenly looked in Ye Zhou's direction, showing a look of understanding. Huh, what are you looking at me for? Eyes met. Ye Zhou couldn't help but froze for a moment. He has nothing to do with the Red Sand Scorpion, so why is the other party looking at him like that? Just when Ye Zhou was puzzled, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion had already shifted his gaze. After all, so what if you know that Ye Zhou is responsible for all this? Even Pain was killed by Ye Zhou, and it was even more impossible for him to be Ye Zhou's opponent. At this moment, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion just wants to escape from this ghostly place as soon as possible and then hide to continue his research on eternal art. Unfortunately, his dream was destined to come to an end here. Taking advantage of the moment of his distraction, Kankuro seized the opportunity to connect the chakra line to the puppet of the scorpion body and then pulled hard. The sudden pull made Scorpion involuntarily stagger in the direction of Kankuro. Good chance. Seeing this, Gaara's eyes froze, knowing that this was the best chance to kill the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. So in the next moment, Gaara's sand rushed towards the Red Sand Scorpion. Although the Red Sand Scorpion had already cut Kankuro's chakra line with the fastest reaction speed, but facing the rushing mad sand, it was already too late to dodge. Boom, 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 boom. The violent sand completely submerged the body of the sand-crushing scorpion like waves of waves. Sand-bound. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was submerged in the sand, Gaara reached out and made a grabbing gesture. In the next second, the sand fell to the ground, leaving only a coffin made of sand that was not floating in the air. And inside the sand coffin is the Red Sand Scorpion. Nice job, Gaara. Seeing that the Red Sand Scorpion was captured alive, Kankuro shouted excitedly. A member of the Akatsuki organization was actually captured alive. It seems that the 5th cage should not be underestimated. After seeing the situation here, Onogi looked solemn. Old man, you mocked 5th cage before. If I were Kage-sama, I will definitely trouble you later. Hearing Onoki's words, Haidu said to him deliberately. Sure enough, when Haidu said this, Onogi's face darkened all of a sudden. Then he yelled at Haidu angrily, so what? Is this old man a vegetarian? And didn't that kid mock the old man at that time? If it's a big deal, it will be evened. At the end, Onogi took a special look at Gaara, as if the last sentence was addressed specifically to Gaara. Gaara obviously heard Onogi's words. He glanced at the other party and then turned back blankly. Currently, Gaara doesn't have a good feeling for the old man Onoki. But now Gaara has already been able to keep his emotions out of the way, and he won't hold on to such a trivial matter. While thinking about it, Gaara manipulated the sand coffin to land in front of him and then scattered the sand on the top Zhao's good side, exposing the scorpion's head. You have won. As soon as Scorpion's head was exposed, he opened his mouth to admit defeat. As a puppet master, he is very aware of his current state. All the joints of his puppet body were filled with sand, and the internal organs were completely destroyed by the influx of sand, making him completely lost the chance to resist. It can be said that apart from his mouth being able to move, his puppet body has no place to move freely. Brushed. When the Scarlet Sand Scorpion opened his mouth, Ye Zhou and others came to him in a tacit understanding, and then everyone focused on the scorpion. The Red Sand Scorpion, can you tell us how many members there are in the Akatsuki organization? It's come to this point, there must be no need to hide it. Raikage asked impatiently. Chapter 248, Raikage's Special Way of Caring. 248-278. Chapter 248, Raikage's Special Way of Caring. Since you want to know, let me tell you. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion chuckled twice. It didn't look like it was being captured at all. In fact, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion knew that he was doomed the moment he was captured. So I simply smashed the jar and didn't intend to continue struggling. In addition to the personnel who invaded here, the Akatsuki organization also assigned some people to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and it must have succeeded by now. The Red Sand Scorpion glanced at Ye Zhou and Tsunade and said, "What, mean?" Hearing the words of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion, Lei and the others cursed one after another. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were also captured, then even if Ye Zhou eliminated the leader of the Akatsuki organization would not be truly eliminated. But what is strange is that there is no change in the expressions of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Ye Zhou, Tsunade and Shikamaru, who are clearly related to them. It's as if they don't care about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at all. The performance of the Konoha trio stunned the other people present and then showed curiosity. Master Hokage, aren't you worried about the safety of 133 Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Onoki asked first. Don't bother, Master Tsuchikage, we have already arranged guards for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki before we came here. As long as the leader of the Akatsuki organization does not do it himself, other Akatsuki organization members will not be able to take them down. Tsunade said confidently. As for the leader of Shao organization, when talking about Nagato, Tsunade turned his head to look at Ye Zhou. The meaning is self-evident. It seems Hokage-sama is very confident. I hope it will be as you said. Seeing Tsunade's smiling face, Onogi was very upset. Boom. Rumbling. Brother, I'm here to save you. However, as soon as Onoki's voice fell, the wall on the right suddenly collapsed and a strange sound came from behind. Hearing the sound, everyone except Ye Zhou looked at the source of the sound with vigilant eyes. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a dark-skinned strong man wearing sunglasses jumping out from behind the collapsed wall. Quote, question mark, exclamation mark, quote. Seeing someone coming, Reikage shouted excitedly. That's right, the person who came suddenly was Killer Bee, who was one step behind Ye Zhou. Yo brother, I'm here to save you. Yay. Killer Bee responded with a strange gesture holding two knives. By you BD, you're wandering around by yourself. However, in the next second, Reikage's palm had already covered Killer Bee's head and then he squeezed the other's head hard. Ah, big brother, I've used too much force, my head is going to explode. Killer Bee let out a scream immediately, but he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. Do you know if you're wrong? Reikage yelled, and the strength in his hand was even stronger. It's wrong, I know it's wrong, big brother, please forgive me. Killer Bee didn't dare to refute. All he could say was to admit his mistake quickly. BD, there will be another time I will make you look good. After Reikage finished speaking, he threw Killer Bee to the side wall. Boom. The unlucky wall was directly smashed down by Killer Bee, which shows how much strength Reikage used. Fortunately, Killer Bee's physical fitness is strong enough, otherwise the bones of an average ninja would probably be shattered just by this smash. No, seeing Reikage's actions, cold sweat oozes from the foreheads of Konkuro and others. Hey, are they really brothers? Shikamaru complained beside Ye Zhou. HMPH, the people in Cloud Shinobi Village are all fools without brains. Onogi snorted coldly to express his inner dissatisfaction. That seems to be Eight Tails Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village, right? Reikage doesn't CFFG mean he was captured by Akatsuki. Tsunade recognized Killer Bee's identity and said meaningfully. What? Sure enough, when Tsunade said this, the other shadows were immediately taken aback. Especially Onoki. He came to the Five Cages meeting because he learned that Eight Tails Jinchuriki had been arrested. The main player. Is this a movie conspiracy? Subconsciously, Onogi suspects that the Five Cage talks are a conspiracy by Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage also noticed that the atmosphere on Ye Zhou's side was not right, but he didn't care. After all, he didn't know that Killer Bee escaped the arrest of Akatsuki. Master Reikage, didn't you say that Eight Tails Jinchuriki was captured by the Akatsuki organization? Then who is this in front of you? Onoki, who had already had doubts in his heart, questioned Reikage unceremoniously. Isn't that obvious? Of course it was, because he was smarter and escaped arrest. As if Reikage didn't see Onogi's anger, he replied with a natural face. HMPH, is that really the case? I suspect that this meeting with the Five Cages is a conspiracy by your Cloud Shinobi Village and Akatsuki organization against other villages. Onogi snorted coldly and said his thoughts. What the FK are you talking about? How could I do this? Unexplainably being wronged, Reikage suddenly felt a little annoyed. Is not it? If I remember correctly, the reason why you invited us to the Five Cages meeting is that the two Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village were captured by Akatsuki, right? But now the Eight Tails Jinchuriki has emerged intact. Besides, when we were still negotiating, we were attacked by the Akatsuki organization. Combining the two incidents, the suspicion of Cloud Shinobi Village is too great. Onoki analyzed with reason and evidence. If they didn't know the situation of Akatsuki's organization, everyone would really believe Onoki's rhetoric. A-hole Onoki, are you trying to find trouble on purpose? Hearing Onoki's words, he was so angry that he cursed on the spot. It's okay to be wrong, but if you continue to follow Onoki's thinking, Cloud Shinobi Village is really justified. A-hole idiot, Onogi is old and confused. What a sad news. Yay. Killer Bee also mocked Onoki with a weird tone at the moment. If Cloud Shinobi Village really teamed up with the Akatsuki organization, how could they help others to deal with the members of the Akatsuki organization? Wouldn't it be easier to wipe out Onoki and the others directly with the Akatsuki organization? Obviously Tsunade and others are also aware of this, so no one agrees with Onoki's analysis no matter what he says. Chapter 249, The Steel of the Sage of Six Paths. 249-278. Chapter 249, The Steel of the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing Onogi and Reikage arguing more and more fiercely, Tsunade prepares to persuade the two. However, before Tsunade could speak, Onoki and Reikage stopped the quarrel first. Then everyone's eyes instantly shifted to the open space where the amber bottle was placed. I saw a dark space crack suddenly appearing next to the amber bottle. Then a person wearing an Akatsuki uniform with a Uzumaki mask on his face came out of the space crack. Seeing the sudden appearance of a figure, everyone needs to be vigilant. But compared to the astonishment and vigilance of other people, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion was extremely shocked at the moment. Isn't that Afei? He can even time and space ninjutsu. In the impression of the Red Sand Scorpion, Afei has always been a funny character, just an intern of Xiao's organization. But at this moment the opponent's appearance completely overturned the Scarlet Sand Scorpion's perception of him. With this time and space ninjutsu alone, he knew that this person, Afei, might have hidden a lot of things. Hey, I've already become a prisoner, why do you want to think so much? Laughing at himself, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion stopped paying attention to the masked man. It's all here, it seems that I came at the right time. Obito glanced at everyone, especially Ye Zhou, and then spoke. My name is Uchiha Madara, I'm here to tell you something. About Project Tsuki no Mi. While speaking, Obito put the amber bottle into the Kamui space. Then the next second Reikage's figure appeared in front of Obito and then punched Obito's face heavily. Boom. However, Reikage's attack went straight through Obito's body and hit the wall behind the king. The wall shattered in response and a large amount of dust and gravel flew around. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ye Zhou saw that the wall had been bombarded with a hole of more than 4 meters. Although the attack did not work, the film's expression was still very calm. He withdrew his arm and said coldly to Obito, "Akatsuki's plan or something, there must be nothing good. Incomprehensible, but since you dare to attack the 5 shadows, there is no other way but to be wiped out." At the end, Raikage's eyes obviously turned cold. "Then just listen to my explanation carefully and decide after seeing your answers." Obito turned to look at Raikage, ignoring the holy look in his eyes. "Calm down a little bit, Raikage. There's nothing to lose by listening to it." Onogi floated to Raikage's side and said meaningfully. Just now Raikage made a sudden move which gave him a premonition that the other party was planning to kill someone. That's why he wanted to hear what Obito had to say. "It seems that everyone is willing to listen to me." Obito glanced around the people present and said, "You just said you were Uchiha Madara, didn't expect you to be alive. You are such a powerful person, there should be no need to use any plan. With your strength, even if you sweep the ninja world, it won't be a problem." Onoki has seen the real Uchiha Madara and he still remembers the chilling sense of oppression until now. But the person in front of him didn't feel that way at all. While thinking, Onogi looked at Tsunade. It turned out that Tsunade remained expressionless, obviously doubting the identity of the masked man just like him. Sure enough, the person in front of me is absolutely impossible to be Uchiha Madara. Onoki immediately made a judgment. At the same time secretly guessed the other party's true identity. "I was badly injured in the fight with first Hokage Hashirama. I don't have much power now, to put it bluntly, I'm just a shell." As if aware of Onogi's suspicion, Obito explained calmly. "As the so-called Project Tsuki no Mi, a plan to restore your strength." Suddenly she from Cloud Shinobi Village confronted Obito loudly. "Well, you can also say that, but it's not limited to that." Obito's ambiguous answer. "What are your plans? What is Project Tsuki no Mi?" The person who asked this question was Mifune. "I also plan to explain it well, so everyone should not mind if I sit down." It seems to be asking, but when talking NVC has sat on the ground very naturally. Ask for flowers. That casual attitude as if in his own home. And this also made everyone present frown, it was too arrogant. "Hey, I'm asking you something." Kankuro couldn't bear it at first and yelled at Obito loudly. But Obito just glanced at him and held out a finger. Then under the vigilant eyes of everyone he said, "Everything will merge with me and I will unify everything into a perfect body." As soon as Obito finished speaking, everyone showed shocked expressions. "Combine 2 into 1, unify everything. What's the meaning?" Onoki looked at Obito with a shocked face and suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. 0. Uchiha has a stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation, and it is still underground in Konoha. There is a secret written by the Sage of 6 Paths on it. The Sharingan cannot even be deciphered without Uchiha. Sharingan Mangekyo Rinnegan, the content of interpretation will gradually increase. Obito said, "So, your words are getting more and more bizarre. Sage of 6 Paths or something." Onogi's first reaction was disbelief. But then he frowned because Onoki suddenly thought of the pair of Rinnegans that Pain had before in the 6 Paths treasure phantasm used by Jinjiao. All these things told him that the Sage of 6 Paths might be real. "It seems that you have already guessed it." "That's right, the Sage of 6 Paths existed and left a stone tablet." Seeing Onogi's expression, Obito said in a deep tone. For a moment, except for Ye Zhou, everyone was lost in thought. It is really that Obito's words revealed too much information which made them unable to sort out in a short time. For example, the existence of Sage of 6 Paths and why the steel left by Sage of 6 Paths is in Uchiha. What is the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Sage of 6 Paths? Why only Sharingan Mangekyo and Rinnegan can view the information above? Could it be that Rinnegan also evolved from Sharingan? Of course, the most important thing is what is recorded on the steel of Sage of 6 Paths. Chapter 250, Sage of 6 Paths and 10 Tails. 250-278. Chapter 250, Sage of 6 Paths and 10 Tails. A series of questions filled everyone's brains. Let everyone fall into confusion. "Enough. What does your plan have to do with Sage of 6 Paths?" Suddenly Raikage yelled and brought everyone back to their senses. "Do you know why he became a legend and was enshrined as a god by ninjas? This is the relationship between my purpose and this man." Obito glanced at Raikage then spoke. "Uchiha Madara, you have the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Akatsuki organization also has the Rinnegan. That is to say, you already know all the information on the stone tablet, right?" Terumi Mei linked Obito's words with Akatsuki and asked with a solemn expression. Others also thought of this. 890, so everyone looked at Obito waiting for his answer. "Yes, I do know all the information on the steel." Obito was satisfied with everyone's reaction. He continued. "He saved the world once. From some monster. Gaara is very sensitive to the word monster and subconsciously interrupts Obito's narration. Obito turned his gaze to Gaara. Said, "Yes, monster. Gaara, you were once only a part of the monster that was sealed, that is the aggregate of all tailed beasts. Existence with the strongest chakra Dao." As soon as Obito finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Everyone present is well aware of the power of the tailed beast, which is the ultimate weapon that can determine the outcome of a war. But according to Obito, all the tailed beasts in the world are just part of 10 tails. Then how strong should the 10 tails in his mouth be? People can no longer imagine. Wait, isn't there a maximum of 9 tailed beasts? Tamari asked immediately. As I said, it is a collection of all tailed beasts. The tailed beasts from 1 tail to 9 tails are all the products of the scattered chakra of 10 tails. They're all from the Sage of Six Paths. Facing Temeri's questioning, Obito's tone remained calm. B asked Eight Tails if what this man said is true. Raikage obviously didn't believe what Obito said, so he asked Killer B to question Eight Tails on the spot. Hearing Raikage yell, the others turned their attention to Killer B. Indeed, there are parties here, and who better than Eight Tails to understand the truth in Obito's words. Clear. Killer B also sensed the seriousness of the matter and didn't even use his mouth when speaking. Immediately asked Yuki, in my heart. Yuki, is what the masked man said true? But at the moment Yuki is very calm. Before seeing the body of Ten Tails and thinking of the Akatsuki organization's effort to catch the tail beast, it has already guessed that the people of the Akatsuki organization probably know some secrets. And Obito's words also confirmed Yuki's guess. So after hearing Killer B's inquiry, Yuki didn't intend to hide it either. It directly said to Killer B, I don't know about the steel, but our tailed beasts were indeed created by Sage of Six Paths and Tianwei. And do you remember that monster just now? It's the body of Ten Tails. Yuki's words were brief, but they told Killer B a few important things. First of all, both Sage of Six Paths and Ten Tails are real, and secondly, the monsters they fought with before are the bodies of Ten Tails. After hearing Yuki's words, Killer B was dumbfounded. It's unbelievable that what the masked man said is true, that Sage of Six Paths and Ten Tails actually exist. By have you made it clear? Just when Killer B was extremely shocked, Raikage's shout finally brought him back to his senses. Gulu. Killer B swallowed, looking at Ying with a dazed expression. Others already had guesses when they saw Killer B's expression, and what the masked man said was probably true. Sure enough, when Killer B told Yuki the news to him in a complicated tone, everyone was silent. Even if there is speculation, everyone will only be even more shocked after getting the exact affirmation. It was not until a long time later that everyone barely calmed down the shocking emotions in their hearts. That's why the Akatsuki organization wants to collect tailed beasts, Kankuro said in a dry tone. In order to save the world from Ten Tails, Sage of Six Paths developed a certain ninjutsu which is still secretly inherited, that is Jinchuriki's seal ninjutsu. That's right, Sage of Six Paths is Ten Tails' Jinchuriki sealed in the body in order to suppress Ten Tails. But the too powerful and evil Ten Tails chakra after his death will definitely release the seal and come out to make trouble again. Out of fear of this, Sage of Six Paths used his last strength to scatter the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts and scattered them all over the world before dying. And the body of Ten Tails who lost chakra was sealed by it and sent to the sky beyond their reach, that is the moon. Obito recounted the information on the steel in a low voice, showing the grand world view in front of everyone. At this moment everyone seems to feel the grand figure of Sage of Six Paths saving the world. However, because the worldview described by Obito was too grand, everyone present felt unreal. The topic is too grand. Can humans really do this? 2.1 inches. Darui confronted Obito, frowning. Becoming the Sage of Six Paths of Ten Tails Jinchuriki is already an existence beyond human beings. Obito said calmly. He understands the doubts of these people very well. After all, when he first learned the information, he also questioned the authenticity of the contents of the steel. But later, with the passage of time and the teachings of Uchiha Madara, he has become convinced of this. So you want to gather those scattered chakra, that is all the tailed beasts, and get the power of the Sage of Six Paths. I know you definitely want to get that power, but after getting the power, what do you want to do? Just when Obito recalled the past, Wang Chuan's questioning brought him back to his senses again. Chapter 251, Project Tsuki no Mi Trust. 251-278. Chapter 251, Project Tsuki no Mi Trust. That's a good question. I plan to revive Ten Tails and then become Ten Tails Jinchuriki and use the power of Ten Tails to strengthen my pupil power. Finally launch some kind of ninjutsu. From the moment he stood on the bright side, Wang had no intention of continuing to conceal his purpose. Some kind of ninjutsu? What is that? What exactly are you trying to do? I don't know why, but when I heard that Obito was going to use the power of Ten Tails to launch some kind of ninjutsu, I had a very bad feeling because of Noki's instinct. That is a large illusion projecting one's own eyes onto the moon, infinite Tsukuyomi. Illusion is cast on everyone on the ground, and then I will control everyone in the illusion so that the world will become one. At that time there will be no barriers and no fights in the world, and everything will be ruled by me. This is Project Tsuki no Mi. Speaking of the latter, Obito's emotions involuntarily became high. Are you kidding me? I won't hand over the world to people like you. Raikage retorted loudly. Illusory peace is nothing but a lie. Peace also only makes sense if it is achieved in the real world. Compared to Raikage, Gaara's is much calmer. What's the point of living in the world of illusion? No dream, just escape, said Terumi Mei. Unify the world. Rather than unifying the world, it is better to create a world that only belongs to you. Onoki said solemnly. It's a crazy idea to actually plan to control everyone in the illusion. Tsunade frowned. She already regarded Obito as a madman. It is estimated that I have received too many blows in reality, so I want to escape reality and illusion. Ye Zhou glanced at Obito with a slightly disdainful tone. My opinion is the same as that of Ye Zhou. The other party obviously has great power but intends to use illusion to control the world. There is a high probability that he is evading something. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Well, looking at it this way, I suddenly feel that the previous plan called Pain is more reliable. At least he didn't intend to pull everyone into the illusion. Tsunade rubbed his forehead, then sighed. That's true. Ye Zhou immediately nodded in agreement. Compared with Nagato's threat to unify the ninja world, Obito's approach is more extreme and unacceptable. Then what contribution do you 5 cages have? Actually, you should have understood long ago that there is no hope, or hope is the biggest lie. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Obito obviously lost his composure and immediately opened his mouth to question Hokage in reverse. And hearing Obito's words, everyone frowned. Although they disagree with Obito's approach, everyone has to admit that what he said has some truth. Seeing the silence of the crowd, a look of satisfaction flashed in Obito's eyes. Then strike while the iron is hot and say, hand over the remaining tailed beasts and Rinnegan and help me complete the plan. Otherwise there will only be war. After speaking, Obito looked at everyone quietly. War? Hey, just relying on the current Akatsuki organization. Hearing the word, war, Onoki showed a mocking expression without any concealment. Rinnegan, what's the matter? We don't have such a thing at all. Raikage heard the word Rinnegan with sharp ears and immediately frowned and questioned Obito. Of course you have. Not long ago Nagato, the real leader of the Akatsuki organization, gave Rinnegan as a trade item to Konoha's Fujimiya Ye Zhou. Now Rinnegan is in Ligong Ye Zhoujung. Obito looked at Ye Zhou as he spoke. At the same time everyone present turned their attention to Ye Zhou. That's Rinnegan. Ye Zhou actually got it. Immediately the eyes of many people present looking at Ye Zhou have changed. Boy, is what Uchiha Madara said true. Rinnegan is really on you. Onogi was the first to speak and the tone of the question was also very blunt. Onoki, watch your tone of voice. Hearing Onoki's words, Tsunade quit immediately glared at the other party and scolded. Although Tsunade was also surprised by what happened to Rinnegan on Ye Zhou, but no matter, because of Ye Zhou's identity or her own protective personality, she subconsciously stood up to defend the disc. HMPH, my tone is not bad. Didn't Master Hokage just hear Uchiha Madara say that the Rinnegan was given to your bodyguard as a trade item? What deal requires Rinnegan as a condition? Isn't Lord Hokage in doubt? Onogi snorted coldly and then deliberately provoked. Don't bother you, I really believe in Ye Zhou. Naturally Tsunade would not doubt Ye Zhou just because of Onoki's words. She believed that even if Ye Zhou reached a deal with that person named Nagato, it would not harm Konoha's interests. Master Hokage, I hope you won't be too impulsive. 340 looked at Tsunade's firm eyes and Onogi frowned and said. Master Tsuchikage, I also believe that Ye Zhou-kun will not do anything harmful to the ninja world because of Rinnegan. Suddenly Terumi May also spoke for Ye Zhou. I also believe in Mr. Ye Zhou. Gaara also said. Seeing that even Mizukage and Kazekage were speaking for Ye Zhou, Onoki couldn't help frowning even more. What's going on? What's so special about that brat that even Mizukage and Kazekage are speaking for him like this? Onoki suddenly became very curious about Ye Zhou. In his view, although the three shadows of fire, water and wind have formed an alliance long ago, it is related to Rinnegan. Even the best alliance cannot speak for a Hokage guard like this. Then the only explanation is that Mizukage and Kazekage must have a reason that they do not know, and this reason is very likely to be Ye Zhou himself. What is the reason? Onoki's brain was running fast trying to find the reason. Since he couldn't guess the reason, Onoki simply dragged Raikage into the water. So he turned to Raikage and asked, Raikage, what do you think? However, the movie is not a fool and of course it will not follow Onoki's wishes. Chapter 252, Obito declares war. Mifune's proposal. 252-278. Chapter 252, Obito declares war. Mifune's proposal. He said angrily, what are you looking at? Is it time to discuss this? The enemy has not been resolved yet, so he started to fight among himself. Even if Ye Zhou really has a problem, it will be after the enemy has been resolved. Asking the blame now is meaningless except to make the enemy laugh. Hearing Raikage's words, except Onagi's face turned black, everyone else showed expressions of approval. Looks like you're not going to hand over Tailed Beast and Rinnegan. Seeing everyone's expressions, Obito said in an indifferent tone. Nonsense, isn't that of course? Tsunade rolled his eyes and said loudly. Now that Nine Tails and Rinnegan are in Konoha's hands, how could they hand them over? Raikage, what about you? Terumi May looked at Raikage. Of course I won't hand over my brother. The movie is a natural answer. With Raikage's affirmative answer, Gokage has made a decision. Although I don't have the strength I used to have now, I have already mastered the strength of the other seven-tailed beasts. You have no chance of winning. Obito glanced at Ye Zhou and said. If it wasn't for the variable Ye Zhou, his plan might have succeeded, so why would he need to talk so much nonsense to everyone? Whether there is a chance of winning is not up to you. Gaara retorted. All right, then I declare now that the Fourth Ninja World War begins now. Seeing that everyone is not going to hand over Tailed Beast and Rinnegan, Obito can only declare war. The Fourth Ninja World War? Are you serious? Onoki looked at Obito as if he was looking at a lunatic, not knowing where the other party came from to say such words with confidence. Not to mention the members of the Shao organization, there are less than one hand left, and even Rinnegan has fallen into the hands of Ye Zhou. Onogi really didn't know what capital the other party had to start a war against them. Not only Onoki but other people have the same idea. For a moment everyone looked at Obito with a hint of disdain. Looking at everyone's expressions, Obito didn't care, let alone explaining. Now that it has been decided to launch a war, the enemy is of course as careless as possible. How can it be possible to remind everyone of being ugly? Then see you on the battlefield next time. So after Obito finally said, see you on the battlefield, he planned to leave. At the same time Tsunade gave Ye Zhou a questioning look. If she could, she would love to keep Obito forever. Unfortunately for Tsunade's eye contact, Ye Zhou shook his head slightly, expressing that he couldn't keep Tsunade. In fact, not only Tsunade, Ye Zhou also wanted to keep him. But Obito is very cautious and has maintained a hollow state since its appearance until now. Apparently the opponent was also guarding against Ye Zhou's sneak attack. After all, Obito had already experienced Ye Zhou's speed. After Tsunade saw Ye Zhou's reply, he could only watch Obito leave. Damn it, I would have brought Kakashi with me if I knew it. Tsunade thought angrily. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. So what to do next? After Obito left, Onogi asked everyone with a solemn expression. While speaking, he also turned his attention to Ye Zhou. Of course, we will continue the 5 Kages talks to discuss how to completely wipe out the Akatsuki organization. Raikage said loudly. Although he was relieved that his younger brother was not captured by the Akatsuki organization, the masked man obviously did not give up his idea of beating the tailed beast. In order to prevent Killer Bee from being in danger again, of course the threat must be completely eliminated. I agree with Raikage's statement, completely clean up the Xiao Xiao organization. Tsunade immediately agreed. After all, compared to Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha not only has tailed beasts but also a pair of Rinnegaons. I agree too. Terumi May followed suit. More than that, I am also very concerned about the 4th Ninja World War that the masked man said. Judging from his tone, it doesn't sound like a joke at all. Gaara opened her mouth to remind everyone. Feng Ying is right. Since the other party said they want to start a war, they obviously have confidence that we don't know about, and this confidence is very important. Hearing Gaara's words, Tsunade's tone also became serious. The words of the two made others frown. Indeed, if they cannot find out the opponent's confidence in the war, they will become the passive side. Ye Zhou, Shikamaru, what do you think? Tsunade was still thinking, but after seeing the calm expressions of Ye Zhou and Shikamaru, his heart moved and he hurriedly asked them. Not to mention Shikamaru, there is probably no one with a higher IQ than him, and Ye Zhou was the only person present who had contact with the leader of the Akatsuki organization and even made a deal with Nagato. I must know more information than them. Tsunade's words instantly attracted the attention of others, and they also thought of the deal between Ye Zhou and Nagato. So they turned their attention to Ye Zhou. Hokage-sama, if I'm not mistaken, the opponent's confidence should come from the 7-song-tailed beast and Orochimaru's Impure World reincarnation. Shikamaru spoke first. Impure World reincarnation. Hearing these 4 words, everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, if the Akatsuki organization summons a large number of Dirty Soil legions, it will be really difficult to deal with. The Dirt Army. It's really hard to deal with. Tsunade said with a frown. She is very clear that the filthy Zhao Zhao soil reincarnation was developed for war at the beginning. The immortal body of filthy soil, if it is combined with the detonating talisman, it will be a disaster. Then, as a neutral country, let me give you a suggestion. In order to deal with the 7-tailed beasts and the filthy army, the 5 major ninja villages should unite and form an allied ninja army. At this moment, Mifune suddenly gave a suggestion. The reason why Mifune put forward such a proposal is also after careful consideration. If it was a ninja world war launched by the 5 great ninja villages, as the leader of a neutral country, he would definitely not say anything because their war would not affect the country of Iron. The Iron country can even use this to make a fortune in war. But the war launched by the Akatsuki organization is different. They intend to launch a war against the entire ninja world. In this way, the country of Iron will also be involved, so he cannot sit idly by. The 253rd Onoki's sudden attack. 253-278. The 253rd Onoki's sudden attack. Alliance. Hearing Mifune's proposal, the hearts of all present were moved and they silently thought about this possibility. Yes, we are now in an extraordinary period and we need to work together to deal with war. The formation of coalition forces can unify the command and avoid more chaotic situations. The 3 ships talked about the benefits of the coalition. The coalition forces are fine, but the question is who should give the command of the coalition forces to. After seeing the power of the Akatsuki organization, everyone did not object to the alliance. But the key point is the commanding power of the coalition forces. It is estimated that no one among the 5 shadows is willing to hand over the commanding power to outsiders. This is also something we need to discuss next. Mifune replied. Let's not talk about the coalition forces. Before that, shouldn't that young man named Ye Zhou explain to us the transaction with the leader of the Akatsuki organization? At this moment, Onoki suddenly attacked Ye Zhou. Hearing Onoki's words, everyone immediately turned their attention to Ye Zhou. During this time period, making deals with the enemy is indeed very interesting. There's nothing to explain. I did make a deal with Nagato. He made Rinnegan a condition that when we clean up the Akatsuki organization, the innocent people in Rain Shinobi Village will not be affected by 527, and at the same time he asked me to escort his friend back to Rain Shinobi Village. Nagato's friend didn't give me an escort though, so that's about it. Regarding the terms of the transaction, Ye Zhou did not hide anything and told everyone present with a calm face. After all, besides him, Killer Bee and Black Zetsu knew about the content of the transaction. Instead of concealing the content of the transaction and arousing suspicion from others, it is better to say it all openly. Is it just like that? It seems that this man named Nagato is more humane than I expected. Hearing the content of the transaction between Ye Zhou and Nagato, Terumi May sighed with a complicated expression. It's a pity that the other party took the wrong path, otherwise it wouldn't be what it is now. Gaara was also quite emotional. Of course, not everyone believed Ye Zhou's words. For example, Onoki, after hearing what Ye Zhou said, his face was full of doubts. HMPH, who knows if what you said is true? That's Rinnegan. How could the other party give it to you with such a simple condition? I saw ABCA, Onoki snorted coldly and then asked Zhou. That what he said is indeed true. As soon as Onoki finished speaking, he saw Killer Bee raised a hand and said with a shy expression. Oh, do you know something? Seeing Killer Bee's embarrassed expression, Onoki asked with a frown. Before coming to the venue it was Killer Bee-sama and Konoha's Fujimiya Ye Zhou who stopped the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Samui explained for Killer Bee aloud. That's it, I was watching when Ye Zhou boy traded with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Yay, ah, Killer Bee said proudly. Boom. Idiot, what is there to be proud of? Why did you fight with him and bring nothing back? However, seeing Killer Bee's proud appearance, Hokage was furious, punched the opponent on the head and then yelled loudly. Ah, it hurts because it was Ye Zhou boy who defeated the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I just helped block the monsters summoned by the other party. Killer Bee said aggrievedly. In order to avoid being beaten again, he hurriedly informed the film of the situation at that time. Haha, I knew Ye Zhou would never do anything that would harm the ninja world. Onoki, what else do you have to say? After hearing Killer Bee's story about fighting Nagato, Tsunade burst into laughter and then deliberately ran on Onoki. Because the battle was told by Killer Bee, everyone did not doubt the authenticity of the content. After all, who would believe that 8 Tales of Cloud Shinobi Village would cover up for the people of Konoha? HMPH, even so he is just a Hokage guard, why should he make the decision not to clear Rain Shinobi Village on our behalf? Even Hokage is not qualified to make decisions for all of us. Onoki obviously didn't intend to bypass the topic so easily. Seeing Onagi's reluctance, not only Tsunade but also other people felt something was wrong. They felt that Onoki was being unreasonable. Ye Zhou and Nagato's deal is actually nothing to them, it's just that they didn't shoot the innocent people in Rain Shinobi Village, it's nothing at all. The other shadows had no intention of hurting the innocent. Hey Onoki, don't think I don't know what your plan is, don't you just want Ye Zhou to hand over Rinnegan? Tell you it's impossible. When everyone was guessing, Tsunade suddenly sneered and then said to Onogi with disdain. It was for Rinnegan, no wonder. Hearing Tsunade's words, Hokage and others suddenly realized. If it is to compete for Rinnegan, then it is easy for Onoki to do so. Not to mention Onoki, even Hokage and others are also very interested in Rinnegan. It's just because Rinnegan is Ye Zhou's trophy after all, and the 5 ninja villages now need to unite to deal with a bigger enemy, so others selectively ignore it. Obviously people can still tell the difference between right and wrong. For a while many people looked at Onoki with contempt in their eyes. At this time you still think about the things of the alliance, you were really old and confused. However, facing everyone's disdainful or angry eyes, Yinyamu's expression did not change at all. It's like acquiescing to Tsunade's statement. HMPH, a bunch of idiots, how can you guess what this old man is planning? Quote, how does Rinnegan deserve the old man's thought? But at this moment Onoki was very proud of himself. He deliberately brought the topic up to Ye Zhou at this time, not just because of something like Rinnegan but with a deeper plan. That is to become the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. That's right, the reason Onoki said so much is to compete for the right to command the coalition forces. In his opinion, there is only one of the 5 Kages who is most likely to become the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, and that is Konoha's Hokage, Senju Tsunade. Chapter 254, The Drunkard Doesn't Want to Drink. 254-278. Chapter 254, The Drunkard Doesn't Want to Drink. Therefore Onoki seems to be attacking Ye Zhou, but he is actually targeting Tsunade. He wants to use Ye Zhou and Nagato's deal to attack Tsunade's prestige and finally seize the right to command the coalition forces. It has to be said that Onoki is still good at playing tricks. I think Master Tian Ying is not just for Rinnegan. Suddenly Shikamaru looked at Onogi and said in a tone that sees through everything. Huh, Shikamaru, what did you think of? Hearing Shikamaru speak, suddenly he hurriedly asked the other party. She is well aware of Shikamaru's IQ. If she hadn't guessed something, Shikamaru would never have said such a thing at this time. Young man of Konoha, have you guessed something? Does Tsuchikage have other purposes? Terumi may also asked Shikamaru while looking suspiciously at Onogi. This old man is really not simple. Little ghost, what do you mean by that? Noticing the suspicious eyes of everyone, Onoki's face turned dark and he immediately stared at Shikamaru with unkind eyes. Didn't you know that Onagi's unfriendly gaze made Shikamaru more convinced of his guess? It also made others more suspicious that Onogi had another purpose. It's for the command of the coalition forces. After hearing Shikamaru's words, Ye Zhou already figured out the reason and looked at Onogi with playful eyes. At the beginning he was also misled by Onoki. It wasn't until Shikamaru reminded him that he woke up like a dream and immediately thought of the reason why Onogi was so stubborn towards him. The target of the other party has never been me and Rinnegan but the ulterior motives. Command of the coalition forces. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Tsunade and the others were taken aback for a moment and then all showed stunned expressions. I see. I just said, why is Master Tsuchikage so unwise? Is it because he wants to compete with Master Hokage for the command of the coalition forces? Terumi Mei looked at Onoki meaningfully and said, Master Tsuchikage really made a good plan. Gaara said mockingly, oh, Tsuchikage is treacherous and scary. Ah, Killer Bee was trembling and funny. But Onoki, who was pointed out to be careful, had a gloomy face at the moment. He didn't expect his plan to be seen through by 2 teenagers. Coupled with everyone's ridicule, Yinyamu's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Old man, are you all right? Noticing Onoki's expression, Haidu comforted him cautiously. Ignoring Haidu's comfort, Yinyamu seemed to be furious from embarrassment. He said loudly to everyone, even if the old man really wants to fight for the command of the coalition forces, so what don't you want to? Besides, what's wrong with what the old man said before? Privately replacing the village and making a deal with the leader of the Shao organization. Who knows if this kid has other dangerous thoughts in his heart? Obviously Onoki has no intention of giving up his previous plan. Forget it, Master Tsuchikage, we are very clear about what you said and we all believe in Mr. Ye Zhou. The most important thing now is to discuss the matter of the coalition forces. If you insist on holding on to Mr. Ye Zhou, then I don't think there's any need to discuss the affairs of the coalition forces. Terumi-mae interrupted Onogi and said in a serious tone, I agree with Mizukage-sama. Gaara was originally not interested in the command of the coalition forces and his relationship with Ye Zhou was not bad, so of course he very much agrees with Terumi-mae's words. Oh, Master Reikage, what do you mean? Onogi looked at the firm eyes of the two, turned his head unhappily and then asked Reikage for his opinion. HMPH, it's impossible to hand over the command to you anyway. However, Reikage's words made Onogi's face even more ugly. Everyone, instead of continuing to argue, it is better to listen to the proposal of our neutral country. Looking at Onoki, who still wanted to continue to cause controversy, Mifune suddenly proposed. Hearing Sanfuan, the person who proposed the alliance, everyone calmed down and then looked at Sanfuan. First of all, we need to choose the most suitable person to serve as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. And among the 5 shadows, who is the most suitable? When it comes to who is the most suitable, Mifune glanced at Gokage. 0. Then he kept his eyes on Onogi and slowly said, actually Master Tsuchikage is also very clear, so he deliberately targeted Konoha, right? Hearing Mifune's words, except for Onoki and Reikage, whose faces changed slightly, the expressions of the other 3 Kage were very calm. Because everyone has already guessed. So Mifune-sama is really planning to propose that Hokage be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Onoki asked in a very uncomfortable tone. I also don't agree with letting Mr. Hokage be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. In addition to what Tsuchikage said before, it seems that there are many people in the Akatsuki organization who come from Konoha. How can someone who lacks credit be able to take on such an important role? 0. Of course Reikage will not hand over the command of the related army so easily, and he also wants to fight for it. Although I have no interest in the command of the coalition forces, the words of these 2 people are really annoying. Beside Ye Zhou, Tsunade said in a rather unhappy tone. She wasn't interested in commanding anything, and even being a Hokage was forced to take up the job. But Onoki and Reikage's words aroused Tsunade's resistance. You don't want me to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, but my wife wants to be the commander-in-chief. For an instant both Lien Yi and Shikamaru felt Tsunade's sudden momentum. And just when Tsunade was full of motivation and was about to fight for the command of the coalition forces, the 3 ships also spoke again. Then who else does Reikage think is suitable? Mifune asked Reikage blankly. Not a single person from the Shao organization in our village came out, so of course I should be the one to blame. Reikage said as a matter of course. But you are even more unconvincing. Mifune said mercilessly. What did you say? Hearing Mifune's words, Reikage quit immediately. Why can't I be convincing myself? Boom. The more he thought about it, the more angry Reikage punched the pillar beside him, and a big hole was blasted out of the pillar carved out of rock. At the entrance of the hole, dense cracks spread to the surroundings. Chapter 255, Analyzing Pros and Cons. 255-278. Chapter 255, Analyzing Pros and Cons. If Mifune didn't give himself a reasonable reason today, he would have to show the opponent his punches and muscles. However, the excited Reikage didn't notice that when he punched the pillar, the eyes of everyone looking at him became speechless. With such a temper, it is no wonder that Mifune said that Reikage was not convincing. Mifune was not polite and faced Reikage's questioning. He pointed blankly at the big hole blasted by Reikage. Forehead. Reikage followed Mifune's line of sight, took a breath, and his expression gradually became awkward. Then I heard Mifune say, as a leader I naturally need some temperament and strength, and I know this very well. But everything is driven by sensibility, and those who do things by brute force will only make the coalition forces like the 350 and this pillar become in a mess. As a neutral country, I need to think more to maintain the stability of the coalition forces. The meaning of Mifune is already very straightforward. Reikage's character is too irritable and he likes to be impulsive, so he is not suitable to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces at all. Oh, Reikage clenched his fist tightly, looking at the pothole he made. He couldn't refute the opponent at all. Seeing Reikage deflated, Tsunade laughed wantonly in his heart. But on the surface he said with a serious look, Master Reikage, I think what Mifune-sama said is very reasonable. Your character is really not suitable to be a commander-in-chief. After finishing speaking, he nodded as if he had really thought about it seriously. Sure enough, upon hearing Tsunade's words, Reikage's face turned dark instantly. Ahem, please calm down both of you, let's continue to listen to what Mifune-sama has to say. Terumi-mae stood up as a peacemaker and then signaled Mifune to continue. Although Reikage was a little annoyed, he also knew that his temper was no longer trusted by everyone, so he could only forcefully suppress his inner irritability. And Tsunade is also very face-saving. Seeing that Terumi-mae made peace, she no longer hit Reikage. Except for Mr. Reikage, Mr. Kazekage is too young. It should be difficult for people from other countries to listen to your command. After all, the reputation of Kazekage alone is not enough. Mifune looked at Gaara as he spoke. I understand, and I didn't intend to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Unlike Reikage, Gaara was very calm after hearing Mifune's words and even made it clear to everyone that he had no intention of competing for command. Seeing Gaara's serious and calm appearance, everyone looked sideways. It has to be said that Gaara's performance and heart made everyone present highly valued. Master Kazekage, I apologize for my previous behavior. You are indeed a very qualified Kage. Even Onoki, who has always been uncomfortable with Gaara, apologized to Gaara at this moment and admitted that Gaara was a qualified Kazekage. Gaara glanced at the other party in surprise then nodded to accept the other party's apology. The old man Tsuchikage doesn't look as bad as he thought. Behind Gaara Konkuro whispered to Temari. Shut up, the other party is Tsuchikage anyway, don't be careless. Temari is a little wary of Onoki's behavior after all the other party's previous series are very worthy of vigilance. Who knows if Onoki is really apologizing this time or is he trying to numb them? Temari is deeply suspicious of this. Konkuro also restrained his expression after being reminded by Temari. Although he didn't know why Temari was so vigilant, but out of trust in Temari he also regained his vigilance towards Onoki. While Konkuro and Temari were still wary of Onoki, Mifune continued to express his views. After talking about Gaara, the next one is Onoki. On the other hand, Mr. Tsuchikage is old, lacks the ability to act and prefers to use the Akatsuki organization and can even be said to be the most trustless candidate. Of course Mifune didn't say anything else. That is before Onogi used Ye Zhou and Rinnegan to make a fuss to destroy Tsunade's prestige but was later dismantled by Konoha's people. This incident has almost completely disqualified Onoki from the competition. No one likes a person who likes to engage in conspiracy to serve as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. After all, no one knows whether such a person will stab his companions in the back. When Mifune mentioned Tsuchikage, everyone turned their attention to Onogi. Then he nodded in agreement very tacitly. As Mifune guessed, no one wanted Onogi to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Although Onoki had already expected it, but after hearing Mifune's words and seeing everyone's expressions he still couldn't help but show an unhappy expression. Oh, but in the end he could only close his eyes to express his dissatisfaction. As for Master Mizukage, he has almost been infiltrated into a sieve by the Akatsuki organization. In order to ensure that the information will not be stolen by the Akatsuki organization, he cannot be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Mifune ignored Onoki's mood and continued to talk about the reasons for not choosing Terumi Mei. Although I really don't want to admit it, Kurigaka really can't guarantee that the information will not be stolen by the Akatsuki organization. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes, but it was not for Mifune but for the Akatsuki organization. Even the perfect Jinchuriki Yagura has been controlled by the masked man's illusion for such a long time. Teramian can't even imagine who else in Zunion village can defend against the invasion of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, after comprehensive consideration in 4.2, only Hokage-sama is left to take on this role. 5. Hokage adults are relatively calm, to be underestimated, and command ability is not weak. Quote, secondly, Konoha has 9 tails and Rinnegan 2 must-haves for the Shao organization, so don't worry about her doing things that will harm the interests of the coalition forces. After Sanfuin finished his thoughts, he asked everyone to analyze their pros and cons. It seems that Master Hokage is indeed the most suitable person among us to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Terumi Mei was the first to respond to Mifune's proposal. Anyway, she herself definitely has no chance to become the commander-in-chief, so it is natural to support Tsunade as an ally. In this way it can not only avoid being used during the war but also maintain the ally relationship between the two sides, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 256, the commander-in-chief of the allied forces confirms and shares information. 256-278. Chapter 256, the commander-in-chief of the allied forces confirms and shares information. Master Reikage, do you have any objections? Onoki gave Terumi Mei a meaningful look and didn't point out the other party's careful thinking but only asked Reikage if he had any different opinions. Now is not the time to argue, I can only trust Lord Hokage for the time being. Reikage glanced at the crowd, then fixed his eyes on Tsunade and said. TCH, even you said that. If that's the case, let's forcefully trust you once, Hokage. Seeing that even Reikage agreed, Inoki could only agree to let Tsunade be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. No problem, Mr. Hokage. Seeing that the cages reached an agreement, Mifune looked to Tsunade and asked. Understood, then I will command the coalition forces. Tsunade is also a decisive person, and when the matter develops to this extent she can only do her part. But let's talk about the ugly words first. Since I am appointed as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, I hope that everyone can absolutely complete the tasks I assigned. Same as O3, I will arrange the tasks of each village reasonably, and I will definitely not treat the people of each village as cannon fodder. The moment he got the general command, Tsunade put forward his own conditions and made guarantees to everyone present. Of course, we also believe that Master Hokage will not deliberately target the major ninja villages. Terumi Mei was the first to respond to Tsunade. Others also nodded one after another. No matter what they think at this moment, since Tsunade's command has been confirmed, they will naturally not continue to sing the opposite tune. Otherwise everything before will be meaningless. Very good. Next I will share information about the Masked Man and Orochimaru. The two of them should be regarded as the most dangerous people in the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and then planned to share information with everyone first. Especially the information about the Masked Man. Master Hokage, please speak. Hearing the Masked Man and Orochimaru, the others were immediately shocked. They cared too much about the intelligence of these two people. Well, we have speculated on the identity of the Masked Man before, and the other party is likely to be the heir of the legendary Uchiha Madara. As for his self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, surely no one will believe you. Seeing the expressions of approval from everyone, Tsunade continued to speak. Then let me briefly talk about the abilities that the Masked Man has shown so far. First of all, the ability that the opponent can use most freely is time and space ninjutsu. Then Tsunade briefly shared Obito's abilities with everyone. In addition to Kamui, there are wood style and illusion, etc. The more they heard the more serious the expressions of the people became, and at the end Sanfune and several shadows frowned tightly. A single ability is already a very difficult character and the other party has 3 kinds. After hearing Tsunade's information, Onogi couldn't calm down. Others are easy to talk about, but the opponent's time and space ability is really difficult to deal with. Once the opponent wants to run, no one here can stop him. Hokage also frowned and said, if it wasn't for the space-time ninjutsu he would have left the masked man here just now. You don't have to worry about the time-space ninjutsu, we will have someone to solve it when the time comes. Tsunade glanced at everyone and said, oh, Master Hokage already has a solution. Onoki asked in surprise, although it is not certain, Hitaki Kakashi in our village also has a space-time ninjutsu similar to the masked man and he will cooperate with Ye Zhou to eliminate the masked man. Although he said he was not confident, Tsunade's tone was very confident. Is that White Fang's son? He actually learned space-time ninjutsu. It's not easy. Hearing Kakashi's name, Onogi looked surprised. HMPH, it's just a waste soaked in the memories of the past. How dare you entrust such a heavy responsibility to such a waste? It seems that the so-called Ninja Alliance is nothing more than that. Suddenly an indifferent voice came to everyone's ears. Following the sound, it turned out to be the Red Sand Scorpion, who was bound by the sand and could not move. I almost forgot, without speaking, there is another member of the Akatsuki organization who was captured alive. Looking at the Red Sand Scorpion, Hokage's face was filled with murderous intent. It was Killer Bee captured by the duo of Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara, who invaded Cloud Shinobi Village, and Hokage didn't like them at all. Do you want to kill it? Onoki glanced at the Red Sand Scorpion and said. As for why the other party said Kakashi is trash, everyone present can basically guess the reason. Almost everyone knows that Red Sand Scorpion's parents died at the hands of White Fang and Kakashi is White Fang's son, so it is only natural that Red Sand Scorpion hates Kakashi. It's a pity to kill, it's better to ask more information about the Shao organization before dealing with it. Terumi Mei thought for a while and said, it makes sense, as a formal member of the Akatsuki organization he must know a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. Tsunade immediately agreed. The Red Sand Scorpion will be handed over to Lord Hokage. If I remember correctly, Konoha's Yamanaka clan seems to be very good at obtaining information from other people's brains. Hokage suddenly thought of Konoha's Yamanaka clan, so he spoke immediately. How does Kazekage-sama feel? Tsunade did not express his opinion immediately but first asked Gaara for his opinion. Not to mention that the Red Sand Scorpion is Sunagaku's traitor, not to mention that the other party is a captive captured by Gaara himself, so he should be allowed to make the decision. Is it the Yamanaka family? A slight hesitation appeared on Gaara's face. The main reason is that the Red Sand Scorpion knows a lot of information about Sunagaku, and it is not a good thing for Sunagaku to let other villages know about the puppet art mastered by the other party. As Kazekage, Gaara is naturally responsible for the village, and there are some things that even allies cannot tell. Master Hokage, I don't think it's necessary to get information about the Akatsuki organization from the Red Sand Scorpion. When I fought Pain before, I already got more information from him. That information is far beyond the knowledge of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. Just when Gaara was in a difficult situation, Ye Zhou suddenly opened his mouth to help him out. Chapter 257 Enemies who are good at escaping are really a headache. 257-278. Chapter 257 Enemies who are good at escaping are really a headache. Oh, is that so? Let Kazekage-sama handle the Red Sand Scorpion himself. Ye Zhou, tell us about the information you got from Pain. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Tsunade was stunned for a moment before reacting. So he asked Ye Zhou to share the information he knew. And Gaara showed a grateful expression to Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou nodded imperceptibly as a response to Gaara's gratitude. Then he opened his mouth to tell the information he knew. As far as I know, besides the Masked Man and Orochimaru, the Akatsuki organization currently has only one amazing humanoid as its main members. In my opinion, compared to the Masked Man, the one with the snake is the most difficult person to deal with. Speaking of Orochimaru, even Ye Zhou can't help but feel a headache. When Orochimaru appeared at the venue, Ye Zhou probed the other party's soul, and then he found that Orochimaru's soul had already shown signs of splitting. Reminiscent of the Seal of Heaven's Curse, Ye Zhou has no doubt that the other party has left soul fragments on the host who possesses the Seal of Heaven's Curse. In this way, even if Ye Zhou can kill the soul of the opponent's body, Orochimaru can use other soul fragments to resurrect. Orochimaru, I admit that impure world reincarnation is difficult to deal with, but it should be nothing compared to the Masked Man. Hearing Ye Zhou say that Orochimaru is more difficult to deal with than the Masked Man, Inoki asked suspiciously. Not only the impure world reincarnation but also the life-saving ability. When I just saw Orochimaru, I have already investigated it and found that Orochimaru's soul has been split many times. To put it simply, even if we kill Orochimaru, he can be resurrected through the soul fragments scattered in the ninja world. An enemy who can't be killed and who can summon an army of filth is undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than the Masked Man. In the face of everyone's questions, Ye Zhou told all his guesses. What? Then he is immortal? There is such a thing. Sure enough, as soon as Ye Zhou finished his guess, everyone present showed shocked expressions. I didn't expect Orochimaru to actually do it. Tsunade sighed with a complicated look. As expected of the legendary Sannin, he can even do this kind of thing. Gaara frowned. The others were also lost in thought. If it was true what Ye Zhou said, Orochimaru was indeed the most difficult person to deal with. No one doubts the authenticity of Ye Zhou's words. After all, the 5 great ninja villages have united now, and Orochimaru is their common enemy. There is no need for Ye Zhou to mislead them with such words. Wait, what if instead of killing Orochimaru we seal him? At this moment Shikamaru suddenly made a suggestion. Seal. Hearing the word seal everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed it would be much easier if it was just a seal. But then Tsunade poured cold water on everyone. It's not that easy. Orochimaru is a genius and his mastery of the sealing technique is also top-notch. Zhou's ability is very difficult to seal him. Tsunade knew his former teammate very well and the ordinary sealing technique couldn't control the opponent at all. Is there no other way? Raikage said grumpily. When it comes to ways there really are. Ye Zhou said after recalling Orochimaru's weakness. Any solution? Tsunade asked immediately. Using illusion. Orochimaru's soul is much weaker against illusion after being split, allowing Sasuke to directly control Orochimaru with illusion. You don't need to control him for a long time, as long as you can lift the impure world reincarnation at a critical moment, it's enough. At that time, even if Orochimaru gets rid of the illusion, he won't have time to summon the army of dirt. We can slowly find a way to deal with him afterwards. Ye Zhou speaks his mind. That's the only way to go. After a long time Tsunade agreed with Ye Zhou's proposal with a sigh of relief. Then Orochimaru's matter is barely settled, let's talk about the last person who was amazing. Seeing that Orochimaru's problem was temporarily resolved, Terumi continued to ask Ye Zhou for information about Zhou. A humanoid creature composed of two wills, white Zetsu and black Zetsu. It looks like a pitcher plant. Although the two share the same body, they can separate and act independently. As far as I know, it is definitely the intelligence specialist of the Akatsuki organization who is responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence collection, and both reconnaissance and concealment capabilities are top-notch. Ye Zhou recalled the information about Zhou and then said to everyone. I also know what you said. In terms of strength, how strong is the opponent? Onoki interrupted Ye Zhou, motioning Ye Zhou to directly say how strong the opponent is. White Zetsu's strength is mediocre at most, Jonin's strength, but the opponent can integrate the body with the earth's vegetation to achieve the effect of high-speed movement, and his ability to escape is not far behind Orochimaru. As for Black Zetsu, when I was fighting with him he once wanted to possess me. I doubt that he can control other people's actions through possession and even use the ability of the possessed person. Ye Zhou said with a seriously analyzed expression. It's the ability to escape again. Are people from the Akatsuki organization so good at escaping? It really is a group of rats in the gutter. After hearing Ye Zhou's words, Ying said in a very unhappy tone. From Obito to Orochimaru and then to Zhou, what the three of them are best at is either escaping or saving their lives from Zhao's. Such an enemy is the most uncomfortable. It seems that we have to find a way to prevent them from escaping after being defeated. Raikage's subordinate Hei said after thinking for a while. I agree, the Akatsuki organization is too dangerous, we must not let them have a chance to escape. Tamari loudly agrees with Dao Li. Wait, what about the Angel from the Akatsuki organization? What if she, like Orochimaru, joins the Akatsuki organization again? Seeing that the intelligence analysis was coming to an end, Onogi quickly expressed his concerns. Onoki is right, I think it is necessary to launch an attack on Rain Shinobi village first and choose to deal with the woman named Konan. Raikage glanced at Ye Zhou but still expressed his opinion seriously. After all, it is about the Ninja World War and the enemy cannot be easily let go just because of Ye Zhou's promise alone. Chapter 258, The Deterrence of 600 Billion Detonating Talismans. 258-278. Chapter 258, The Deterrence of 600 Billion Detonating Talismans. Hearing what Onoki and Raikage said, people in the other three villages couldn't help frowning. On the one hand, Ye Zhou Konoha's top combat power and who has helped them a few times, is on the other hand it is about war. This made Terumi and Gaara feel very embarrassed. Fortunately, this embarrassing mood didn't last long, because Ye Zhou spoke again. Ye Zhou glanced at everyone and said, I have no objection that you want to invade Rain Shinobi village, but you will bear the consequences of invading Rain Shinobi village. While speaking, Ye Dan's expression also became serious. What do you mean? Are you really going to help Rain Shinobi village regardless of the consequences? Onoki asked in a bad tone. Master Hokage, it seems that we need to solve Ye's hidden danger first. Lightning flashed faintly on Raikage's body, ready to attack Ye Zhou at any time. Onogi, Raikage, dare you? Tsunade stood directly in front of Ye Zhou, watching the two of them. Master Hokage, now is not the time to be arrogant. Onoki didn't expect that even at this time Tsunade would still defend Ye Zhou like this, which made him very dissatisfied and even thought of giving up the coalition forces. Master Hokage, make Madara. Raikage clenched his fists and his tone became dangerous. 357. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Seeing that the three of them were about to fight, Terumi and Gaara could not remain indifferent and hurried forward to persuade everyone to calm down. Ahem, you two misunderstood. I have no plans to stand up for Rain Shinobi village. The development of the matter to this point also exceeded Ye Zhou's expectations. He didn't expect Tsunade to be so defensive and impulsive. He didn't even finish his sentence. Can't you just wait for me to finish first? Ye Zhou said to the crowd with a slightly helpless tone. Seeing Ye Zhou's helpless expression, Onoki and Raikage's expressions froze immediately. What's the meaning? Did they misunderstand? This is a bit embarrassing. The two looked at each other and then fell silent at the same time. Then what did you mean by what you said earlier? After the mood eased a little, Inoki asked in a dissatisfied tone. Damn it, the brat can't finish his sentence in one breath. You made me so embarrassing. While questioning Ye Zhou, Onoki couldn't help but secretly scolded Ye Zhou for stopping halfway while speaking, which made the matter almost out of control. I just want to remind you that Rain Shinobi village is very dangerous. If you invade you may lose a lot of people. After all, people buried 600 billion detonating symbols outside Rain Shinobi Village. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings like before, Ye Zhou didn't pretend to be a secret and directly told everyone about the 600 billion detonating symbols outside Rain Shinobi Village. What? 600 billion detonating symbols? Just kidding. As soon as the words 600 billion detonating talismans came out, everyone was terrified. Everyone knows that the detonator is powerful even in a single sheet, no less than the advanced fire-style ninjutsu released by Jonin. Moreover, there are many flexible ways to use the detonating talisman, which can be used with kunai and others and can also be used to set traps. It can be said that it is a must-have for ninjas to travel at home. But the detonator is also relatively expensive and generally no one uses it on a large scale. It is also because of this that everyone was so shocked when they suddenly heard Ye Zhou say that 600 billion detonating symbols were buried outside Rain Shinobi Village. Ye Zhou, are you sure there are so many detonators buried outside Rain Shinobi Village? That's 600 billion. After being shocked, even Tsunade couldn't help doubting the authenticity of Ye Zhou's words. Master Hokage, this is indeed true. Nagato's partner has the boundary of paper escape blood. The other party can make detonating symbols in large quantities and even use paper to change any items for camouflage. This camouflage can't even be seen through by Mangekyo Agig, Ye Zhou said in a solemn tone. Hearing his eloquent words, the Americans had to believe that what Zhou said was true. Gulu. To have mastered such an outrageous ability, the people in the Akatsuki organization are indeed monsters. Konkuro swallowed, only feeling a little trembling in his heart. It's really outrageous. I'm glad that the other party has left the Akatsuki organization. Temari wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said dryly. Haitu and others subconsciously nodded in agreement when they heard Temari's words. That's 600 billion detonating symbols. If they detonate at the same time, it is estimated that the entire shinobi can be destroyed directly. Ahem, I thought about it and I really shouldn't implicate the innocent people in Rain Shinobi Village. What's more, since the woman named Konan has announced her withdrawal from the Akatsuki organization, then let the people of the Akatsuki organization clean up the traitors themselves and we will not intervene. At this time Onoki finally came back to his senses. He coughed twice in embarrassment and then said with a righteous expression. Unsurprisingly, his words drew a lot of stares. Onoki doesn't care about this, after all he has a thick skin and he doesn't care at all. Then the matter of Rain Shinobi Village will stop here and we will continue to discuss the matter of the coalition forces. Reikage and Onogi have the same idea, just want to quickly turn the matter of Rain Shinobi Village and Konan. That's how it is. What we have to do now is to convince the daimyos of their respective countries to agree to the coalition. Tsunade didn't hold on to the two of them either. Compared to the coalition forces, the argument just now was just a trivial matter. It's natural. Everyone agreed to Tsunade's words. The coalition forces have a lot to do with it. Although it is not necessary for the daimyo to agree, if they can get the support of the daimyos, then the affairs of the coalition forces will be easier. It's not too late. Let's go back now and then persuade the daimyo to form a coalition. Onoki said solemnly. No problem. Then let's go. Everyone, I hope everyone can bring good news. Several shadows looked at each other and then quickly returned to the village with their entourage. Ye Zhou, Shikamaru, let's call Naruto and the others and return to the land of fire as quickly as possible. On the way back to their accommodation in the Iron Country, the three of Ye Zhou used the body flicker technique to drive away while listening to Tsunade say so. Chapter 259, The Combat Conference begins. 259-278. Chapter 259, The Combat Conference begins. Yes, Lord Hokage. X2. Ye Zhou and Shikamaru responded in unison. Immediately afterwards the three speeded up again. When they returned to the temporary accommodation, what they saw was ruins. The once pleasing buildings are all ruins now, and Naruto, Sasuke and others are standing at the highest point of the ruins. It seems that the battle here is also very fierce. Seeing the scene in front of him, Yin said with a dignified expression. After all, the enemy is the descendant of Uchiha Madara, leading the team himself. Tsunade sent out his senses and found that the left behind people did not die, and he was relieved. With the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, naturally she doesn't have to worry. What she worries about is Ino and Choji. After all, their strength is only Jonin, and it is still too reluctant to face cage-level enemies. Now that everyone is safe and sound, Tsunade's inner worries dissipated. As if sensing the arrival of the three of Ye Zhou, Naruto stood on the top of the waist and waved his arms excitedly to the three. Swipe swipe. In the next second the three figures of Ye Zhou appeared in front of Naruto and the others. Grandma Tsunade, Ye Zhou, Shikamaru, I knew you would be fine. We have already defeated the enemy. The three of Ye Zhou just stood up when Naruto said to them excitedly. Good job, the enemies on the other side of the venue have also been resolved. Tsunade glanced at Naruto and the others appreciatively and then briefly talked about the situation of the venue. Haha, I knew, Ye Zhou, that you would definitely defeat the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but it's a pity I didn't see your battle. Hearing Tsunade say that Ye Zhou solved Nagato by himself, Naruto laughed and gave him a thumbs up. No wonder that woman left suddenly, so it was because her companion was defeated by Ye Zhou. Sasuke remembered the woman who fought with Naruto and left suddenly in the middle of the battle. At first he thought that the opponent chose to evacuate just because he couldn't beat Naruto, but it turned out that it was because of his companion's call before he died. Ye Zhou, are you not injured? At the same time Ino came to Ye Zhou with a tired look and asked in a worried tone. Even with Soul Blade, a skill that can specifically counter Impure World Reincarnation, Ino's battle is still very difficult due to the gap in strength. Fortunately in the end we won. Of course it's fine, don't you know my strength? Ye Zhou wiped off the stain on Ino's cheek and replied gently. Few Madara if you're not hurt. Ino narrowed his eyes slightly with a smile on his face. While the two were warming up, Tsunade and others also exchanged information. Very well, the rest of the war depends on you. After listening to Naruto and their battle process, Tsunade said happily. Don't worry Granny Tsunade, next time we meet I will definitely get rid of the masked man. Naruto and Sasuke made serious promises. Ye Zhou glanced at Sasuke in surprise. He was a little surprised by the other party's undisguised hatred. It seems that Itachi has told Sasuke the truth about the genocide. Ye Zhou secretly guessed. I trust you. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Then he went on to say, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, let's go back to sleepy now. Yes, Ye Zhou responded in unison. Time flies like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, Ye Zhou and the others have been back to Konoha for a week. Due to time constraints, Tsunade brought Ye Zhou and Shikamaru to the daimyo mansion as soon as they arrived in the Land of Fire, then told the daimyo about the Akatsuki organization's declaration of war in the joint house. As it was a matter of war coupled with Tsunade's identity, the Fire Country daimyo and a group of officials naturally agreed to Tsunade's request without saying a word. It has to be said that compared to the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Fire and Kurigakure, who are about to kill each other if they don't like it, the relationship between the daimyo of the Fire Country and Konoha is much better. Basically, as long as it is about important things like war, they will unconditionally support Mewtwo. For example, this time when Tsunade proposed the coalition, the Fire Nation daimyo and the officials not only immediately agreed but also made it clear how much money they wanted. Zero seeking flowers. Therefore Tujo and his party only stayed in Daiming Mansion for one day before setting off again and returning to Konoha. The reason why they stayed for a day was because Tsunade and the daimyo talked about the details for a whole day, otherwise they would have stayed in daimyo for an hour at most and would have left. After successfully returning to Konoha, Tsunade immediately told himself about the situation of the 5 cages meeting and informed the coalition forces about the situation. Then in the next few days the chiefs of the major ninja clans and all the high-level members of Konoha were called for a meeting. Until today all the high-level members of Konoha have finally gathered in the Hokage building. Is everything here? Call a battle meeting now. On the first seat of the meeting room, Tsunade glanced at everyone present and then announced the start of the meeting. 0. First of all, there are cutting tools and food reserves. Because of the financial support of the daimyo, the reserves are very rich enough to support a long-term war. Utatane Kaharu took the lead in reporting his work progress in the past few days. Although the two advisors and Tsunade had some unpleasant quarrels before because of Danzo, but it is about war and personal emotions should naturally be left behind. The ninja has also been divided into 2 units, namely the combat unit and the support unit. Jiraiya followed suit. Hey, I didn't expect that Tsunade and you guys went to the 5 Cages conference and so many things happened Ninja Alliance. This is really. At the end Jiraiya was full of emotion. At the same time he couldn't help but feel heartbroken for his 3 former disciples. He never thought that his disciples who had been longing for peace would become important figures who disturbed the ninja world. When he first heard the news, Jiraiya was very shocked and even doubted whether his original decision was correct. It wasn't until being comforted by Tsunade that he regained his mentality. War, the action is finally about to start. Beside Ye Zhou, Shikamaru looked at the surrounding high-level Konoha and murmured softly. Yeah, I don't know how many people will die this time. Hearing Shikamaru's muttering, Ye Zhou couldn't help sighing. 7 AP. Chapter 260 Everything is in Everything Yin and Yang Escape. 260-278. Chapter 260 Everything is in Everything Yin and Yang Escape. Don't think too much, the enemy started the war, our task is to end the war as soon as possible. Hearing Shikamaru and Ye Zhou's words, Nara Shikajiu, who was beside them, comforted them. Lu Ju is right, as long as we end the war as quickly as possible we can protect more people. Yamanaka also spoke. While Ye Zhou and the others were talking, the meeting gradually got to the point. I only heard Tsunade say, while there is still time, I decided to send some personnel to investigate the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. The so-called know yourself and know the enemy and you will win every battle. Before the war, confirming the enemy's intelligence is also the top priority. Leave the task of scouting the enemy to me. It just so happens that I've been in a panic recently, so let me lead the team to investigate the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization. 897. Tsunade just finished speaking and Jiraiya took the initiative to speak. Okay then, I'll leave it to you. Tsunade took a look at Jiraiya, thought for a moment and agreed to his choice. In fact, according to Tsunade's plan, the most ideal investigator should be Ye Zhou. Ye Zhou not only has a strong detection ability but also possesses a highly mobile secret technique such as elemental movement. Almost no one in the ninja world has a stronger detection ability than him. It's a pity that Ye Zhou's recent development of Yin Yang Dan has reached a critical moment and he really doesn't have time to do other things. That's right, after defeating Nagato, Ye Zhou not only got the Rinnegan but also picked up a few black sticks that Nagato made with Yin Yang Dan. Through the detection and research of the black stick, Ye Zhou's development of Yin Yang escape has been rapidly improved. According to Ye Zhou's prediction, he will be able to successfully master Yin Yang Dan in half a month at most. Master Hokage, if you find traces of the Akatsuki organization, do you need to share information with other ninja villages? Suddenly Yamanaka asked. Of course, since it has been decided to form a coalition, intelligence sharing is also necessary. Otherwise, what's the point of the coalition? Tsunade answered, as a matter of course. Understood. With Tsunade's approval, Yamanaka nodded in understanding. While Konoha was busy with the pre-war meeting, other people from Ninja Village were not idle. The shadows of Ninja Village found the daimyos of their respective countries as soon as they returned to the village and then tried their best to persuade the allied forces thing. However, compared to Konoha's side, the progress of other villages is undoubtedly slower than the slightest bit. Especially the country of water and the country of wind. The names of these two countries are very dissatisfied with the shadows of their respective countries, and now they hear that they are going to form a ninja alliance. The first reaction was even wondering if there was some conspiracy in his own ninja village and whether he was planning to overthrow the daimyo's rule. In the end, it was Fire Nation and Earth Nation daimyo who stood up to help Kurigakure and Sunagakure explain, and they barely dispelled their vigilance. Even so, the daimyos of the Land of Water and the Land of Wind still remain deeply suspicious of the coalition forces. After barely persuading the big names of their respective countries, the formation of the coalition forces was also put on the agenda. In order to facilitate the command, the five shadows gathered together again to discuss the appropriateness of the coalition. But all of this has nothing to do with Ye Zhou for the time being. After participating in Konoha's high-level meeting, he took the initiative to find Tsunade and tell him about his plan to practice in seclusion. Naturally, Tsunade would not object to this and directly agreed to Ye Zhou's request. So before the official start of the war, Ye Zhou resumed his daily life when he first came to this world. Every day is either practicing or taking drugs to obtain attribute points, and life is simple and full. Chi. In the training canyon, hundreds of Ye Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground and then did the same movements. I saw all Ye Zhou put their hands flat on their cross-legged thighs with a small black stick in the palm of their left hand and continuously condensed and dissipated chakra in their right hand. Judging from the sweat on Ye Zhou's forehead, this action has obviously been going on for a long time. And it is true. On the first day back to Konoha, Ye Zhou divided the black sticks he got from Nagato into hundreds of shares and then divided the same shadow clone every day to analyze and study them. And it's been half a month now. Suddenly a grain of black sand emerged from the condensed chakra on one of the shadow clone's hands. At the moment when the sand emerged, this shadow clone did not show joy but maintained the chakra changes more seriously. 0. Until that tiny grain of sand slowly grows bigger and then grows into a pitch black stick. Call. Shadow clone opened his eyes silently, looking at the black stick in his hand. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It finally worked. Shadow clone held the black stick carefully, felt the touch of the black stick, and suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. Ha ha ha. The shadow clone's loud laughter suddenly awakened Ye Zhou's body and all the shadow clones. Guys, I made it. Shadow clone raised the black stick above his head and announced loudly. Good job. As expected of me. All the shadow clones gave face and expressed their appreciation. And Ye Zhou's body is also very excited at the moment yin and yang escape. After such a long time from research to development, it was finally a success. Untie. B. In the next second, Ye Zhou released all shadow clone. In an instant, a large number of memories came to my mind, including the memory of successfully using Yin Yang Dun. After comprehending the mystery of Yin Yang Dun carefully for a while, Ye Zhou used Yin Yang Dun to create a black stick again. And the 0.5 process of making the black stick took a full minute. Then next, with a thought, Ye Zhou opened the properties panel. Host. Ye Zhou. Constitution. 110,000. 110,000. 150,000. Ninjutsu. 3 body technique, body flicker technique, 5 elements escape, magnet style, elementalization, nervous system rupture, Kai soul blade. LV.max, yin yang escape, LV.1. Body art. Konoha fluid art, LV.max. Illusion. Fox heart technique, Narakujian technique, Shaw servant technique, magic. This is not a technique, Nirvana abode technique, illusion. Solution. LV.max. Attribute points. 2,700. Sure enough, like ninjutsu, there are a few more ministers of Yin Yang Dun. Chapter 261, full-level Yin Yang escape confirmed by the coalition headquarters. 261 278. Chapter 261, full-level Yin Yang escape confirmed by the coalition headquarters. System add points. Without any hesitation, Ye Zhou immediately used attribute points to upgrade Yin Yang Dun to the full level. With the reduction of attribute points, a lot of information suddenly appeared in Ye Zhou's mind. In an instant, his mastery of Yin Yang Dun has reached its peak. After digesting all the information, Ye Zhou couldn't wait to try to use Yin Yang Dun. He stretched out his hand and made a move, and then a black tin rod condensed out of his hand. Smooth chakra transformation. Looking at the tin staff made with Yin Yang Dun, Ye Zhou's eyes flashed with surprise. He found that when he was making the tin rod, it was almost a thought and the tin rod had been successfully made. This transformation speed is even faster than the speed of releasing ninjutsu. Not just creating. After experimenting with the creative ability of Yin Yang Dun, Ye Zhou tried other operations again. For example, based on Yin Yang Dun and then add chakra with other attributes in 12. Bear. The tin rod in Ye Zhou's hand suddenly disappeared and then turned into a lava-like fireball. Then as Ye Zhou controlled the transformation of chakra's attributes, the fireball in his hand also continued to change attributes. Water polo, wind ball, soil ball, thunder ball, magnetic ball, etc. As long as the attributes Ye Zhou recognizes can be transformed at will with Yin Yang Dun. Even tailed beast bombs and fairway jade can be crafted with ease. Is this the so-called omnipotent? How convenient. Only when he has truly mastered Yin Yang Dun will Ye Zhou know how versatile Yin Yang Dun is. And what he just tried was just a small part of the use of Yin Yang Dun. According to the information in his mind, Ye Zhou found that he could even create real life now. Of course there are certain limitations to creating life. The more powerful the life form, the more chakra it needs to create. So he just used Yin Yang Dun to create a rabbit and then gave up trying. After finishing the test, Ye Zhou turned his attention to the property panel again. Host. Ye Zhou. Constitution. 110,000. 110,000. Chakra. 150,000. Ninjutsu. 3 body technique, body flicker technique, 5 elements, escape, magnet style, elementalization, nervous system rupture, hyphenation, point change, soul blade, yin yang escape. LV.max. Body art. Konoha fluid art, LV.max. Illusion. Fox heart technique, Narakumi technique, Kasumi servant technique, magic. This is not a technique, Nirvana abode technique, illusion solution. LV.max. Attribute points. 300. Yin Yang Dun has been upgraded to the full level and the attribute points have also been reduced to 300 points. Does Yin Yang Dun need 500 attributes to upgrade to 1 level? Seeing that there were only 300 attributes left, Ye Zhou looked a little surprised. But thinking of the omnipotence of Yin Yang Dun, his heart instantly felt relieved. What's more, the attribute points are originally used to spend, and it can be said that it is profitable to upgrade Yin Yang Dun to the full level with only 2,500 attribute points. In addition to Yin Yang Dun, Ye Zhou's 3-dimensional attributes have also improved a lot compared to the previous 2 years. Under the transformation of attribute points, the physique and spirit have all broken through 100,000 points, and chakra has even increased to an exaggerated 150,000. Coupled with the full level of Yin Yang Dun, even at the 6 paths level he is not considered weak. And just when Ye Zhou completed the practice of Yin Yang Dun, the prelude to the Fourth World War officially began. Confirmed by the reconnaissance team, Obito, Orochimaru and others are currently preparing for battle in the Land of Fields and the Land of Frost. Tanokuni Yinyan village was originally Orochimaru's base camp, and now it has been built by Orochi to make it impenetrable. The reconnaissance team found that at the border of Tanokuni, Orochimaru summoned a large number of dirty soil troops for defense, and there are still a steady stream of dirty soil troops gathering on the border of Tanokuni. And the opponent's goal is also very clear. It is Konoha, who owns Rinnegan and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After leaving the country of Tien, people from Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure also discovered another stronghold of the Akatsuki organization, which is the country of Yang. The reconnaissance forces of both sides have discovered the existence of a large number of white Zetsu and masked men in the Frost Kingdom. It is estimated that there are about 100,000 white Zetsu troops alone. Not only the quantity, according to the test of the scouting force, almost every white Zetsu has Chunin strength. And these white Zetsu can also be combined into a large white Zetsu which is comparable to Jonin in strength. After learning about the white Zetsu army, Tsunade and others finally knew why Obito dared to declare war on the entire ninja world. 100,000 white Zetsu army plus Orochimaru's dirt army and the power of 7-tailed beasts. It is indeed enough to fight against the entire ninja world. After confirming the enemy's whole cards, Tsunade and several shadows immediately held a new round of combat meetings. However, Ye Zhou did not attend this meeting, and even the content of the meeting was learned from Ino. At the same time, he also learned from Ino that at this meeting the coalition forces have decided to set up their headquarters on Turtle Island in the Land of Thunder. That's right, the hideaway that Raikage and Killer Bee used to practice. Turtle Island itself is a living thing, and it can move the position of the body 123 at any time, which can ensure the safety of the coalition headquarters to the greatest extent. Moreover, Turtle Island has a large area, a full 10 square kilometers, more than enough to set up a headquarters on it. After confirming the location of the coalition headquarters, Tsunade and others immediately transferred to the new headquarters. So when Ye Zhou had just finished his practice and planned to go back to the village to rest, he was immediately told to pack up his things and prepare to transfer to Turtle Island with Tsunade and others. Oh, I really don't give you any free time. With a sigh, Ye Zhou quickly packed up his things and then set off for Turtle Island with Tsunade and others. Before leaving, he came to Yamanaka's house. Ye Zhou, what's wrong with you? I heard from my father that you are going to the headquarters of the coalition with Master Hokage. The moment he saw Ye Zhou, Ino asked in surprise. She had already heard from her father that Ye Zhou was about to go to Turtle Island, so she was surprised that Ye Zhou would appear in front of her at this moment. Well, let's go later. I came here to say goodbye to you. Seeing Ino's increasingly mature appearance, Ye Zhou said in a gentle tone. Chapter 262, Allied Forces Detachment Act 1st. 262-278. Chapter 262, Allied Forces Detachment Act 1st. Be careful. Ino lay in Ye Zhou's arms tenderly for a moment, then raised his head and asked. Don't worry, with my strength it is the Shao organization that should be careful. Ye Zhou said with a smile. With his current strength it is impossible for Shao organization to be his opponent even if they go all the way. Well then, I'll wait for your return. Ino said softly. While the two were talking, the figure of Yamanaka Hai slowly walked beside them. Ye Zhou, it's almost time. Wait for the escort Hokage-sama to complete the transfer and then you can talk again. Yamanaka interrupted the two of them with a serious face. Well, let's go. Ye Zhou released Ino and nodded to Yamanaka. Ye Zhou, daddy, have a good trip. Ino left Ye Zhou's arms and said goodbye to the two with a forced smile. 2 days later, Ye Dan successfully completed the task of escorting Hand and others to transfer. After successfully arriving at the new headquarters, Ye Zhou also received a new arrangement, which is to serve as the captain of the 4th unit of the Ninja Alliance. The 4th unit is the long-distance support unit whose main task is to closely cooperate with the intelligence unit and support the frontline battles, and at the same time shoulder the task of protecting the rear support units. The reason why Ye Zhou was appointed as the captain of the 4th unit was that apart from his strength, Tsunade and others also considered Ye Zhou's mobility. Ye Zhou, who has mastered elemental movement, is undoubtedly the fastest moving person in the entire ninja world. With his speed he can support any battlefield in the shortest time. In addition, Ye Zhou once solved Nagato, the former leader of the Akatsuki organization, alone, and his prestige is enough for him to be the captain of the 4th army. In addition to the 4th unit where Ye Zhou is, the coalition forces have also divided up multiple units. For example, the 1st unit is composed of ninjas who are good at mid-range combat. The main force is ninjas who are good at weapons and hidden weapons. The captain is Darui, who can be called Raikage's right-hand man. And the 2nd unit that is good at close combat, the captain is Onoki's son Huang Tu. The 1st unit and the 2nd unit belong to the standard combat unit. Both are responsible for frontal combat and belong to the frontline battlefield. Therefore the number of these two troops is also the largest. In contrast, Ye Zhou is in charge of the 4th army and Jiraiya is in charge of the 3rd army. They belong to the elite army. The team members are all composed of elite ninjas. Not only are their individual strengths higher than Shunins, but they also have special skills. After all, their main duty is to support other troops. If they don't have enough strength, they may be exhausted before they reach the support location. In addition, the coalition forces also have special ninjutsu and attack methods, fighting special forces and surprise forces. A professional team dedicated to intelligence, perception, medical treatment, logistics, etc. It can be seen that in order to deal with the Shao organization, the coalition forces have also made sufficient preparations. Not long after Ye Zhou became the captain of the 4th support force, he and the other captains suddenly received a message from the coalition headquarters. The headquarters decided to strike first and directly launched an attack on the base camp of the Akatsuki organization. Everyone, the goal this time is the mountain cemetery in the land of frost. Orochimaru and the masked man are here. We have only one goal, and that is to completely eliminate the Akatsuki organization. At the coalition headquarters, Tsunade pointed to a certain location on the map and said to everyone in a solemn tone. Before that, send an asylum advisory to the people of Tang Country and Frost Country. After all, with the current situation, the battlefield is likely to be within the scope of these two countries. Nara Shirju suddenly spoke at this moment. As the military advisor of the Ninja Alliance, Nara Shirju has more things to consider. Understood, leave this matter to me, Yamanaka said immediately. It is also one of the important responsibilities of the intelligence force to convey all kinds of information to the Ninja Alliance army at the first time, and the Yamanaka family's secret technique is also very suitable for transmitting information. Well, considering the way the large forces move, it can be foreseen that a small part of the enemy will take the sea route and then launch an attack from the coast. After nodding to Yamanaka, Lu Ju continued to analyze the enemy's attack route so that everyone could make preparations in advance. Instead of passive defense, it is better to take the initiative to attack. My suggestion is to strike first. Mifune glanced at the map and said suddenly, I agree. Raikage was the first to agree. Tsunade looked at Lu Ju and she believed in Lu Ju's judgment even more. Then she saw Lu Ju nodded slightly. Okay, then first summon the surprise attack force led by Kakashi, and at the same time order the Dalian team that has assembled to fight immediately to form and prepare to go. Without delay, Tsunade immediately gave orders to Kakashi and Jiraiya and others. Yes, Ye Zhou and the leaders of several other combat units responded loudly. Then they left the coalition headquarters together. Before leaving, I could faintly hear Tsunade continue to issue combat orders to others. Then several figures left the conference room following Ye Zhou and the others. It's an exaggeration to gather the power of the entire ninja world to fight against the Akatsuki organization. On the way, Jiraiya couldn't help sighing. After all, the enemy is not weak. Ye Zhou answered casually as he walked. Ye Zhou, if it is true that Uchiha Madara is resurrected, are you sure to deal with it? At this moment, Kakashi, who was walking aside, suddenly asked. Uchiha Madara, if he can become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he should be a good opponent. Ye Zhou glanced at Kakashi and replied in a joking tone. Of Zhao, this. Jiraiya and Kakashi looked at each other after hearing Ye Zhou's answer, not knowing whether what Shizhou said was true or not. Ignoring the two people who were in a daze, Ye Zhou quickened his pace on his own. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Kakashi stopped thinking and quickly followed Ye Zhou's footsteps. An hour later, Ye Zhou and others arrived at the border of the Land of Thunder. This is where the large coalition troops gather. At this moment, about 80,000 combat troops have gathered here. Ye Zhou and the others stood on a high platform and looked at the dense crowd below and couldn't help feeling emotional for a while. Gaara, you are the captain of this Dalian team. Let's talk to everyone after the people below are quieter. Looking at the Ninja Alliance below, Jiraiya turned and said to Gaara beside him. Chapter 263, Gaara's pre-war speech. 263-278. Chapter 263, Gaara's pre-war speech. Looking at Gaara's youthful face, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh a little. He became the shadow of a village at such a young age. The future is limitless. Hearing Jiraiya's words, everyone turned to Gaara. As Ye Zhou remembered, Gaara served as the captain of the ninja company. After all, Gaara's combat ability is not bad. He is gentle and considerate. Moreover, Gaara has had direct contact with Akatsuki. The key point is that Gaara is still very young and has some experience, and considering the identity of the opponent Kage, she was naturally appointed as the captain. For such an arrangement, it was also decided after careful consideration by the other four filmmakers. Tsuchikage is too old for such a busy position, and Raikage and Tsunade will be at the headquarters again. Terumi Mei has other important tasks to complete. However, in order to allow Gaara to command the troops more smoothly, Tsunade and others also specially appointed Onoki as Gaara's vice captain so as to help Gaara check for gaps at critical times. However, just as Gaara was about to step forward to say something to the ninja below, the quarrel below gradually increased. There was even slight confusion among some units. 087 It seems that everyone doesn't trust each other yet. On the high platform, Jiraiya looked at the commotion below and said, "It's no wonder, after all we have been hostile for many years and it is difficult to eliminate the gap for a while." Jiraiya is not surprised by this. As an old man who has participated in many wars, he should not know too much about the current situation. Well, especially Sand Shinobi and Iwa. Looking at the situation below, Huang Tu looked rather embarrassed. Ye Zhou act as a shocker. The chaos seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Seeing that the situation below became more and more chaotic, Kakashi spoke to Ye Zhou. "No need, I believe Gaara can handle it by herself. Moreover, letting Gaara take action will also be more conducive to the integration of the coalition forces." For Kakashi's proposal, Ye Bai calmly chooses to refuse. After all, Gaara is the captain and it would be better to let him deter the coalition forces. "Gaara, it's your turn." Ye Zhou turned to Gaara and said, "I see." Gaara nodded BCDH and walked to the front of the high platform. Then he reached out and aimed at all the chaotic places below and then manipulated the sand to instantly separate all the people who were fighting together. Boom. Seeing the sand that suddenly separated people in those chaotic places, they all calmed down and then Chi-Chi turned their eyes to Gaara on the high platform. For the benefit of their respective countries and villages, the Chunin from the 1st to 3rd Ninja Wars hurt each other and hated each other. And this hatred thirsts for strength, and I was born. I used to be hatred, strength and Jinchuriki. Also, I hate this world and everyone, even trying to destroy everything like the Akatsuki organization. Gaara's words immediately silenced the ninja company below and everyone listened carefully to Gaara's past. And Jiraiya and others who were always paying attention to Gaara and the Ninja Alliance also showed a look of relief. However, Gaara did not notice the expressions of Jiraiya and others. He continued to say to the coalition with a calm expression, "However, a ninja from Sleepy Leaf stopped me. That man cried for me as an enemy and he even regarded me as a friend who hurt him. He saved me because we are both Jinchuriki. There is no grievance between the two who have the same pain and understand each other just like everyone now. There is no enemy here and now. Because everyone has a new enemy, the Akatsuki organization." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone below changed. Not only Sunagakure and Konoha, other villages have also been persecuted by the Akatsuki organization and everyone has a deep hatred for the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise they would not gather here at this moment. And Gaara's next words hit everyone's hearts hard. He yelled, "If you still can't forgive Sand Shinobi, cut off my head after the war." As soon as this remark came out, not only the ninja coalition below but even Jiraiya and others changed their expressions. "Hey, you can't talk nonsense." Kakashi suddenly felt his throat go dry. "You really shouldn't be underestimated, Cage Gaara." Jiraiya showed an expression of admiration and looked at Gaara with a hint of approval in her eyes. "Is this the person the old man likes? He really is a very outstanding young man." Huang Tu looked at Gaara, who was still impassioned and couldn't help but think of his father's evaluation of Feng Ying some time ago. Moreover, Huang Tu also saw the changes in his father and knew that Onoki's changes were also influenced by Gaara. Because of this, Jia Shi has a great affection for Gaara. Just when Jiraiya and others were admiring, Gaara's speech was coming to an end. "Now the enemy is trying to take away the friend who saved me. Quote, once the enemy gets them, the world will end. I want to protect my friends and I want to protect the world. But I'm too young and superficial to do something like this. So please help me." After speaking, Gaara bowed to the ninja coalition below. "Oh, Master Gaara, I am willing to serve you." I don't know how long it has passed. A Sand Shinobi finally couldn't help shouting loudly. And his actions were like dropping a drop of cold water into hot oil and the whole company instantly became boiling. As expected of Gaara-sama, she's so handsome. Some of the ninjas were so captivated by Gaara's speech that their eyes stared at Gaara. What a passionate speech, Gaara. Kankuro looked at Gaara on the high platform and sighed unconsciously. Seeing Gaara use his sincerity to mobilize the enthusiasm of the ninja company below, even Ye Zhou felt ashamed. Although Ye Zhou is powerful, his eloquence is only average. It's okay to let him command the troops to fight, but if it's a speech or something, forget it. Ye Zhou asked himself that he didn't have the ability. Chapter 264, Arriving in the Land of Frost. 264-278. Chapter 264, Arriving in the Land of Frost. The morale is good, you can start to act. Seeing the morale rising, Jiraiya whispered to Gaara. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Gaara nodded imperceptibly. Then shouted to the crowd below, "Go." Immediately afterwards, shouts like a tsunami sounded. "Mr. Kakashi, please lead the surprise attack force to interfere with the Akatsuki organization's actions. Senior Jiraiya and I will lead people to follow you immediately." After mobilization, Gaara began to arrange tasks for their respective leaders. "Ah, I'm going right now." Kakashi agreed, and then his figure disappeared on the high stage. "Let's go too." Seeing that Kakashi took a step ahead, Gaara took a deep breath and said to Ye Zhou and others, "Clear." Ye Zhou and the others responded in unison. The next moment, everyone has appeared at the forefront of the ninja company. After the crowd and their respective teams converged, Gaara took the lead and ran at the front of the team, followed by Ye Zhou and others. "By the way, Ye Zhou, isn't our mission to support other troops? Why do we have to act with the big troops?" Behind Ye Zhou, Naruto looked around and asked Ye Zhou with a puzzled face. "Idiot, we are a long-distance support force. We are not only responsible for supporting the front line but also ensuring the safety of the rear support troops. If we stay in the rear, how can we support the entire battlefield in the shortest time? Hearing Naruto's inquiry before Ye Zhou could speak, Sasuke couldn't help showing a foolish look. The fourth unit they belonged to was a support unit for the entire battlefield. How could it be possible to stay behind the battlefield all the time? Of course the best choice was to go to the middle of the battlefield. So that's how it is, ah ha ha. After being reprimanded by Sasuke, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Naruto, I think it's better not to think about being a Hokage with your IQ, or I'm really worried that the village will collapse because of your naivety. This time even Ino, who was standing beside him, couldn't stand it anymore and hit Naruto mercilessly. Ah damn it, you even said that to Kaya. Sasuke is fine after all, the two are used to ridiculing each other, but even Ino said that about himself, and Naruto was hit hard for a while. Ha ha ha. However, seeing Naruto's depressed face instead of comforting him, everyone laughed. Naruto boy, wanting to be Hokage is not just lip service. You have to get everyone's approval. Killer Bee glanced at Naruto, made strange gestures and said words of consolation, not sure if they were considered comforting. Of course I know, and I'm definitely going to be Hokage. Hearing the word Hokage, Naruto's eyes seemed to be burning with flames and he immediately shouted. Naruto, if you want to become Hokage, mature yourself as soon as possible. Seeing Naruto yelling, Ye Zhou said calmly. Well, I will. Naruto nodded seriously, his tone was unusually firm. Under the rapid march, Ye Zhou and others arrived in the territory of the Frost Kingdom in only one day. Along the way they saw a large number of people moving from Tang Country today. Looking at the hurried crowd, Ye Zhou's group couldn't help but become heavy. This is war. It is always ordinary people who suffer. Ye Zhou's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Jiraiya and others around him. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, many people present felt the same way, and the eyes they looked at Ye Zhou became a lot more respectful. Ye Zhou. Ino came to Ye Zhou's side and opened his mouth to say some comforting words. Don't worry, I'm just feeling it. Squeezing Ino's little hand, Ye Zhou regained his relaxed expression. Then he said to Jiraiya and others, it seems that we must end the war as quickly as possible and we must not disappoint these ordinary people. While speaking he also pointed to those civilians who looked flustered. Haha, isn't that of course. Jiraiya laughed twice, her tone unprecedentedly solemn. Ask for flowers. Oh, I'm on fire too. Naruto shouted, raising his fist. Do ordinary people care so much? Mr. Ye Zhou, is it one? Gaara glanced at Ye Zhou, thinking silently in her heart. But soon he temporarily suppressed these thoughts in his heart and began to arrange his own tasks instead. Mr. Ye Zhou, you can lead the 4th support unit to station here. The location here is just right for you to support the front line and rear headquarters in time. Gaara glanced at the surrounding environment and then came to Ye Mu and said. No problem, don't worry about support. If any unexpected situation occurs, I will rush to the scene as soon as possible. 0. Ye Zhou promised immediately. Well, and then Mr. Jiraiya, I'll have to trouble you to lead the 3rd support unit and move on with us for a while. After getting Ye Zhou's answer, Gaara turned his attention to Jiraiya again. Learn. Jiraiya smiled and agreed. Then let's go on. Gaara took a deep breath and beckoned the 1st to 2nd Sannin companies to move on. Sasuke, get someone to find a suitable place to camp right away and we'll wait here for news from other teams. After watching Gaara and others go away, Ye Zhou also began to direct everyone to camp and rest. Yes. With Ye Zhou's order, Sasuke immediately turned around to inform the others. Sasuke, wait with me. Naruto saw Sasuke leave and quickly followed him. Well, I don't know how many people will die in this war. After everyone left, Ino leaned on Ye Zhou and said sadly. There is no other way, we can only protect those around us as much as possible. Ye Zhou stroked Ino's hair comfortingly. It's a good thing I'm in the same team as you, Ye Zhou, and I feel more at ease with you protecting me. Ino suddenly raised his head and smiled at Ye Zhou. Don't worry with me here, nothing will happen to you. Ye Zhou also smiled confidently and said she. Chapter 265, The Encounter of the Surprise Attack Force. 265-278. Chapter 265, The Encounter of the Surprise Attack Force. When Ye Zhou and others camped in place, the surprise attack team led by Kakashi at the front also ran into the enemy's surprise attack team. Senior Kakashi, be careful, the other party is an official member of the Akatsuki organization from Impure World Reincarnation. Seeing Deidara standing on the white bird in midair, Kankuro's expression changed immediately and he quickly reminded Kakashi. Ah, and they are all old acquaintances. Kakashi's face was serious. Even without Kankuro's reminder, he recognized the identities of the people in front of him. Hitaki, Kakashi, we meet again. Didn't you meet that boy named Fujimiya Ye Zhou again this time? What a pity. After seeing Kakashi, Kisame glanced around him subconsciously and sighed inexplicably when he found that Ye Zhou was nowhere to be seen. For the boy who killed himself in 930, Kisame is still very afraid of him until now. The last time he was reincarnated by Orochimaru, he was sent directly to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so he didn't meet Ye Zhou. Later he was even lucky enough to escape from the battlefield from Sasuke and others. Compared with Kisame, Kakuzu was much more unlucky. Not only did not escape, even his soul was killed by an Ino. As for his respected Mr. Itachi, because of his rebellion, the masked man used Yin-Yang-Dun to destroy his dirty body. I don't know if he was summoned again by Orochimaru this time. And while Kisame was thinking, the hot-tempered Deidara couldn't bear it. There is no need to talk about those nonsense this time. I must let people witness my ultimate art. As long as he thought of being destroyed by that old immortal Onoki when he showed the ultimate art last time, Tongdela couldn't help gnashing his teeth. Ultimate art. Kakashi looked curious. Senior Kakashi Deidara's so-called ultimate art is self-explosion because it was stopped by Tsuchikage last time, so we don't know the specific power. Kankuro hurriedly explained to Kakashi. HMPH, you guys won't be so lucky this time. The range of my ultimate art explosion can reach 10 kilometers. You are all going to die this time. Deidara was a little annoyed at first but then showed a smug expression. That's really dangerous, I can't let you succeed. After hearing Deidara's words, Kakashi's expression became serious instantly. That's not up to you. Deidara said casually. You are also a surprise attack team. It is very rare for two surprise attack teams to collide like this. While paralyzing Deidara and the others with words, Kakashi cryptically made a gesture to Kankuro and the others. Hey, the winning side will be able to complete the surprise attack and we will definitely have the advantage in the beginning. Deidara sneered. That's not necessarily the case. We also have reasons to win. Kakashi retorted calmly. Really, it's a pity that your failure is already doomed. If you want to say why. Having said that, Deidara had a sneer on his face. Because we all have immortality. As soon as the words fell, several clay bats suddenly spit out from the mouth of Deidara's palm. Do it. At the same time, Kakashi shouted loudly and rushed towards Udala in an instant. Swipe swipe, clang clang, boom, rumbling. In the next second the two surprise attack troops were already fighting together. However, compared to Deidara's side, who completely disregarded the life and death of his teammates, the actions of Kakashi and others undoubtedly had a lot more restrictions. They not only have to guard against the life-for-life attacks of Deidara and others but also pay attention not to attack their teammates during the battle. Under the ebb and flow, Kakashi and others quickly fell into a disadvantage as soon as they fought. Everyone spread out and attack, don't get too close. After discovering the problem, Kakashi immediately ordered the crowd to disperse. Clear. Kankuro and the others responded loudly and then dispersed. It's useless, we've won anyway. Looking at the separated people, Deidara didn't care and he only had Kakashi in his eyes. Well, who knows? Kakashi glanced at him, then used the body flicker technique to get close to Deidara. Reikiri. Chi. After using Reikiri, Kakashi's speed increased a lot in an instant. What? Seeing Kakashi suddenly speeding up, Deidara didn't react at all. Immediately afterwards, Deidara's body is penetrated by Reikiri. The powerful thunder and lightning made it impossible for him to even move. Successful. Kakashi looked happy and immediately pulled out the wire to restrain Deidara. BD, let me go. I haven't shown my ultimate art yet, damn it. After being tied up, Deidara couldn't help cursing immediately. If I knew it, I would have blew myself up from the start. Deidara hated secretly. Just because of his carelessness, he was controlled by Kakashi so that he didn't even have the chance to perform ninjutsu. Your art is better left in hell to show. While speaking, Kakashi took out the wind shadow scroll specially used to deal with the filthy body and then sealed Deidara. Boom. Just after Kakashi sealed Deidara, he saw a huge stream of water suddenly gushing out from the direction where Kankuro was. The turbulent water flow was like a mountain torrent erupting, submerging everything in front of it in an instant. Even the towering trees hugged by one person broke instantly under the impact of the water flow, and the flood mixed with stones and mud looked 2.2 thrilling. Exaggerated water style. Seeing the menacing torrent, Kakashi only had time to sigh and then immediately moved to the higher boulder with the sealed Deidara. Boom. The torrent hit the rock on which Kakashi was standing and he clearly felt a movement under his feet. Fortunately, the boulder under his feet was strong enough and was not knocked down by the torrent. Senior Kakashi. A sand shinobi in a khaki vest came to Kakashi. It's just in time. The person sealed here is Deidara, a former official member of the Akatsuki organization. You take him and move to the rear immediately. Seeing the person coming, Kakashi immediately pointed to the sealed Deidara at his feet and ordered. Chapter 266 Four Shadows Attack. 266-278. Chapter 266 Four Shadows Attack. Yes. After hearing Kakashi's order, Sand Shinobi immediately transferred with the sealed Deidara without any delay. Let's support Kankuro first. Seeing Sand Shinobi leave, Kakashi looked towards the source of the torrent. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared on the boulder. At the same time, the frontal combat troops led by Gaara and others have also arrived at their respective battlefields. After setting up camp, Gaara and the others quietly waited for information from the headquarters. However, what people didn't expect was that their frontline troops had just received the information from the headquarters, and the support troops in charge of Ye Zhou received a support order at the same time. Captain Ye Zhou, an order came from the headquarters asking me to arrange an elite team to immediately support the third team. They encountered the 7 people who were sent out by the Impure World Reincarnation. A Konoha ninja hurried to Ye Zhou's side and then told Ye Zhou the information he had just obtained as quickly as possible. I see. After hearing what the other party said, he replied again. 17 inches, the former 7 ninja swordsmen. Do you want Sasuke and the others to rush over to support them? Hearing that the enemy turned out to be the former 7 ninja swordsmen, Ino asked Ye Zhou with a solemn expression. Well, that's what I intended too. With Sasuke's strength plus the 3rd unit and Master Jiraiya, it should be enough to deal with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ye Zhou nodded. His idea was the same as Ino's and he also planned to let Sasuke take a trip. Then I'll go find Sasuke now. After Ino finished speaking, he turned to convey the order to Sasuke. Watching Ino leave, Ye Zhou shifted his gaze to another direction, and in his perception there were enemies moving fast towards his place from that direction. A strange and powerful magnetic field which Shadow was reincarnated. Sensing that strange magnetic field, Ye Zhou guessed in his heart. But no matter which cage Orochimaru reincarnates, it cannot be the previous Hokage anyway. If you want to ask why Ye Zhou got the Shinigami mask of the Uzumaki clan a long time ago. Without the Shinigami mask, Orochimaru could never have reincarnated the Four Tails Hokage inside the Shinigami's stomach into the present world. While Ye Zhou was thinking about it, he suddenly found that the cage-level powerhouse he had perceived had stopped and summoned 3 cage levels. It turned out to be the 4 of them. Through the feedback of electromagnetic perception, Ye Zhou immediately figured out the identities of these cage-level powerhouses. Except for 3rd Tsuchikage at the beginning, the ones who were summoned later were 3rd Raikage, 2nd Mizukage and 4th Kazekage. After discovering that it was these 4 shadows, he immediately stopped a rock shinobi passing by. Contact the headquarters immediately, and I found 4 former shadows who were released by Impure World reincarnation. Facing Rock Shinobi's puzzled expression, Ye Zhou didn't have any nonsense and directly informed him of his discovery. What? Yes, I'll go right away. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Rock Shinobi was startled first and then immediately went to tell the ninja in charge of communication. Soon the people in the headquarters and everyone in the 4th unit knew the news. Brush. A golden light flashed and Naruto's figure appeared in front of Ye Zhou. He asked excitedly, Ye Zhou, I heard that you found the reincarnated shadow. Shall we also dispatch? Just seeing Sasuke received an order to support the 3rd unit, Naruto's heart was a little restless, and now he heard that there are stronger enemies. How could he bear it? 4 shadows reincarnated by Orochimaru were indeed found, and one of them seems to be the 3rd generation of Cloud Shinobi Village. When Ye Zhou answered Naruto, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Killer Bee, who was dodging beside him. What? Even Dad? Sure enough, upon hearing Ye Zhou's words, Killer Bee immediately showed a shocked expression. Not only 3rd Raikage but also 4th Kazekage. As for the other 2, I don't know very well. Ye Zhou continued to speak. 4th Kazekage, isn't that Gaara's father? Naruto had a surprised expression on his face. It seems that the enemy is very strong this time. Hearing what Ye Zhou and others said, Ino immediately looked worried. At the same time, the headquarters also confirmed the identity of the enemy according to Ye Zhou's prompt. In addition to the 2 mentioned by Ye Zhou, the other 2 were 2nd generation Ying and 2nd Mizukage. Then the headquarters immediately informed Ye Zhou and others of the information about the 2 men. The enemy's goal is very clear. It should be the Rinnegan in Ye Zhou's hand and the tailed beast in Naruto and Uncle Killer Bee's body. Ye Zhou, do you need to call for backup? At some point Shikamaru also came to a few of them. After analyzing the enemy's purpose, he asked Ye Zhou if he needed support. The support is not enough. The 2nd unit where Luo is in is getting closer. Ye Zhou thought for a moment and immediately made a decision. Are you worried that these 4 shadows are not the main force? They are used by the enemy to consume chakra on purpose. Shikamaru was smart and immediately guessed Ye Zhou's 360 idea. Well, both Orochimaru and the masked man have dealt with us, and they should be very clear that the power of the 4 shadows is not enough to capture Rinnegan and the tailed beast. Ye Zhou nodded and directly expressed his concerns. It is indeed possible. After listening to Ye Zhou's words, he immediately agreed. Then I'll tell everyone to transfer now. Ino said hastily. Shikamaru, Naruto, Uncle Killer Bee and I go to deal with the 4 cages first. You stay and wait for the others. If you encounter other troops that need support, just watch your strength at that time. Seeing Ino's leaving back, Ye Zhou turned to Shikamaru and said, Understood, I will lead everyone to catch up with you as quickly as possible. Hearing Ye Zhou's order, Shikamaru didn't have any nonsense and turned around to direct the support troops as soon as he finished speaking. Let's go, let's meet those 4 shadows, Ye Zhou said to Naruto and Killer Bee in a calm tone. Oh, Ye Zhou, just take care of yourself. Naruto roared excitedly, his whole body was full of passion. In contrast, Killer Bee's expression is much heavier. Chapter 267 Say hello with a spiral shuriken first. 267-278. Chapter 267 Say hello with a spiral shuriken first. After all, there's 3rd Raikage among the enemies this time, and that is brother Killer Bee's father. Uncle Bai, are you okay? Seeing Killer Bee's silence, Naruto showed a little worry. I'm fine, TNFA. Having said that, Killer Bee's expression doesn't seem to be alright. Ye Zhou didn't know how to comfort the other party. This kind of thing can only make Killer Bee think about it, and the comfort effect of others will not be obtained. Let's go. Ye Zhou, who didn't know how to comfort the other party, simply called the 2 of them to set off. At worst, when Killer Bee's heart softened, he would solve 3rd Raikage himself. Not a big problem. While thinking about it, the 3 of them have already started to use the body flicker technique to hurry. But at the speed of the 3 of them, it took less than half an hour to see Sang's figure. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 of Ye Zhou, Sang was also coming towards them. It really is Daddy Damn Orochimaru. When Killer Bee saw 3rd Raikage, his eyes widened, immediately followed by an angry expression on his face. Leave the 3rd Raikage to me to deal with, and the other 3 schools to you and Gaara. That's right, Gaara. When Ye Zhou and the others arrived, Gaara was not idle. After he got the news from the headquarters, he immediately set off to join Ye Zhou alone. And when the 3 of Ye Zhou and Sang met, Gaara had already arrived nearby. Well, leave it to us. Hearing Ye Zhou's arrangement, Naruto immediately agreed without thinking about it. However, Killer Bee's expression was a little hesitant, not only because of the identity of the enemy but also because he knew the power of the 3rd Raikage very well. Brother Ye Zhou, Dad is very strong, are you sure? After hesitating for a while, Killer Bee couldn't help expressing his concerns. Don't worry, we are no longer opponents of the same level. Facing Killer Bee's worry, Ye Zhou answered confidently. Although 3rd Raikage is very strong, it is only at the movie level. But Ye Zhou is at the 6 paths level. The strength gap between the 2 is like Yingha and Haoyu. Oh, Killer Bee saw Ye Zhou's confident expression and his heart moved. He suddenly thought of the last time he cooperated with Ye Zhou to fight Nagato. At that time Ye Zhou really showed a strength far beyond his own. And recalling carefully, Ye Zhou probably didn't show his full strength at that time because Killer Bee didn't see any weakness in Ye Zhou from the beginning to the end. Thinking of this, Killer Bee suddenly felt that Ye Zhou's strength might have surpassed their perception long ago. In that case, my father will entrust it to you. Killer Bee begged Ye Zhou with an extremely solemn expression. Well, leave it to me. Ye Zhou nodded and his tone became serious. Call. With Ye Zhou's assurance, Killer Bee finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, I'm sorry. Saying I'm sorry silently in my heart, Killer Bee's expression instantly became firm. Seeing this, Ye Zhou also showed an expression of appreciation. He was able to adjust his mood in such a short period of time. It seems that Killer Bee's heart is very strong. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Suddenly a huge spiral shuriken appeared in Naruto's hand at some point and he threw it at the four shadows who had just appeared. Boom. Rumbling. The next moment, at the place attacked by the spiral shuriken, both the trees and the hard rocks on the ground were smashed into pieces in an instant and there was a violent roar. When the storm subsided, there was only a large pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters left on the ground ahead. Brush. The three of Ye Zhou stopped immediately when Naruto dropped the spiral shuriken. They stood on the tree trunk and looked at the big hole blasted by the spiral shuriken. A-hole idiot, Naruto boy is so messed up. Oh yeah, Killer Bee reprimanded Naruto while guarding against the four shadows' surprise attack. Because of Naruto's attack, the four shadows on the opposite side became more vigilant towards them. Bye or you bye, they're all so big. Just as Killer Bee reprimanded Naruto, Third Raikage at the edge of the pit finally noticed the existence of Killer Bee and asked quickly. Dad, it's me, long time no see. Oh, yeah. Hearing Dad's call, Killer Bee didn't bother to reprimand Naruto anymore. What about your elder brother? Why didn't you stay with him but with a few brats instead? And the attack just now, if he read it correctly, was obviously aimed at the four of them, and even now Killer Bee and the others were full of vigilance against themselves. What on earth happened? For a moment numerous questions emerged in Third Raikage's heart. Quote. Closing square bracket. Hey Third Raikage, let's talk about the past later. Let me ask them if they know our current situation. However, before Third Raikage asked more, Second Mizukage next to him interrupted him impatiently. Then he turned his head to look at Ye Zhou and the others and asked, Young man, we have learned some news from Fourth Cage before. Should we be reincarnated by that man named Orochimaru? What's his purpose in reincarnating us? Also, we found a lot of ninjas along the way. Could it be that Konoha and Cloud Shinobi started a war again? Second Mizukage asked in a very dissatisfied tone. No, while it's true that you were all reincarnated by Orochimaru, the situation may be more complicated than you good ones imagine. Facing Second Mizukage's question, Ye said calmly. Judging from the other party's situation, Orochimaru should not have completely controlled his will, so he doesn't mind sharing information with sighing. What's the meaning? Hearing Ye Zhou's answer, the four shadows frowned instantly. Dad, it's like this. Skin. Killer Bee quickly informed the four shadows about the Akatsuki organization and the Ninja Alliance. So that means in order to resist the Akatsuki organization, have the 5 great ninja villages joined forces. Third Raikage sighed. That's right, that's it. Killer Bee nodded affirmatively. Not only Third Raikage but other Three Tails characters also have complex expressions. They suddenly didn't know whether to worry about the threat of the Akatsuki organization or to rejoice that the 5 great ninja villages would unite one day. Chapter 268 Unbelievable Luo Sha. 268-278. Chapter 268 Unbelievable Luo Sha. In that case, is the person over there really Gaara? Suddenly Fourth Cage looked to the right of Ye Zhou and the others where there was the chakra that he was very familiar with. Boom. Rumbling. However, what he answered was endless yellow sand. The yellow sand is like a sea wave sweeping towards the four shadows in an instant. Oh, it's spectacular. Seeing the oncoming waves of the sand sea, Second Mizukage was not only not afraid but also showed an expression of interest. This is the power of Shukaku. Is it a dozing technique when you make a shot? Fourth Cage looked at the sand sea and couldn't help thinking in his heart. Before he had time to think about it, his body moved involuntarily. I saw that Fourth Cage's hands quickly formed seals and then countless placer gold gushed out from the ground and then ruthlessly collided with the ore controlled by Gaara. Under the control of Fourth Cage, both placer gold and Gaara's ore quickly subsided. And the big pit in front of Fourth Cage was also filled with mixed sand. Not only that, the range of several kilometers in front of them turned into sand and the shadows of rocks and trees were completely gone. Obviously the confrontation just now was far less peaceful than what everyone saw at the moment. Gold dust. I see you use magnetron gold. Third Raikage reached out to catch the gold dust falling from the sky and immediately saw the ability of Fourth Cage. Fourth Cage Luo Sha did not hide anything but explained calmly. Gold placer is heavier than sand and mixing gold placer into sand can slow down the movement of sand. While speaking, Luo Sha finally shifted his gaze to Gaara. Without the obstruction of the trees, he had already seen the figure of Gaara. How can you use this trick to deal with sand? Second Mizukage looked at Luo Sha curiously. I thought that the person in front of me seemed to be very experienced. As if seeing Second Mizukage's doubts, Luo Sha then said, when Shuhei went berserk before, I used this method to stop it. But this time it's not Shukaku but Gaara. When Luo Sha saw Gaara's figure, he suddenly became very puzzled. Gaara was able to manipulate so much sand with her own strength. What happened after her death? Father, long time no see. Gaara flew to Ye Zhou and the others and said to Luo Sha in an indifferent tone. Wow, sure enough that person is Gaara's father. But why is Gaara's expression so cold? Naruto shifted his eyes back and forth between Gaara and Luo Sha curiously. Unfortunately no one answered Naruto's question. Gaara and Luo Sha looked at each other and found a slight difference in each other's eyes. Gaara what? Finally it was Luo Sha who spoke first and immediately asked Gaara about the existence of Shuhei. And his words also managed to make Gaara's face become more indifferent. Only to hear Gaara reply in a cold tone, that kind of thing has long since disappeared. I am no longer the Jinchuriki that father you made. Gaara's words made Rosa frown and he didn't understand the meaning of Gaara's words. So he immediately asked, you are not Jinchuriki. What do you mean? If he remembers correctly, once the tail beast leaves Jinchuriki, then Jinchuriki will also die. But Gaara does not look weak now, on the contrary he is in better condition than when he was Jinchuriki, which obviously touched Luo Sha's blind spot of knowledge. You already know the Akatsuki organization. People from the Shao organization stripped the Shuhei from my body, making me almost die. My friend took me back from the Akatsuki organization and finally Grandma Chio saved me with her own life. BJDD, Gaara explained calmly. Grandma Chio did such a thing. And friend, you said you made friends. Luo Sha couldn't believe her ears. He is very aware of Gaara's growth experience, after all he arranged it on his own with the purpose of cultivating Gaara into Sunagaku's bloodiest and cruelest ultimate weapon. But now it seems that his plan has clearly failed. Not only that, Gaara who violated him turned out to be so powerful, which made his heart messed up. What does it mean to have no friends? That brat is too lonely, right? Isn't it normal for him to have a few friends at his age? Looking at Luo Sha's messy expression, second Mizukage seemed to see something and said to Luo Sha with a slightly mocking tone. Father, I have nearly died at your hands 6 times and each time my fear and hatred for you have grown. But now I don't hate you anymore and I can understand what you did. Since I became Fengyin, it is the village head's duty to protect the village from threats. Obviously after becoming Kazekage, Gaara has seen through a lot and has a deep understanding of Kazecage's responsibilities. Become Kazekage, you. However, Gaara's words shocked Luo Sha even more and his face was full of disbelief. Not only that, but Gaara is now the company captain of the Ninja Alliance Fighting Dalian team. Although he became Kazekage at a young age as Jinchuriki, he also recognized it very much at other times. Ye Zhou said suddenly, obviously intending to stand for Gaara. That's right, and Gaara is also very respected by everyone. She is a very powerful Kazekage. Naruto also stood up and said loudly, it seems that your son is also a very good ninja. Third Raikage glanced at Luo Sha and said, but what the three of them said made Luo Sha's heart even more messy. If Gaara is really so good, wouldn't it mean that the former self was really wrong? He raised Gaara all wrong. No, he needs to be more sure. Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Gaara, this impure world reincarnation seems to be a worthwhile ninjutsu. Let me personally verify your value again, try to surpass me. Gaara. As soon as the words fell, Luo Sha instantly manipulated Shaojin into a big hand and grabbed Gaara. Chapter 269 Amazing Maternal Love. 269-278. Chapter 269 Amazing Maternal Love. Facing Luo San's attack, Gaara also immediately controlled the sand defense. Boom. 2 completely different streams of sand collided together in an instant and a huge roar erupted. We're going to. Seeing that Luo Sha and Gaara had already started to attack, Ye Zhou immediately asked Naruto and Killer Bee to attack the other 3 shadows as well. Oh, clear. Naruto and Killer Bee agreed, then rushed out in an instant. Iron Sand Sword. Ye Zhou knew that Third Raikage's defense was very strong, so he directly used the Iron Sand Sword. With the sharpness of the Iron Sand Sword, it was impossible to resist even the 3rd generation movie. Coup. Sure enough, as Ye Zhou expected, the Iron Sand Sword split Third Raikage's filthy body in half in the blink of an eye. It can actually break through Dad's defense. What a sharp sword. Killer Bee's eyes widened instantly when he saw this scene, and he almost wondered if he had been hit by an illusion. You know, that is a defense that even 8 tails can't break through. It seems that I still underestimated the young people of today who were able to break my lightning style armor. However, it seems that you are also using magnet style. Third Raikage looked at the Iron Sand Sword that sliced through his body and asked in an appreciative tone. Yes, this is indeed an application of magnet style. Seeing that the other party did not resist, Ye Zhou replied calmly. Magnet style. Gaara, you actually taught the magnetic track to foreign exchange. Luo Sha also heard the conversation between the two and subconsciously thought it was the Ye Zhou magnet style taught by Gaara. HMPH Ye Zhou's magnet style wasn't taught by Gaara, it's a secret technique developed by Ye Zhou himself. Before Gaara could speak, Naruto retorted loudly in dissatisfaction. Hearing Naruto's retort, Luo Sha immediately looked at Gaara with questioning eyes. He is more willing to believe Gaara's explanation than Naruto's. Ye Zhou-kun is indeed a genius. Remember the Konoha collapse plan. At that time Mr. Ye Zhou's magnet style attainments far surpassed mine. Gaara said with a sigh. Yeah, it turns out that I have long been surpassed by the younger generation. Luo Sha looked a little dazed. Chance. Seeing Luo Sha stunned, Gaara's eyes lit up and immediately seized the opportunity to increase chakra's output. Rumbling. Gaara's ore is suddenly added and the placer gold in Luosha is suppressed. The sudden attack brought Luo Sha back to his senses immediately and then quickly defended with gold dust. But what he didn't know was that the ore in the sky was just a feint attack used by Gaara to confuse him, and the real attack was actually under his feet. Oops, Sha Lan is just a cover-up to lure me into emptying the gold dust. When Luo Sha felt something was wrong, Gaara's attack had already succeeded. In the next second a large amount of ore suddenly rose from the ground where Luo Sha was located and then instantly covered it, leaving only one head exposed. He looked at Gaara with complicated eyes. Then slowly said, "You have grown up, Gaara." After personally verifying Gaara's growth, Luo Sha is very sure that Gaara has surpassed his father. For a while even the tone of his speech could not help but soften a lot. "It seems that my vision is not accurate at all. Parents just have to trust their children. That's all, the only value is here. I'm right, Karuryu." Luo Sha seems to be talking to Gaara, but in fact his eyes are focused on the gourd and sand behind Gaara. From the fight with Gaara just now he could feel that Luo's power was still protecting Gaara. What happened? From Luo Sha's words Gaara also noticed something was wrong. Regarding Gaara's doubts, Luo Sha did not hide it and directly explained. "The sand that has been protecting you is not the power of Shuhei but the power of your mother Jaluluo. Your mom loves you so much." As expected, Gaara was shocked to hear this. In his impression his mother should have always hated himself. Realizing something was wrong, Gaara immediately questioned Luo Sha. "But Yashimaru, who came to assassinate me back then, clearly said that my mother hates me very much." Hearing Gaara's questioning, Luo Sha's expression became complicated again. He opened his mouth and explained, "I ordered Yashimaru to lie to you. The purpose is to drive you to a desperate situation to confirm whether the tailed beast will go berserk. Everything is for the village. If Yashimaru hates anyone, it must be me, not you. Because I was the one who sealed Shuzuru into his pregnant sister's body, but Yashimaru is a ninja after all and he accepted the order for the righteousness of the village. Unfortunately now it seems that everything I have done is meaningless. Apart from adding unnecessary burdens to you, I also judge you as worthless without authorization. Forcing you to be Jinchuriki, taking away your life and your mother, sorry." After Luo Sha finished speaking he fell silent. He lowered his head, looking shamelessly at Gaara's expression. But Gaara was already in tears at this moment. After learning the truth he discovered that there have always been so many people who have loved him deeply. Especially his mother. Even after she died she always used her strength to protect him at all times. This maternal love makes Gaara feel very warm. After Gaara calmed down for a while, Luo Sha said by himself, "Compared to Gaara I am not worthy to be your father at all." Gaara wiped away her tears upon hearing this. He said with a heavy tone, "Mother is really amazing. I got the wound medicine from my father for the first time from her." This heavy tone made Luo Sha even more ashamed. At this time Gaara didn't want to continue talking with him anymore. With Luo Sha's guilty expression he manipulated the sand to seal him completely. It wasn't until Luo Sha was completely out of sight that Gaara shifted his gaze to Ye Zhou and the others. Looking at the concerned eyes of Ye Zhou and Naruto, Gaara showed a smile on his face to express that he was okay. Seeing this, Ye Zhou and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Gaara did not have any bad influence because of Luo Sha's words. It may even be possible to untie many years of hard knots, which will be more helpful to his future strength improvement. Chapter 270 Yin Yang Escape Kills Third Raikage in Seconds. 270-278. Chapter 270 Yin Yang Escape Kills Third Raikage in Seconds. "Hey little yellow-haired devil, quickly seal me up too. It's not my style to be reincarnated to make trouble for everyone after death. And the most important thing is that the caster actually controls our actions. It's too much." Seeing that Luo Sha was successfully sealed by Gaara, second Mizukage's eyes lit up and he quickly asked Naruto in front of him to seal himself as well. "Ahem, well, I don't seem to know the sealing technique." However, facing second Mizukage's urging, Naruto was full of embarrassment. In terms of strength it's okay, but he really hasn't practiced the sealing technique. "Huh, are you kidding me? You don't even know how to seal. Is it funny that you came here?" Hearing Naruto's statement that he doesn't know the sealing technique, second Mizukage's face darkened immediately and then he yelled at the person who called. 503. "Yes, sorry." Naruto was taken aback by second Mizukage's appearance and quickly bowed and apologized. "What's the use of apologizing now? Quickly find a way for me." BD. It's a pity that second Mizukage doesn't like this at all. He just wants people to seal himself up quickly. "Although I don't know the sealing technique, don't Ye Zhou and Gaara know it? As long as I control you it's the same to let them seal you up." I don't know if he was enlightened by the scolding by second Mizukage, but Naruto finally came to his senses and quickly moved Ye Zhou and Gaara out. "Well, the other two brats. Yes, they do seem to be more reliable than you." Hearing Naruto's words, second Mizukage subconsciously looked at Gaara and Ye Zhou and then showed a satisfied look. Yes, right." Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that everyone has already talked about the past. Suddenly a discordant voice came from second Tsuchikage's mouth. "Orochimaru." The moment he heard the voice, Ye Zhou already knew who the owner of the voice was. "Ye Zhou, long time no see." Orochimaru used second Tsuchikage's body to greet Ye Zhou. "Now you don't even dare to show your real body in front of me." Ye Zhou mocked without changing his face. "After all, Mr. Ye Zhou, you are too powerful. I am very worried that I will be killed by you in an instant as soon as you appear." Orochimaru unreservedly expressed his fear of Ye Zhou. "Since you are so apprehensive, shouldn't you still be colluding with the Shao organization until now? Wouldn't it be good to find a place to do your research honestly?" Ye Zhou said in a calm tone. So I'm not here to talk to Mr. Ye Zhou," you said with a chuckle. "Oh, what conditions?" Seemingly asking, Ye Zhou already had a vague guess in his heart. Sure enough, as he expected, Orochimaru said the word, Rinnegan. "Dream Ye Zhou won't hand over Rinnegan to you, a bad guy." As soon as the three words Rinnegan were spoken, Naruto interrupted Orochimaru excitedly and said that Ye Zhou would never hand over Rinnegan to him in righteous indignation. Ye Zhou, how are you? As long as you give me the Rinnegan, I can promise to disarm all the Impure World Reincarnation Army, even if I want the Impure World Reincarnation Army to turn around and join you in destroying the Akatsuki organization. This deal should be a good deal, right? Orochimaru didn't pay attention to Naruto's clamor at all. He only had Ye Zhou in his eyes. Hey Orochimaru, don't you think that the mere Akatsuki organization and your filthy army can threaten me? Hearing Orochimaru's so-called deal, Ye Zhou asked with a strange expression. Isn't that enough? Seeing Ye Zhou's mocking expression, for some reason Orochimaru felt a little uneasy. Of course not enough. Orochimaru, you overestimated, both of you, and underestimated my strength. Like this. As soon as the words fell, Ye Zhou's figure instantly appeared in front of the third generation figure. Pooh. In the next second, third Raikage's upper body disappeared. Seeing Ye Zhou deal with third Raikage neatly, Orochimaru's pupils shrank. Bang bang. As expected, Mr. Ye Zhou, your strength has become stronger. But it's a pity that unless the body of dirt is sealed, no matter how it is destroyed, it can be restored. But soon he forced himself to calm down and clapped his hands appreciatively. Yeah, there was an expression of disbelief on Ye Zhou's face, and pointed to third Raikage, who showed no signs of recovery at all. How is it possible? Why didn't the body of dirt recover? Looking in the direction of Ye Zhou's finger, Orochimaru's expression changed suddenly. The scene was completely beyond his expectation. Uncle Killer Bee's father has not recovered. What's going on? Naruto also saw this scene and immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. Not only Naruto but everyone else also looked at Ye Zhou curiously, waiting for his answer. There is no perfect ninjutsu in the world, and Impure World Reincarnation is no exception. In addition to using the sealing technique to seal the Impure World Reincarnation's people, this technique can also be removed by beheading the souls of the Impure World Reincarnation's people. Ye Zhou said so. Hearing the killing of souls, both Orochimaru and Naruto's faces changed drastically. Especially Orochimaru, he is very suspicious that the ninjutsu developed to kill souls especially used against himself. So Ye Zhou, did you kill Uncle Killer Bee's father's soul? Naruto asked Ye Zhou hesitantly. No, I used another method. Ye Zhou decisively denied it. Is there another way? Naruto felt his brain was 0.6 confused. He clearly remembered that Grandma Tsunade and the others were very apprehensive when they mentioned Impure World Reincarnation. Why did they discover so many weaknesses when they arrived at Ye Zhou? And why didn't Ye Zhou tell them about these weaknesses? Naruto thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He felt like his brain was about to explode. Fortunately, Ye Zhou quickly explained. I have just decided on the last solution, and that is yin-yang escape. Before Naruto and the others asked, Ye Zhou continued to explain. Yin-yang Dan has omnipotent power and can ignore all ninjutsu. Judging from the test just now, even Impure World Reincarnation's body cannot be recovered after being destroyed by Yin-yang Dan. While speaking, Yi Chi raised the knife made with Yin-yang Dan in his hand. Chapter 271, Orochimaru's sincerity. The army of dirt is lifted. 271-278. Chapter 271, Orochimaru's sincerity. The army of dirt is lifted. Yin and Yang escape. Ye Zhou is indeed the most talented person I have ever met. Orochimaru looked at the straight sword in Ye Zhou's hand. His eyes flickered. During the period of cooperation with the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru learned more about the secrets of the ninja world. Especially the secrets about the Sage of Six Paths and the sacred tree made Orochimaru look forward to it. As the yin-yang Dan used by the legendary Sage of Six Paths to create the world, of course he also knows about it. However, he always thought that the first prerequisite for learning yin-yang escape was to have Rinnegan, but now it seems that this is not the case. Because Orochimaru could see that Ye Zhou's eyes were not transplanted. In other words, Ye Zhou mastered yin-yang Dan completely by his own talent. This has to make Orochimaru see Ye Zhou's talent again. However, now that Ye Zhou has mastered yin-yang Dan, he seems unable to persuade Ye Zhou to hand over Rinnegan with the previous conditions. This is troublesome. Orochimaru frowned slightly, thinking silently whether he had other equivalent things to trade with Ye Zhou. After all, he is too greedy for something like Rinnegan. Wow, yin-yang Dan is so powerful, Ye Zhou, you never told me. Suddenly Naruto yelled and said to Ye Zhou with an aggrieved face. I also just recently completed the practice of yin-yang dungeon and I haven't had time to tell you yet. Ye Zhou explained. Well, I forgive you. Hee. After hearing Ye Zhou's explanation, Naruto said with a smirk. It's incredible, the little ghost is really powerful now. Even if you can master the legendary power of everything, we dead people should stay in Junkian. Second Mizukage was quite impressed. Even though he died only a few decades ago, the world has changed so much. It was the ninja allied forces, yin-yang Dan and so on. He deeply felt that he could not keep up with the times. It seems that I can't get the Rinnegan from Ye Zhou, what a pity. Knowing that Ye Zhou has mastered yin-yang Dan, Orochimaru is ready to give up Rinnegan temporarily. Orochimaru, if you don't want to be caught by me in the future, I advise you to settle the relationship with Akatsuki as soon as possible. After all, your scientific research ability is also top-notch in the entire ninja world. Killing you is also a huge loss to the ninja world. Just when Orochimaru was about to leave, Ye Zhou suddenly warned him solemnly. Of course, the most important thing is that Ye Zhou is not sure whether he will have other deals with Orochimaru in the future. He didn't forget that the previous few transactions with Orochimaru were quite pleasant. Who knows if I'll ever need Orochimaru again in the future. So if it is not necessary, he does not want to kill the big snake for the time being. And Orochimaru also heard Ye Zhou's implication, which made him plan to give up Rinnegan suddenly. So he smiled and said to Ye Zhou, Since this is your advice Mr. Ye Zhou, then I will separate myself from Xiao organization. After all, compared to Mr. Ye Zhou, Xiao organization is much more stingy. With a better partner, Orochimaru decisively abandoned the Akatsuki organization. I hope you really listened to it. Ye Zhou looked at Orochimaru meaningfully and said, certainly, for this I will show my sincerity. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Ye Zhou and the others saw that the bodies of second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage began to gradually dissipate. Haha, the power that bound me has been lifted. I'm finally going back to the Pure Land. Second Mizukage, feeling the changes in his body, said with a smile. I have lifted the reanimation jutsu. Mr. Ye Zhou, there will be a date later. After finishing speaking, second Mizukage's body dissipated, immediately revealing Luo Tianzhong's lifeless Rui's body. Orochimaru actually lifted the Impure World reincarnation. Is he really planning to leave the Akatsuki organization? Seeing that the Impure World reincarnation was lifted, Gaara came to Ye Zhou and said with a frown. Is there some kind of conspiracy? Isn't Orochimaru using this to confuse us and catch us off guard? Killer Bee also said with a dignified expression. Apparently none of them believed that Orochimaru would be so kind. No matter what, let's check the situation of the Dirt Army in other places first. If all the filthy troops on the battlefield are eliminated, then we will temporarily give up on Orochimaru and focus on dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Without the support of the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru alone can't make waves. After Ye Zhou thought about it, he made a final decision. Ye Zhou is right, as long as we defeat Akatsuki, Orochimaru is nothing. Naruto echoed with a full face of approval. He has seen Ye Zhou and Orochimaru confront each other many times, and each time the result ended in Orochimaru's defeat. So Naruto is confident that this time will be no exception. In this case, let's contact the headquarters first. Seeing that even Naruto chooses to believe in Ye Zhou, I love 680 Luo. It is a matter of course that I choose to contact the headquarters first to confirm the battlefield situation. Well, let's go. Ye Zhou nodded and then took the lead in setting off in the direction he came from. The Gaara trio followed suit. After a while, the four of Ye Zhou met Lee and others who came to support them. Then through the secret technique of the Yamanaka family, they quickly got in touch with the headquarters. Unsurprisingly, all the filthy troops on the battlefield have been disarmed. Therefore Ye Zhou also informed the headquarters of the news just now. After discussion at the headquarters, they made a choice similar to Ye Zhou's. They both decided to focus on the Akatsuki organization for the time being and leave the matter of Orochimaru aside for the time being. Although this decision will somewhat cause some people's dissatisfaction, but for the sake of the overall situation, everyone finally unified their opinions. In this way, our enemy is only the Akatsuki organization led by the Masked Man. After contacting the headquarters, Shikamaru asked Ye Zhou as if he was relieved. Well, it seems so now. Ye Zhou nodded. Great, without the dirty army, the coalition army will be much more relaxed. Ino said in a joyful tone. Not just Ino, many people present had joyful expressions on their faces as if they had won the battle. Chapter 272, Uchiha Madara Resurrection. 272-278. Chapter 272, Uchiha Madara Resurrection. Everyone, don't be too happy. Although Orochimaru and the army of dirt are gone, the threat from the Akatsuki organization still exists. We still can't relax our vigilance. Ye Zhou's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly dousing everyone's joy. Ye Zhou is right. The Masked Man has not shown up yet and the war is not over yet. Shikamaru also spoke to everyone in a solemn tone. Ye Zhou, what should we do next? After everyone calmed down, Naruto asked Ye Zhou. Captain Fujimiya, there is news from the headquarters that the Masked Man's location has been discovered. Just when Ye Zhou was about to speak, a ninja responsible for receiving intelligence suddenly ran over and loudly informed everyone of the news from the headquarters. Oh, are you finally willing to show up? Ye Zhou's eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to deal with King Dai. Great, let's hurry over then. As long as we deal with the Masked Man, this war will be over. Naruto urged Ye Zhou even more excitedly. Everyone else looked at Ye Zhou excitedly, waiting for his order. Then it's up to me, Naruto and Killer Bee, to deal with the Masked Man. Gaara, you lead the 4th unit and continue rushing to the front line to deal with the White Zetsu army. This time we will have a showdown with the Masked Man. Ye Zhou took a deep breath and then issued combat orders to everyone with a solemn expression. Clear. Yes. Very good. Naruto and the other 3 responded one after another, and then Gaara and Shikamaru went to assemble their troops. Feeling that it was still not safe, Ye Zhou thought for a while and then looked at the busy communication ninja not far away. Then he said to him, contact the headquarters immediately and ask Mr. Kakashi to join us as soon as possible. We need his Sharingan to prevent the Masked Man from escaping. With the help of Kakashi's Kamui, Ye Zhou doesn't believe that Obito can still escape. Yes, I will ask the headquarters to inform Kakashi-senpai right away. Upon hearing Ye Zhou's order, the communication ninja immediately conveyed Ye Zhou's plan to the headquarters. Then I got a response from the headquarters very quickly. Captain Fujimiya, the headquarters has contacted Kakashi-senpai. He will meet you on the way to avoid the Masked Man. The communication ninja immediately informed Ye Zhou of the news from the headquarters. Okay, let's go now. After receiving the positive news, Ye Zhou turned to Naruto and Killer Bee and said, oh, it's on fire, oh yeah. Naruto and Killer Bee shouted excitedly. In order to prevent Obito from being transferred, Ye Zhou briefly said goodbye to Ino and others and immediately set off with Naruto and the others. Watching Ye Zhou's retreating figure, Ino silently prayed in her heart that their group could return safely. Shikamaru and Gaara are also busy organizing the transfer of the 4th unit. At the same time Obito and Zetsu also discovered Orochimaru's betrayal. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would choose to betray at this time. What should we do now? In an underground cave in the Kingdom of Frost, Black Zetsu asked Obito in a hoarse tone. HMPH, it doesn't matter, I have expected it, Obito said with a cold snort. He has never trusted Orochimaru and was wary of him as early as when he joined the Akatsuki organization. Not to mention starting a war later. While speaking, King Ku looked at the body of Ten Tails in front of him. It seems that this is the only way. Without Orochimaru's army of dirt, Obito decided not to wait any longer. He wanted to absorb Ten Tails immediately and become Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Obito, do you really want to do this? How about reincarnating Madara first? Black Zetsu said as if he saw Obito's intention. Long before starting the war, Obito obtained the reanimation jutsu from Orochimaru in order to deal with this situation. However, for some reason Obito seemed to have no intention of impure world reincarnation producing Madara, which forced Black Zetsu to take the initiative to remind him. Sure enough, Obito frowned slightly when he heard Black Zetsu's reminder. If possible, he would like to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki and then activate Infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world of his own. But unfortunately he still has the curse mark set by Madara, and Black Zetsu is always watching him. Obito was unable to resist Madara's will. Then I'll listen to you and let Madara take back Rinnegan. Since there was no way to resist, the leader naturally chose to follow Black Zetsu's advice decisively. After all, he didn't want to expose his little thoughts until the curse mark Madara placed on him was lifted. After making the decision, Obito used a Black Zetsu as a sacrifice and then used Impure World Reincarnation to summon Madara from the Pure Land. The day has finally come that boy Nagato has finally grown up. Just after being reincarnated, Madara chuckled and sighed. Ahem, Master Madara, long time no see. Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu knew that the other party had misjudged, so he quickly greeted the other party. It's Black Zetsu and Obito. But what about Nagato? Madara followed the sound and immediately spotted Black Zetsu and Obito. At the same time he also noticed that something was wrong with the expressions of the two people. Subconsciously Madara released chakra to sense the surrounding situation. However, what surprised him was that except for Black Zetsu and Obito there was no trace of anyone else here. So here comes the question. Who resurrected him using the Rinne Tensai technique? Seeing Madara's confusion, Black Zetsu quickly informed Madara of the situation. Qian Lihao. The situation is like this because the Rinnegan is in the boy named Fujimiya Ye Zhou and the situation is unfavorable, so we can only use Impure World Reincarnation to summon you. After finishing speaking, Black Zetsu let Uchiha Madara digest the information quietly. Is that so, Luo 2 reincarnated Chi? It seems that your plan is not going well. You actually resurrected me in this way. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and her face didn't look very good. But he didn't reprimand Obito. After all, he still needed Obito. I'm sorry Madara-sama to disappoint you. Black Zetsu lowered his head to apologize to Madara, looking very humble. After all, he is now playing the will of Uchiha Madara, so he naturally has to play his role well. Chapter 273. My name is Uchiha Madara. 278. Chapter 273. My name is Uchiha Madara. Forget it, let's use this body for now. Madara glanced at Black Zetsu and her expression had returned to calm. Although the current body is far from what it was in its heyday, it should be enough to take back Rinnegan. In this case there is no need for him to worry about this trivial matter. Black Zetsu, can you find where my Rinnegan is? Immediately afterwards Madara asked Black Zetsu about the whereabouts of her Rinnegan. Sorry Master Madara, we have lost control of Rinnegan since it was obtained by the boy named Ye Zhou. But that boy is rushing here now. If we can catch him we should be able to know where Rinnegan is. Black Zetsu said quickly. He really didn't know whether Ye Zhou had hidden Rinnegan, so the best way was to catch Ye Zhou first and then force him to find out Rinnegan's whereabouts. Hearing Black Zetsu's answer, Madara frowned at first and then her expression became relaxed again. In that case, let me meet the young man named Fujimiya Ye Zhou. Black Zetsu and Obito's series of mistakes have completely disappointed them, so he decided to do it himself. And Ye Zhou didn't keep Madara waiting. Master Madara, they are coming. I don't know how much time passed before Black Zetsu suddenly spoke to Madara. It's finally here, I can't wait any longer. Madara opened her eyes and released the chakra sense with all her strength. The position of Ye Zhou and others. Immediately afterwards he sensed 4 people approaching quickly. At the same time Ye Zhou also discovered the existence of Madara. So he immediately told Naruto and the others. I have discovered the masked man, and beside him there is the man who screamed and a strong man who was reincarnated by the Impure World. When talking about the strong men who were reincarnated by Impure World, Ye Zhou's tone was obviously much more serious. Didn't Orochimaru remove Impure World reincarnation? Why are there still strong people who have been Impure World reincarnation? Could it be that Orochimaru deceived us? Upon hearing the words Impure World reincarnation, Naruto subconsciously thought that they had been deceived by Orochimaru. Probably not. If I guess correctly, this reincarnated CIFG person should be the masked man and the others. Kakashi however disagrees. Well, I also agree with Mr. Kakashi's guess that the masked man should have obtained the Impure World reincarnation forbidden technique from Orochimaru. After all, if I were the masked man I wouldn't be able to easily hand over the combat power of the Earth Army to Orochimaru alone to control it. The masked man would definitely hold back. Ye Zhou said in agreement. Ah, is that so? After hearing Kakashi and Ye Zhou's guesses, Naruto looked confused. It is difficult for him to understand such complicated things with his simple thinking. But did the masked man reincarnate only one strong man? Ignoring Naruto, Kakashi paid more attention to the strong man reincarnated by the masked man. What kind of strong person is worthy of allowing the masked man to be reincarnated alone? Kakashi fell into deep thought and his intuition told him that it contained very important information. While thinking, the four of them had arrived at the hilltop near Obito and others. Opposite them were the three Obito people who had been waiting for a long time. Are you Fujimiya Ye Zhou who disrupted my resurrection plan? I don't know if it was the mutual attraction between strong men, but Madara had already determined his identity the moment she saw Ye Zhou. Although Ye Zhou looked very easygoing, the attentive Uchiha Madara still noticed a hint of invincibility in his eyes. That kind of arrogance that ignores everything Uchiha Madara is all too familiar with. Because he had the same look when he awakened Rinnegan, that is the look you will have after you are absolutely confident in your own strength. After discovering this, Madara finally understood why Obito and the others always failed. At the same time, I also have a strong interest in Ye Zhou. Resurrection plan. Who are you? Ye Zhou looked at the other party pretending to be confused as if he didn't know Uchiha Madara at all. Young man, you are qualified to know my famous minister. My name Uchiha Madara. The moment Uchiha Madara said his name, Ye Zhou and others suddenly felt that he exuded an unprecedented power. Click. Under the impact of this powerful momentum, the ground under Uchiha Madara's feet suddenly cracked and dense cracks spread around. At the same time, a gust of wind whipped up around him, causing the nearby trees to creak. Some small trees were even broken on the spot by the strong wind. When the strong wind dissipated, the area of several dozen meters with Uchiha Madara as the center had become messy. What a strong momentum. Feeling the aura emanating from Uchiha Madara, Kakashi broke into cold sweat all over his body. Not only Kakashi but also Ye Zhou, Naruto and Killer Bee were also shocked by Uchiha Madara's momentum. Just from the momentum they instantly judged that Uchiha Madara was not at the same level as them. Is this the real Uchiha Madara? After finally forcing himself to calm down, Naruto looked at Uchiha Madara with solemn eyes. It seems your guess is right, the masked man is indeed not Uchiha Madara. After feeling the power of Uchiha Madara, Killer Bee completely believed Konoha's evaluation of the masked man. Compared with the real Uchiha Madara, the feeling the masked man gave him was nothing. Uchiha Madara. Ye Zhou muttered the other party's name in a low voice. The next moment the way he looked at Uchiha Madara completely changed. At this moment his eyes no longer have the exploration and curiosity, just now replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Immediately afterwards his body exuded an aura no weaker than that of Uchiha Madara. No, get out of Ye Zhou's side. Sensing the burst of momentum from Ye Zhou, Kakashi's complexion changed and he immediately shouted to remind Naruto and Killer Bee to stay away from Ye Zhou. And he himself even used the body flicker technique decisively to get at least 10 meters away from Ye Zhou in the next second after reminding the two of them. Chapter 274 Battle Uchiha Madara. 274-278. Chapter 274 Battle Uchiha Madara. Chapter 274 Battle Uchiha Madara. In fact, there is no need for Kakashi to remind Naruto and Killer Bee have a stronger sense of breath than him. The moment they noticed the change in Ye Zhou's momentum, the two of them had already made a move to stay away from his side. As a result, the two were not surprised. They had just left Ye Zhou's side when Ye Zhou burst out with a powerful aura. Haha, as expected of Ye Zhou, this aura is no weaker than that man named Uchiha Madara. Seeing Ye Zhou's explosive momentum, Naruto laughed and praised. This is not just not being weaker than Uchiha Madara but surpassing him. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi thought so in his heart. Judging from the aura alone, Ye Zhou has grown to such a height that he can't even look up. Although his face was slightly emotional, Kakashi was extremely relieved in his heart. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a burst of wild laughter came from not far away. Looking along the prestige, it turned out that Uchiha Madara was laughing wildly. After a long time, Uchiha Madara stopped laughing and then looked at Ye Zhou with a mad expression. Shouted loudly, "Young man, I recognize your strength. Come and dance." As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared from Naruto's eyes. Then the next second, clang, ding dang 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 dang. Kakashi could barely see sparks splashing from where Ye Zhou was and the sound of metal clashing kept coming in the air, but he couldn't see the figures of the two of them clearly. What a speed. Kakashi's eyes widened, trying hard to see the movement of the two fighting. It's a pity that no matter how much he concentrates he can barely see an afterimage. Reflexively Kakashi removes his mask, then uses Mangekyo Sharingan's dynamic vision to watch the two fight. With the blessing of Mangekyo, Kakashi can barely see the fight between the two, but the speed of the two is still very fast. As long as they are not paying attention they will miss their movements. Even Mangekyo. This discovery shocked Kakashi even more. Miss Kakashi, Uncle Killer Bee, we're going too. Don't let Ye Zhou underestimate you. Seeing that Ye Zhou was already fighting with Uchiha Madara, Naruto was not to be outdone and directly turned his attention to Black Zetsu and Obito. Good. It's time for me to perform. Kakashi and Killer Bee exchanged glances, then rushed towards Obito and Black Zetsu with Naruto. In a blink of an eye the two sides were already fighting together. Clang, kacha. Suddenly the iron sand sword in Ye Zhou's hand slammed hard, cutting off the chain of the round fan in Uchiha Madara's hand in an instant. And took this opportunity to bully him, holding a knife in both hands and slashing towards Uchiha Madara's face. However, Uchiha Madara was not a vegetarian either. He had already blocked the iron sand sword with the round fan grid at the moment the chain was broken. When the violent collision sound could be heard even Naruto and the others 100 meters away. Haha, this kind of battle is interesting. As my first enemy after resurrection you are not bad. Uchiha Madara, who had been cut off from the chain, showed no regrets but laughed heartily. Since the decisive battle with Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End, he has not met an opponent who can fight with him for too long because the enemy is always lonely. But now the appearance of Ye Zhou made his blood boil again. Just like facing Senju Hashirama, your strength is also good, Ye Zhou also said in an appreciative tone. Then let's start the second round. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan instantly changed into a Mangekyo appearance. In the next second the blue chakra soared into the sky and then turned into a dark blue giant 200 to 300 meters high in the blink of an eye. The giant has a pair of broad wings, is dressed in armor and holds a chakra katana on each limb and arm. Just looking at it can make an ordinary ninja lose the courage to fight. Call. A perfect Susan. Looks like Madara is going to get serious. Looking at the complete body Susanoo in front of him, Ye Zhou let out a sigh of relief knowing that the other party was serious. So he scattered the iron sand sword in his hand and suddenly put his hands together. 0. Ask for flowers. Magnet style. Iron sand giant. Boom. Countless iron sand surged out from the ground, and between each grain of iron sand there was faint blue-white electric current flickering. Interesting. Sensing movement near Ye Zhou, Uchiha Madara was very interested. Subconsciously Uchiha Madara manipulated Susan to swing the katana in his hand. The ferocious sword energy was approaching Ye Zhou as if it wanted to destroy him completely. And the moment the sword chi approached Ye Zhou, a giant hand made of iron sand suddenly slapped on the flying sword chi as if chasing flies away. Then all 4 fierce sword chi were slapped aside by the giant hand. Boom. 0. The sword energy that was blown away landed in the open space beside it and a violent roar erupted. Wait until the roar dies down. There are more than a dozen gullies of tens of meters on the ground next to it. The next moment beside the ravine an iron sand giant who was about the same height as Susan rose slowly. War. Above the iron sand giant's head Ye Zhou's eyes were full of fighting intent, and the next moment he controlled the iron sand giant to rush towards Susanoo. Boom. Rumble. The iron sand giant's speed was very fast, and before Uchiha Madara could react it had already slammed into Susan hard. The violent impact caused Shuzuo to retreat tens of meters uncontrollably, and several huge footprints were stepped on the ground. Extreme strength imitating the ninjutsu developed by Susan. After resisting the continued impact of the iron sand giant, Uchiha Madara floated to Susan's forehead, and then curious tree Ye Zhou asked. But then he shook his head and said to himself, no, although it looks huge on the outside, this is not a technique developed by imitating Susan. Let me see your limits. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Madara manipulated Susan to slash at the head of the sand iron giant with the samurai sword in his hand. However, Ye Zhou was not a vegetarian either. The moment he saw Susan raising his hand, he had condensed 2 arms and 2 iron sand swords for the iron sand giant. When Susan's samurai sword was about to hit him, the iron sand giant also blocked Susan's attack with the iron sand sword in time. Chapter 275. It is also a kind of luck to fight against strong players from different eras. 275-278. Chapter 275. It is also a kind of luck to fight against strong players from different eras. Super electromagnetic gun. While the iron sand giant held off Susan's attack, Ye Zhou began to counterattack. A circular hole suddenly opened in the iron sand giant's chest. In the middle of the cavity is a track more than 10 meters long, and at the end of the track is a 1 meter thick projectile. Immediately afterwards the entire iron sand giant began to hum loudly, which was the sound produced by the friction of countless iron sands. As the buzzing sound became louder, a large amount of current began to condense near the cavity, and these currents quickly gathered inside the cavity. Soon only the blue-white electric current flickered in the entire cavity. The whole process seemed to take a long time, but in fact it only took 2 seconds from the cracking of the iron sand giant's chest to the completion of the current condensation. After 2 seconds the projectile is launched. 3, 2, 7. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the next second both Susan and Uchiha Madara within Susan were instantly blasted into dust. Not only that, after the bullet smashed Susan it continued to move forward. Where the projectile passed, a violent gust of wind was set off. All the rocks and mountain peaks in front of the projectile were instantly pierced, and the pierced rocks left scorched black marks. When the dust settled, the smell of burning could still be smelled in the air. Interesting. Is this also magnet style? Your magnet style has surpassed all previous generations of Kazekage. At this moment Uchiha Madara also regained his body again. He glanced at the traces after being bombarded by the super electromagnetic gun and said in a very appreciative tone. But it shouldn't be a big deal to you, right? Ye Zhou didn't feel complacent because of Uchiha Madara's praise, and his expression remained calm all the time. Ha ha ha, who knows? Although Uchiha Madara didn't answer directly, the relaxed expression on his face admitted Ye Zhou's words. Let's stop gossiping. For iron sand, just use this. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara put his hands in hand seal in front of his mouth. Fire style, extinguish the fire. In an instant Uchiha Madara spewed raging flames from his mouth. The flames rushed toward Ye Zhou and the iron sand giant in a fan shape. When he saw the flames appearing, an idiom suddenly flashed in Ye Zhou's mind: the flames are raging. The blazing flame expanded its claws unbridled, trying to turn everything into ashes. Even the sky turned fiery red under the fire. The flames moved forward very quickly and arrived at the iron sand giant in almost the blink of an eye. Immediately Ye Zhou felt the heat of the flames. Under the burning of the flames the iron sand giant instantly turned red and then began to melt into molten iron and drip. Seeing this situation, Ye Zhou was too lazy to continue to control the Iron Sand Giant. He just peeled off a small part of the Iron Sand from the Iron Sand Giant and then controlled the Iron Sand to carry himself higher into the sky. As expected of a legendary ninja, such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu would require at least a class of water-style ninjas to perform water-style at the same time to extinguish it. Floating high in the sky, Ye Zhou sighed as he looked at the Iron Sand Giant that had completely melted. While Ye Zhou was sighing, Uchiha Madara was not idle either. When he saw Ye Zhou dodge the attack, he had already formed the seal again. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Rumble. Along with the roar, the ground under Uchiha Madara's feet suddenly bulged and then a huge dragon head dragged him into the air. And underneath him is a 100-meter-long wooden dragon. Roar. The wooden dragon roared silently, then swung its tail and charged towards Ye Zhou. Well done. Facing the menacing wooden dragon, Ye Zhou did not give up at all and directly controlled the Iron Sand to turn into wings and fly rapidly towards the wooden dragon's head. When, the next second, an Iron Sand sword appeared in Ye Zhou's hand and then it collided with Uchiha Madara's fan. Ding dang dang. In an instant, Ye Zhou and Uchiha Madara were fighting each other above the wooden dragon's head, and the sound of steel and sparks splashed above the wooden dragon's head. At the same time, when the two were fighting, Mushu and Yu Long kept trying to control Ye Zhou. In order to avoid being caught by Mushu, Ye Zhou multi-purposed himself. While Mushu entangled himself, he also continued to attack Uchiha Madara with the Iron Sand sword, making him unable to devote more attention to controlling the wooden dragon. As for the Mushu who couldn't escape, they were all cut off by Ye Zhou with the Iron Sand sword in his hand. Shinra Tianjiang. After the two exchanged hundreds of moves, a powerful repulsive force suddenly burst out from Uchiha Madara, sending Ye Zhou flying instantly. However, Ye Zhou, who had been prepared for it, was not injured and just escaped from the top of the wooden dragon. Roar. Uchiha Madara took advantage of the victory and immediately controlled the wooden dragon to bite Ye Zhou. Call. Elementalize. Ye Zhou's whole body instantly turned into lightning and escaped from the wooden dragon's attack and reappeared behind Uchiha Madara. Lightning style Chidori blade. PFF'd. The Iron Sand sword pierced Uchiha Madara's heart before he could react, and at the same time the lightning flashing on the sword caused him to temporarily lose control of his body. Did that mean the body was elementalized just now? Excellent ninjutsu. Although he clearly lost control of his body, Uchiha Madara did not panic at all. Instead, he commented appreciatively on Ye Zhou's elementalization. To be praised by the legendary Uchiha Madara, it's not in vain that I spent so long developing this secret technique. Ye Zhou traced a smile on his lips and said softly, "Haha, if you were in the Sengoku period, I believe that with your talent your final achievement would be 5.9 and not weaker than me and Hashirama. It's a pity that we were not born in the same era." Uchiha Madara first laughed and praised Ye Zhou, but immediately showed a look of pity. "There's nothing to be sorry for. After all, we've already fought each other, right?" However, Ye Zhou had different ideas. Although he was not born in the same era as the two of them, he still has the opportunity to fight against each other at this moment, which can be regarded as a kind of luck. If the Iron Sand sword hadn't still stayed in Uchiha Madara's body, others might have thought that the two were old friends rather than life or death enemies. Ha ha ha, you're right. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment after hearing Ye Zhou's words and then laughed loudly. Chapter 276, The Powerful Susan. 276-278. Chapter 276, The Powerful Susan. Shinra Tianjiang. Amid laughter, Uchiha Madara once again used the Shinra Tensai to force Ye Zhou back. "Fujimiya Ye Zhou, I Uchiha Madara recognize you. You are the only person besides Hashirama who can threaten me." Uchiha Madara roared with a frenzied expression. Wood-style flowers and trees are coming. Rumbling. A large number of thick tree roots suddenly emerged from the ground, followed by tree trunks. Finally, the entire 10-kilometer radius was covered by trees hundreds of meters high. The strange thing is that none of these trees have leaves but instead grow many giant flower buds. Then the buds bloom, spewing pollen that blocks the sky. Ye Zhou noticed that a bird that was too panicked and flew into the pollen range fell instantly. Obviously, these pollen are not ordinary. They are either highly poisonous or have strong paralysis properties. Seeing the pollen that blocked the sky and the sun, Ye Zhou suddenly felt something in his heart and thought of a popular science video from his previous life. Then he put his hands in neuters around his mouth. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Uchiha Madara not far away actually released O5 fire-style ninjutsu at the same time. Under the fire of fire-style, the pollen is instantly ignited and then explodes. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, the pollen that covered the sky and sun exploded like ignited gunpowder. The violent explosion left only one sound in Ye Zhou's entire sky, and the flames of the explosion reflected the entire sky. Even the battlefield hundreds of kilometers away can clearly see the movement here. Gulu. What a big noise, what happened over there? A ninja who was fighting White Zetsu saw the movement and couldn't help but swallowed. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. It seems to be the headquarters of Akatsuki organization over there. Is it really possible for humans to create such a movement? A Jonin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling very surprised. Even they can feel the movement. How intense is the fighting over there? Not to mention the shock of the coalition forces. On the other side, Ye Zhou and Uchiha Madara are fighting more and more anxiously. Using the pollen explosion as a cover, the iron sand wings behind Ye Zhou shook and he appeared in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. Seeing Ye Zhou suddenly appearing in front of him, Uchiha Madara subconsciously looked at the iron sand sword in his hand. Unlike before, this time Uchiha Madara clearly felt a fatal threat from the iron sand sword. Strangeness. Uchiha Madara frowned and then finally noticed something unusual. He saw that the iron sand sword was covered with a layer of strange chakra, and it was this strange chakra that posed a fatal threat to him. Now that the source of the threat has been discovered, it is naturally impossible for Uchiha Madara to let the iron sand sword injure him, and he changed his fighting style almost instantly. Without any hesitation, he raised the Uchiha round fan in his hand to block the iron sword. I see his chakra capable of harming souls. Up close, Uchiha Madara immediately sees the nature of the eerie chakra with the Rinnegan. Young man, you have given me more and more surprises. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly and threw Ye Zhou into the air with force. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Kacha, rumble. With the completion of the Uchiha Madara seal, the hard ground cracked instantly, and then countless roots grew from the ground and finally grew into a giant wooden golem hundreds of meters high. It's not over yet. Drink. A layer of hard chakra armor suddenly appeared on the giant wooden golem. Seeing this scene, a noun appeared in Ye Zhou's mind subconsciously: the Buddha of Susanoo. Boom. Just when Ye Zhou lost his mind, the prestige Shuzuo had already started to move. I saw that every time prestige Susanoo took a step forward, there would be a roar on the ground, and then a deep pit of tens of meters would be left behind. Call. Suddenly prestige Shuzuo raised a hand and grabbed Ye Zhou violently. The speed of the arm is very fast, even close to the speed of sound. It is hard to imagine that such a huge body can have such a speed. However, Ye Zhou's speed was even faster. At the moment when Weizhuang Suzan's arm approached, he had already used the body flicker technique to reach the top of Weizhuang Suzan's head. Exclamation mark. The iron sand sword covering the soul blade chakra pierced into the head of the mighty Susanoo without hindrance. Unfortunately, my knife is a bit shorter. Ye Zhou sighed slightly when he saw that the blade was half a blade away from Uchiha Madara's body. Although I wanted to increase the length of the iron sand sword, but it was too late. Uchiha Madara, who was almost injured by the soul blade, had already reacted at this moment and immediately manipulated the mighty Susanoo to slap Ye Zhou. Boom. The huge roar can be heard clearly even hundreds of kilometers away. However, neither Ye Zhou nor Uchiha Madara cared about these trivial matters. They only had each other in their eyes, and their eyes were full of fighting enthusiasm. Fighting till now, Ye Zhou knew that it was impossible not to show his true strength. 373. Ordinary ninjutsu can't pose any threat to Uchiha Madara, and even the soul blade has lost the meaning of surprise attack. Call. Uchiha Madara, you are the strongest enemy I have ever seen. Next I will fight with all my strength. Suspended at the same height as Uchiha Madara, Ye Zhou's expression became solemn. Full strength. Hearing Ye Zhou's words, Uchiha Madara froze for a moment. Didn't Ye Zhou fight with all his strength just now? Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help feeling angry while excited. I think of Uchiha Madara from the moment he went to the battlefield until he died. He was the only one who let others down. When will it be the enemy's turn to let him down? And now Ye Zhou has been fighting with him for so long and he still hasn't used his full strength. How can this not make him angry? Ha ha ha. Then let me see how strong your full strength is. Uchiha Madara let out a wanton laugh and then controlled the mighty Susan to rush towards Ye Zhou at the fastest speed. In the process of advancing, the prestige Susan is also gradually getting bigger, and the arms on his body are also gradually increasing, and a samurai sword composed of wood style and Susan chakra appears on each arm. Chapter 277. Fairway Jade instantly kills Uchiha Madara. 277-278. Chapter 277. Fairway Jade instantly kills Uchiha Madara. Useless struggle. Ye Zhou ignored the other party's changes and looked extremely calm. Facing the menacing Susanoo, Ye Zhou stretched out his hand and made a move, and then a black sphere appeared in his hand. The next moment the fairway jade in his hand aimed at Uchiha Madara and shot out. Call out. Boom. The fairway jade instantly penetrated the prestige suit Susan and the wooden golem inside at an invisible speed and then directly attacked the heavily protected Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara seemed to feel the threat from fairway jade and subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, the fairway jade was too fast. Even though he tried his best to avoid it, he was still hit by the fairway jade in one arm. Uchiha Madara watched as her arm was shattered and showed no signs of recovery. This is the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. When he saw the fairway jade completely, Uchiha Madara showed a look of astonishment. How is it possible? It is obviously not Uchiha and Senju, but they can also master Yin-Yang Dan. This is the first time Uchiha Madara has shown shock since his resurrection. Who exactly are you and why do you hold the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara asked Ye Zhou loudly. Are you talking about fairway jade? As long as you learn how to escape yin and yang, it's still very easy to make. Of course, nature transformation is the one that needs to master all chakra attributes besides Yin-Yang Dan. Ye Zhou did not say the last words because he knew that Uchiha Madara should understand this. To put it bluntly, the essence of fairway jade is a high-density chakra that simultaneously incorporates the 7 attributes of Yin-Yang 5 elements. As long as you perfectly master Yin-Yang Dan and all chakra nature transformation and have enough chakra, it is not difficult to make it. Well, not difficult here means that it is not difficult after all the conditions are met. And if any one of these conditions is lacking, it is impossible to make fairway jade on your own. Uchiha Madara knew this information very well, so he was shocked when Ye Zhou used the fairway jade. You must know that even he has to rely on the power of 10 tails to do this, but Ye Zhou did it without using the power of the star beast at this moment. How could this not shock him? Is there anything comparable to Sage of Six Paths? It seems that I have completely failed. Quote exclamation mark quote. After seeing Ye Zhou's fairway jade, Uchiha Madara knew that his plan had failed. It's over. Hearing Uchiha Madara's sigh, Ye Zhou just announced calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 fairway jades suddenly appeared behind Ye. The next moment these fairway stones shot towards Uchiha Madara. At the same time he himself also transformed his body into elements and came to Uchiha Madara. Pooh! The next second Uchiha Madara's body instantly shattered into pieces and then slowly dissipated in the air. Hashirama, I failed again. The moment before he lost consciousness, Uchiha Madara recalled everything in his life like a revolving door until he was finally killed by Ye Zhou using the gravity 19 that had not been transformed into a fairway. After Uchiha Madara returned to the Pure Land, the Susanoo armor on the giant wooden golem quickly dissipated and then the giant wooden golem collapsed. Boom! After the giant wooden golem fell, countless dust stems spread to the surroundings and the sky. Ye Zhou watched all this quietly, then turned around and flew in the other direction without paying any attention. The most troublesome enemies have been dealt with, now only Obito and Black Zetsu remain. As long as these 2 gutter rats are dealt with, this war will be over. Found it. With the electromagnetic induction fully activated, Ye Zhou quickly found Naruto's traces. However, by the time Ye Zhou arrived at Naruto's side, the battle here had also come to an end. I saw that the mask on Nagato's face at this moment had long disappeared. He was covered in bloodline Madara and he looked like he was about to expire. As for Black Zetsu, he looks to be in much better shape than Tien. After all, it is a creation of Otsutsuki Kageyas will, and ordinary attacks are too weak against him. After advancing to the 6 paths level and mastering the perfect yin-yang escape technique, Ye Zhou saw the true nature of Black Zetsu at a glance, so it was not surprising that he did not suffer much damage. Ye Zhou, have you defeated the man named Uchiha Madara? Seeing Ye Zhou appear, Naruto asked curiously. Ye Zhou nodded, naturally, his attention always on Black Zetsu. Compared to Obito, Ye Zhou pays more attention to Black Zetsu. After all, this person knows the way of Gui far better than Obito. W actually defeated that legendary ninja, and so quickly. Hearing Ye Zhou's affirmative answer, Kakashi and Killer Bee looked at each other. They originally thought that it would be good if Ye Zhou could contain the opponent, but they did not expect that Ye Zhou not only won but also defeated the opponent in such a short time. In contrast, they haven't finished the fight yet. For a moment the two couldn't help but lament that today's young people are too outrageous. Great, with your support, Ye Zhou, our side will be able to end it soon. Naruto didn't know the emotions of Kakashi and Killer Bee. After hearing that Ye Zhou defeated Uchiha Madara, he was just stunned for a moment and showed an excited expression. His idea is very simple. With Ye Zhou's participation, the battle on their side can also be declared to be over. No way, how could you defeat Madara? You are just an ordinary ninja who doesn't even have the blood of Otsutsuki. But Black Zetsu, who listened to the conversation by Ye Zhou and others, shouted loudly. You know Uchiha Madara is related to him, resurrecting his mother. As a result, the opponent was defeated by an ordinary ninja who was not even a descendant of Sage of 6 Paths. This made Black Zetsu unacceptable for a while. He was so surprised that he didn't even notice that he accidentally said the word, Otsutsuki. But Kakashi and others clearly heard the words, Otsutsuki bloodline. Intuition told them that these few words contained extremely important secrets. Several people looked at each other, and then Kakashi pretended to be curious and said, Ye Zhou is not an ordinary ninja, he is a genius ninja that the entire ninja world has kept secret. As for the Otsutsuki bloodline you mentioned, the current ninja world doesn't value bloodline theory. Chapter 278, The War is Over. 278. Chapter 278, The War is Over. Previous. Snort. However, at this moment Black Zetsu had already come to his senses and had no intention of explaining to Kakashi. Even Uchiha Madara failed. Single quote. Sorry mom, it looks like I've made you wait a little longer. That's right. After learning that Uchiha Madara was also defeated, Black Zetsu was ready to run away. He had enough time to wait until Ye Zhou died of old age and then start the plan again. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu immediately activated the floating technique and prepared to run away. But before he could take action, Ye Zhou, who had been staring at him for a long time, came to him first and grabbed his arm. What? Black Zetsu was shocked when he was caught and subconsciously wanted to get away from Ye Zhou. Soul Blade. But the next second the iron sand sword covered with the Soul Blade chakra in Ye Zhou's hand had already killed him. The soul was killed, and even the creation of Otsutsuki Kageyas will could not recover it. Mother. Before dying, the only 840 thought in Black Zetsu's mind was guilt. I feel guilty that after so many years of planning I still let my mother down. Although Ye Zhou sympathizes with Black Zetsu, who puts them on opposite sides. After seeing the other party's soul completely dissipated, Ye Zhou couldn't help but feel relieved. Wow, it was so dangerous, I almost let this dark weirdo escape. Ye Zhou, you are faster. It was only then that Naruto and the others reacted and then said to Ye Zhou in an admiring tone. I have met Nagato before when I fought against him and I accidentally let him escape last time. Naturally I have to be more cautious this time. Ye Zhou opened his mouth to explain. I see. Kakashi nodded suddenly. Then what should he do? Should he be brought back to the headquarters for trial? Suddenly Naruto pointed to Obito beside him. His tone was extremely complicated. In the previous confrontation he had already learned most of the secrets from Taguchi. Not only the relationship between Obito and Mr. Kakashi but also the other party's personal admission that he is the enemy who killed his parents. After hearing the truth about his parents' death, Naruto wished he could kill each other with his own hands right now. But considering that there might be other information on Obito, Naruto could only forcefully endure the murderous intention in his heart. Ahem, take me to trial. Don't even think about it. Hearing Naruto's words, NEX finally recovered from the blow of failure. He glanced deeply at Ye Zhou and Kakashi, and then his expression suddenly became lifeless. Seeing Obito's appearance, Ye Zhou and others felt their hearts move, and they probably understood what the other party wanted to do. Sure enough, the next second Daiu's body suddenly sprouted a large number of sharp branches. The sharp branches pierced his whole body into a hedgehog, and his vitality quickly disappeared. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing this, Naruto subconsciously set his sights on Kakashi. He already knew the relationship between Kakashi and Obito, so although he was very happy after seeing the other commit suicide, he couldn't help but worry about Kakashi's mood. I'm fine. Obito has done so many things that have harmed the ninja world, and now he chooses to be AFCH to atone for his sins. Kakashi said calmly. However, having said that, Ye Zhou and others could tell at a glance that Kakashi was feeling very uncomfortable. Ye Zhou, come and check the body of King Dai. After his emotions calmed down, Kakashi spoke to Ye Zhou. Several people knew the existence of Izanagi, and in order to ensure that Obito really committed suicide and did not use Izanagi, Kakashi decided to let Ye Zhou check it in person. Clear. Ye Zhou naturally understood what Kakashi meant, so he decisively stepped forward to check Obito's body. With his ability, it's easy to tell if Obito used Izanagi. However, just in case, Ye Zhou inspected the dead body of the king carefully. It has been confirmed that he is indeed dead. After the inspection, Ye Zhou said with a relaxed expression. Confirmation of Obito's death means the end of this war, and even Ye Zhou can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Call. Not only Ye Zhou, Naruto, Kakashi and others also breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Kakashi muttered. Great, the ninja world can finally restore peace again. Naruto shouted excitedly. Oh, Mr. Killer Bee's gotta throw a big concert to celebrate the win, yay. Killer Bee also shouted. After venting their emotions, several people packed up the bodies of Obito and Black Zetsu and then returned to the main army smoothly. Then he told everyone the good news. Not surprisingly, the morale of the coalition forces who heard the news was high, and it took less than a month to wipe out the remaining White Zetsu army. Then it's time to celebrate the victory. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed since the Ninja World War. In the past 2 years, the ninja world has been extremely peaceful, and Ye Zhou and Ino also held a wedding ceremony. There were a lot of people present, and even the senior officials of other ninja villages sent people to congratulate them, which made the wedding extraordinarily lively. After getting married, Ye Zhou did not become lazy because of this. Instead, he always worked hard to improve his strength. Because he knows that there will be stronger enemies in the ninja world in the future. This is the end of the book.